gains that confidence, plays a few good events, stops looking inwards into his own insecurities.
I like the no expectation part, so like that's something that has gotten better because sure, it's like not my full-time job.
It's definitely good for chess in India, and now there is Olympiad also, so there'll be more people following and taking up chess as professional sport.
Yeah.
And it's surprisingly concrete still, no? Like, e takes d4, good move. This d takes d4, this d takes d5.
This line was essential and forced, but also not rocket science to map out.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, but they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Welcome everybody. My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolger.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gata Kamsky.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Hello and welcome to round 4 of the Tata Steel 2023 Wijk tournament. It's me again, Peter Svidler, and with me is my friend and colleague David Howell. And we've had a very long day yesterday, haven't we, David? For seemingly not very much payoff, only one decisive game. But there's never any scarcity of content, though, in Wijk.
Exactly. Yesterday, I think we were live for over 7 hours. The players in the challenges as well, going right to the very end. And like you say, it was fascinating. There was some study-like endgames. We learnt a lot, and hopefully more decisive results today. But
yeah, that would be good. Fun. Even though, like the round was maybe somewhat drier than some of the previous ones, I don't think it would be a lie to say that the game we had much hopes for, the game between Magnus and Dinglieren, did end up being a very kind of a dry, correct technical game that sometimes happens between players of that level. I mean, the one decisive game was very, very exciting with Jordan van Forest showing us a completely new concept in the Petrov. It's very rare that you see a position which really looks like nothing at all by move 6 in the Petrov. That is a very, very unusual occurrence, I have to say. And Jordan did somehow manage to provide us with that yesterday, but it didn't eventually pan out. It was I would have liked to have discussed it with both of them afterwards, because I think there's a lot of talking points there. There's a lot of things which I think from both of their sides would be interesting to hear their opinion, but we did not have that opportunity. As for today, we have a lot of very exciting pairings. Once again, we are sort of continuing to put our eggs in that basket. A game of the day has to be Giri Carlsen. At least on paper, this is, two of the leaders of the tournament playing each other. And also, there is a long history of sometimes it seems like, very friendly and bantery, and sometimes it also feels like maybe very fraught and weird relationship between the two. So it adds a little bit of spice. Mm-hmm. What's your take on how things stand between them right now? And once again, I'm not asking you to like dish the dirt or anything, but like, what's your outsider's view of how they are with each other these days?
Yeah, that's a good question, Peter. I'll save all the juicy details for my autobiography when I retire. But no, I mean, I think they get on very well. They like hanging out. They respect each other a lot, of course. And often it does depend on the results over the board. I know that Magnus has had the upper hand in the last few years. A lot of draws in between. When Giri is white, I don't expect too much. He tends to not take too many risks against Magnus. And Magnus, I think, has so much respect that he doesn't provoke him as much as he might provoke other players. But yeah, I mean, the Twitter banter, all that stuff, it kind of comes and goes in phases. And now it's on a bit of a lull.
Yeah, I mean, for years and years, I thought this was sort of entirely good-natured and there was really no particular bite to it. And then there was this period where it seemed like it suddenly acquired a bit of an additional, venom. Yeah. But it definitely is, I think, on the mend, in as much as I can tell very much from the outside.
Yeah, despite the best efforts of the members of the Chicken Chess Club, I think things are fine right now.
Yeah, and we do have some moves coming in. There was this game where Magnus beat him very, very quickly, I think reasonably. I mean, not very recently, but somewhat recently. But that, I think, was a Sicilian of some sort. Why do I always opt to do this live on air instead of, let's say, 10 minutes prior to the show is very unclear to me.
Oh, we've got the
because
time.
I'm not a good person.
I mean, chess players, things come to our mind last minute, right? Spontaneously. But I think you're right. They've had a lot of debates recently in the Sicilian, especially these kind of Rossolimo type of positions.
There was a specific game I remember which Magnus did something very, very risky, and it looked like he will get punished, and then somehow that very quickly became just a blowout from his side. But I'm a bit struggling to remember what that was. Hang on a second, maybe.
I'm trying to think as well if Magnus has ever beaten Giri at Wijk. I know the first time they met, when Giri was 16, he beat Magnus with black in 20 moves, and then a bunch of draws followed. And,
yeah, their classical results are very much skewed in Magnus's favor. The current score stands at 6-1 with 22 draws. Draws, of course, being the most popular and the most frequent results. But that would be true about most matchups at this level, even when it's as seemingly one-sided as this one is. You still, of course, get a vast majority of games ending in draws.
But until 3 or 4 years ago, I think the score was still 1-0 to Giri, and Magnus just has turned things in very recent history.
Yeah, but that is something that I think happens quite often, where you have some kind of a statistical / sort of personal matchup quirky thing going on, where here, for instance, Magnus was having trouble winning his first classical game against Anish, but once that particular floodgate opens, it often then is impossible to kind of put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Meanwhile, the Queen's Indian
is enjoying a resurgence in this tournament.
Yeah,
it's actually very interesting to me that people are now back to doing this. And the first time we had this conversation was when Laurent was still here and you were still playing the league, and that was the game between Gukesh and Ding Liren in the first round. And we very quickly, I think Laurent mentioned it very, very early on when the opening was sort of very far from being completed even. And he said his feeling is that these days people play the Queen's Indian to play for a win.
Yeah.
If anything, because compared to, let's say, the Nimzo / Ragozin / whatever else you will do after knight of 3g5 here, the Queen's Indian is not really aimed at solving, quote unquote, mathematically solving your problems. It's aimed much more at getting a playable position, which might be a bit worse, but there's going to be plenty of pieces left on the board, and there's going to be plenty of strategic topics to discuss. And people often do that these days just to get a game, which I think is a bit of an indication that Magnus doesn't really like the idea of having a kind of a sort of well-established theoretical draw today as much as maybe we would have suspected. Because I think if he goes d5, like I think Giri quite happily goes knight c3, and whether it's the Semitarash or the Ragozin or anything else, I'm not implying Giri would play for a draw. He would definitely have some kind of a small idea to ask a question. He always, I think he sort of, respects himself and respects his theoretical prowess enough to always come with a question.
Yeah.
But these
he
days,
did against Gukesh, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was a very good question to which no answer was provided. But these days, those openings stand generally well enough that more often than not, the question will get answered and then the game is drawn. Whereas what Magnus is doing here is basically saying, I'm not that interested in such outcomes. I would like to play, maybe. Obviously, there are still ways of making the game very dry in the Queen's Indian as well, but maybe less dry.
Yeah, and we can already see Giri is pausing. There's a bunch of moves. There's, I guess, Queen C2, there's B3, even Queen A4.
Yeah, Queen A4, I think, I mean, it obviously still exists, but it has to some degree at least, not disappeared, but became less fashionable.
It's known to be very dry. Yeah. Black has solved everything there.
Yeah. Knight BG2, I assume, is a move that people have made over the years, but it feels that abandoning the idea of developing into C3 this early is not going to pose too many problems. We'll wait for Anish to decide on something, and just briefly, let me scroll. Whoa, okay. That is very, very peculiar.
Which one are you looking at
this
now?
One.
Okay, whoa. Looks like a reverse like French defense.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to even call this, but it's like White is playing a Cole, but White is also playing a Cole where the bishop didn't even dare venture as far north as d3. I've been a Cole player my entire childhood, but like the idea of not even playing bishop d3 in these types of positions never actually occurred to me.
Peter, Vincent's been doing this quite a lot. So I played in the Norwegian League this weekend, and actually I played one knight f3, c5, and e3 on move 2. And I noticed in that position, Vincent had quite a lot of experience against d5. He was playing d4, bishop e2, or against anything here. He was playing d4, bishop e2, and just castling and kind of playing a reversed Queen's Gambit declined or reversed kind of semi-soft.
And that, I guess, probably explains why the choices that Arjun made so far, which are very sensible, but also very, very far from obvious to me.
Yeah.
This explains why he's making them so quickly. Because if Vincent has been showing his hand there a little bit, if you can actually guess that this is something you might have to prepare for, then maybe you come up with this idea of playing knight c6, c3. I guess after c3, the pawn on e5 is hanging, which is why, I mean, it's a very basic thing to say, but you, of course, would very much like to get the bishop out and then play e6. But it's already hanging, and you don't much like the idea of playing this because it also frees up the c1 bishop. So you play e6, sort of keeping both c8 and c1 locked behind the pawn chain. And then after castles, in particular, the move h7, h6, I think, is a very good indication that Arjun did think this was possible. And it's a thing that people do quite a lot in all kinds of openings, right? You expect d takes c5 eventually. So you're saying, I will look for a useful move, which would allow me, ideally, to take on c5 in one tempo. Because I think autopilot here would be bishop d6 or bishop e7.
Yeah. Or perhaps queen c7 just...
Or queen c7, yeah, exactly.
Synonymous with reverse colors, this type of position. But yeah, h6, that smells of home cooking. And
yeah, I mean, if you do it without thinking at all, and he has so far gained 2 minutes on the clock, he's basically blitzing all of this out. It very much indicates that, yeah, they took it very seriously. Arjun and his team, they realized Vincent is not joking about this being an actual weapon he's using against good players. And they looked at it. And after a3, he goes c4, which... Hang on a second. So this is... for me, I don't know if it's helpful for you. For me, it actually kind of helps if I try to figure out what they're doing with colors reversed. So we're playing some kind of a position like this, right? So
e3, a6.
e3, a6. Yeah, and
c5 is a move here.
C5 is definitely one of the very important moves in this position. And play normally continues something like black does this and then tries to recapture on b6, play c6, c5, and equalize. I think this was discussed in the Gelfand Anand match in 2012, right?
Yeah, I think
Boris won a very nice game here, to take the lead in the match. So Arjun is playing the same line with colors reversed, and White had... hang on a second.
We've got bishop b2 and castles in return for h6.
Yeah, exactly. So it's... I was going to say black has an extra tempo with h6, but white actually got a lot in already. Yeah, the bishop e2 and castles has already been played. H6 is a kind of a general all-purpose useful move. Not going to be extremely useful immediately, but always going to be, somewhat useful in the future.
No back rankers later on.
Yeah, and now I think it might actually already be a somewhat important choice, because if you don't play b3 straight away, if you, let's say, start with knight b2, you might not get that opportunity to actually break the structure again, because currently, if you play b3, b5 is sort of semi-unplayable because of a4, and there is no time to play a6. Your rook on a8 is unprotected. If you start with knight b2, you get faced with b5. a4, b4 looks kind of wrong, frankly, because you've given up a lot of space, and e3, e4 is not going to do enough. Yeah, but I don't think it does enough. I think generally black will be quite happy about things like this.
Yeah.
And if you play b3 here, I will play something like bishop b7, and I will be quite happy to meet a4 with a6, and this structure survives. You can still make an argument that this is not unplayable for white, because very importantly, you get to trade your idiotic bishop on c1 for the bishop on f8, but it's not great. The bishop on e2 is so passive that I don't think it's very good.
Doesn't feel like you're playing for advantage here.
Yeah, so I'm expecting b3, and then c takes b3 seems logical. And I think they do generally start with knight bd2 to give yourself slightly more flexibility as to what you're going to be doing in the future. But generally, I think it gets captured on b3 with the queen anyway, in some kind of distant future.
Yeah, often you want to play knight bd2 c4 and kind of keep the option open, keep your opponent guessing. And
yeah, exactly. Because the pawn on b3, as long as we've forced black to take, we will recapture at our leisure at a future date. On the topic of quirky openings, Jordan is very serious about putting the queen on d3
we
in
briefly
every
mentioned it
single
yesterday,
Sicilian.
right?
Yeah,
He's, against the Najdorf, he's done it with success. Queen d3 now against, what is this, the classical or some kind of
that was the 4 knights, which was completely declined by the move bishop b2. And then
d6 isn't maybe the most challenging, but
well, you can play bishop b4, against which I assume we go the sort of the entire gambit route. I think this is how it goes, right? Takes knight e4. I think they go bishop f3 here, and then this bishop comes out via a3. In these types of positions, I'm assuming these days, like after working with engines for long enough, you always assume this is probably okay.
Yeah,
but it's also very risky. I don't think very many people enjoy this type of play with black. Bishop b4 is very different in spirit. I think d6, like switching to a very classical Scheveningen, when White has already committed to bishop b2. It's a kind of a running gag on this channel. Like commentators trying to pronounce Scheveningen is a well-established running gag. So the actual classical Scheveningen more or less entirely disappeared for, I think, a reason that is very obvious to everyone by the year of our Lord 2023. You just cannot allow the keres, which I think is very easily understood by the fact that against the Najdorf, people very seriously play h3. I think if anyone had any reason to believe the keres is strong, the existence of the move h3 in this position, which later actually gets supported by h3, h4 once you get the pawn to g5. We're just basically playing the keres at tempo down, and it's a very serious opening.
Even rook g1 is very serious these days.
Even rook g1, So you just straight up can't allow the keres. You will be in trouble in the keres. But I think if bishop e2 was promised to you, very, very many people would just play the classical Schev, because I think your position is just very healthy. But queen d3 is something that, as usual, I don't quite understand. I assume the point is quite simply that if you play bishop b7, I will take, I will play queen g3, and I will claim that reacting to this is a little bit awkward because castles runs into bishop h6, knight e8, and the knight on e8 is not that great. It's still, I don't think it's like horrible or anything, but
yeah, it's still very unclear to me kind of whose attack will be quicker if White castles long. Maybe you don't castle long here with White, I'm not sure. But this must be the idea, right? At least at some point on the next few moves.
Yeah, maybe not immediately, but if you don't do it immediately, then there will be much less of a threat, contained in the move queen g3, which is why I thought we are probably doing it straight away. Yeah, because also, like, if we're not doing it here, why have we played queen d3? Like, what's the next move? If we're castling here, then we should have castled on the previous move because we're tipping our hand without really cashing anything in. Yeah. Bishop d2 looks a little bit too weird for me to even contemplate. Bishop e3, I think, kills off the entire idea of queen d3. Bishop g5 pretty much never works against this setup. Yeah, I'm expecting this. We'll see.
I've seen the Van Forest brothers put the bishop on d2 several times in the Najdorf. So
I mean, it's not impossible, but it still kind of absolutely boggles the mind that people do this unironically, unironically being a very important part of the mix there. In the meantime, let's briefly, we have a very, very dry position in the Dinglieren's game against Prague. I'm a bit surprised. Ding really is a kind of switching between being extremely ambitious and doing this, because it felt like he was playing for a win from the get-go with Black against Gukesh in round one. He played a very, very complicated and a very nicely, ambitiously played game with White against Maksudlu in round two. But this approach against why would you ever be better here with White? It feels about as dry as they get. I mean, I've actually had it argued to me that this structure is not as simple as it looks, but I think that maybe is when you already have some space gain on the queen side, and here I mean, even a6, a5, and then queen d7, b6, and eventually everything gets traded along the f file. Doesn't look like much. Yeah.
It's really hard to imagine this is going to become too exciting. I'm
Slight
surprised by
update.
f takes e3.
Yeah, slight update on our Queen's Indian. This is about as sharp as they get. This line, I think maybe Boris Gelfand was at the forefront, I think, of making it popular with White, maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago, thereabouts.
Yeah.
And then, at least in my mind, it kind of got solved. It felt to me that at some point I stopped seeing this very much, and whenever I saw it in games between good players, Black would just show some kind of a long forcing line which makes a draw, and would make a draw. As our chat was pointing out, there was a recent game in the tournament in Sieges, which I covered with Gusti, where Ellen Nielsen actually won in 11 moves in this line, but it's unlikely to happen against Magnus.
How did that continue? Do you remember? I guess Queen f5 used to be one of them.
Her opponent, it went, I think it went castles. There was some knight e5 somewhere, like bishop b7, maybe rook d1. Queen knight e5 and queen b3 happened somewhere, and the knight just got lost. But I'm struggling to remember exactly how.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically by move 11, this piece just disappeared off the board and Black resigned. Yeah, but Magnus probably is not going to blunder a piece here. I actually, at some point, spent some time analyzing this. I remember, I think that queen a4 used to be the main line here. The reason being, obviously, you would like to be able to take on d5, but currently it loses a full rook to the fork on b4, which is why you go queen a4, sidestepping all of the moves with these knights which can attack your queen. And then it goes to f6, for instance. And here people were trying, I think, like the straightforward play is possible, like knight c3, e4, e5. And also after knight c3 castles, you can try bishop g5, you can try bishop f4, you can try maybe some knight h4, f5 ideas. You always have some compensation because the d7 pawn is a bit backward. White has better development, pressure along the g file, often very nice access to the d5 square. But Black is a pawn up. It's not nothing.
There's some forcing lines here as well, where Black kind of gives back the pawn with d5 very quickly, and it fizzles out, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, exactly. There are some lines where d5 happens very, very quickly, despite it seemingly just losing the pawn. But
maybe it was bishop g5, d5, or something along these lines.
Very possible. Yeah, very, very possible. It's something like this, and
it's all a bit blurry in my mind.
Yeah, it's been a while since I looked at this, and I think my one foray in this line was, I think, a loss in about 20 moves with White because I mixed up some theory.
That can happen for both sides. But then queen f5 supplanted queen a4, right? That's the
and this is the
trendy
line. Right? Queen f5, knight f6.
And is it e4 or knight c3? Oof.
Yeah, e4, and
we need our viewers' help here, our chat's help on the theory.
Yeah,
because g6 is always a bit fraught with danger. Just
g6 knight h5 was definitely happening somewhere, but I'm trying to remember if it was here or a bit later in the game. There's also some queen c8 lines. I'm kind of struggling to remember. Queen f5, knight f6, e4 is good, says Half Dinosaur. I mean, I'm pretty sure good as in this is a draw if Black knows what they're doing, but
it's at least testing, right?
Yes. On other boards, just briefly to do a bit of a roundup. This is a very sharp Rogozin adjacent position because it wasn't actually a pure Rogozin. It went c4, e6, knight c3, g5, d4, knight f6, cd5, e5, bishop g5, kind of asking, would you like a classical, very, very classical Carlsbad? And Fabi says no. I would very much like to play Rogozin if you go knight f3, and Richard goes e3, which is immediately met by the very, caveman-y approach here with g5, h5, h4, knight e4, knight g2, bishop g4, queen b3. Fabi is still blitzing everything out. Richie either finally or maybe very, very recently has started thinking. Have you seen this? I don't know anything about this at all.
Yeah, I saw a lot of, I think it's young Armenian players have been playing bishop b4 and kind of similar ideas with very quick h6 g5s. I must say this exact position I'm not familiar with, but I think instead of queen b3, I've seen similar ideas before there. And yeah, I mean, it's just chaos, right, already. White has a bunch of very tempting moves. Bishop b5 looks very interesting. I don't know whether you ever want to take on g5. I don't really know where I decided planning to castle either. It's definitely going to be quite exciting, this one. And yeah, for me, I'm not sure Rapport will be too familiar. It doesn't feel like his type of position where it's very forcing, very kind of direct. Normally he wants something with, you know, a bit of flexibility to stamp his own mark on the position. But yeah, I mean, I like the idea from Caruana if it does indeed solve Black's position, if it is sound.
Richard's approach to openings is, I think, very kind of dependent on, I don't know, the day of the week or something, because what you're saying that like he generally, at least he has a reputation of somebody who very much just likes playing chess and would very much like to play a, you know, non-standard, non-theoretical position, regardless, more or less entirely regardless of how it's evaluated. I think it's still largely true, but he also, I think, occasionally just get very kind of detailed, very pinpointed opening prep out of him, which is really not that surprising considering, you know, he qualified to play in the candidates and did extremely well in the Grand Prix. And in those types of, you know, rarefied atmospheres, it's very difficult to get by on, you know, quirky, semi-correct openings. You will at some point be, you can hate it all you want, but you will have to do some work on openings. But today it definitely feels like he probably has some clue, because I did check the timings. He's only really started thinking here. Up to this moment, the longest thought he had was about h4, and that was 5 minutes, so it's not really all that much. But he finally is having to consider his options. I mean, on the surface, it looks very nice for White, frankly. I don't quite understand why we shouldn't be happy here.
I mean, I guess you just have to solve what's happening after g takes h4, which is a small threat.
But like we can create our own threats on the other side of the board, right?
I'm assuming something like queen. Oh wait, queen d6 hg5 is.
Yeah, like there's a lot hanging. There's a lot hanging, and if the bishop departs from this diagonal, d5 will hang. So it's a non-obvious question what Black does here.
Do I have time to take on h4? Maybe
I was wondering about that. I mean, I think you do. I just don't know if Black will like the resulting positions. I was even kind of considering doing something stupid like this.
Yeah, or maybe I don't know whether you flick in bishop takes c6 first or not.
Yeah, that was also a debate, because allowing bishop d7 is kind of weird, but I still don't know what the reply to queen c5 is, because it feels to me that I might still be winning the pawn back, because I don't really understand how you're protecting d5 here. And if I do flick in bishop c6, as you mentioned, I do give this tempo to rook b8 very early on, and it worries me a little bit.
Queen c5 and castle long next move.
Yeah, but that is sort of the position I wanted to aim for. Queen c5, the bishop goes somewhere, we castle, and we want to play knight e2 and just start at least attempting to round up these guys. Because the king on, but maybe queen e7 specifically here, and then you will have time to support it with h4.
Yeah,
it's very, very unclear.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on the evaluation after, for example, queen takes e7, white plays rook h4, and something along these lines, whether Black can create enough activity before white plays knight e2 and
rook h4 is
starts taking everything.
Yeah, this is a very good move that I did not see.
I mean,
stopping h4 is very important.
Maybe Black has something very concrete, but it looks like white's risking nothing there.
What would other options be here? I guess just taking is not that horrible, right? But I mean, developing the queen to g5
does feel like it helps Black somehow. Just for the sake of one tempo on g takes h4. bishop e5 is so natural. I mean, it's hard to look too far beyond it.
I'm having trouble considering other moves, but I'm sure there are other moves, which is why I'm sort of forcing myself to to discuss them. Like
f3 feels a bit odd, loose.
It feels like we're actually driving it to better squares.
Yeah, just bishop e6.
Bishop e6 and
can't be a worse square.
And as long as the dark square bishop is still on the board, I don't particularly like playing f3 because I think it weakens our entire setup. The pawn e3 is vulnerable, and the bishop will drop back to d6 if allowed. So, yeah, I'm sure Richard is going through exactly the same reasonings in his mind. And just briefly to show some other positions, we have a quiet-ish 6d3 Spanish in the game between Norbek Abdusatorov and Parham Maksudlu. After d3, Parham chose to play d6 and not play b5 until rook e1. I used to remember what the intricacies of all of these move orders are, but that was when I was preparing the course for Chess24, and that was ages ago.
I must admit, I watched that whole course, and I've been terrified of d3 ever since as black. But but yeah, I mean, it's just a position, right? This one, knight f1.
I think here you go d5. Definitely with the inclusion of h6 and h3, we're supposed to play d5 here. Like, I'm very, very confident in saying that. Without the inclusion of h6 and h3, maybe if you play d5, you get met with bishop g5. But I have a suspicion this endgame can't really be all that bad. Although,
knight 3, yeah.
I thought I will have enough time, but
they're always slightly unpleasant for black. Right? There's a lot of weaknesses.
Not a dream. Yeah, not a dream.
Yeah, maybe this is okay. Just f6 for black, knight b6, and just cover if knight e3 there.
There. So knight e3, f6. I'm even kind of wondering about this. Right?
Whoa. Maybe I'll regret not playing knight b6.
Yeah, because weirdly, I'm attacking a lot of things for free, right? None of these things are protected.
Yeah, that's true. And bishop b7 can't be played. That's something.
It looks like I am winning a full rook back, which is a bit unusual for a position like this, but it does look like it.
No, that's a nice trick. That's and if black does play h6, then white has time for d4, right?
Yeah, you can at least you can definitely discuss this. Yeah, I have a feeling maybe this is one of those really weird lines that I was covering, where like at least the option exists of doing something like this. It looks extremely weird when you see it for the first time, but then you realize that having this very nice extended center and the plan of playing f3, f4 very often very nicely compensates for, quote unquote broken king side.
King h1, rook g1, just play. Interesting.
Yeah. I'm not even sure black should be taking on f3 this quickly. There are other options. There are always other options.
For example, ed4, knight b4, c5, something like this.
Yeah. But should be one, but then your knight on b4 gets a bit locked out.
It does feel like we're mishmashing the systems with bishop g4.
Yeah, so we have this position. We also have seemingly a reasonably topical theoretical English in the game between Wesley and Levon. And this is something that has basically, I think, become the absolute main line of the classical c4, e5, 4 knights, g3 variation, where for, I want to say centuries, probably not centuries, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is like some game from 1899 where black played bishop b7 in this position. People would just absolutely automatically put the bishop on e7 and play from there.
I think it's directly connected with putting the knight on b6 here, knight b6 and then bishop b7. Right?
Yeah, and then sometime I think mid last decade, people realized that bishop c5 exists, and that allows you to actually not retreat with the knight on d5. It, like all the tactics connected with the knight takes e5 threats, which do work with the bishop on e7, they work much less in all of these positions because the f2 pawn will come under pressure in all of these long capturing sequences. Suddenly you have this move which wouldn't have been available in all the old theory. And black just keeps the knight on d5 and ignores whatever threats white pretends to have in the center. And I think I've seen this before. This line takes b3, e4. I think I've seen this before, but I can't remember exactly who was playing.
Pretty sure I've seen it too, so it must have happened in some.
Even the one they have right now with this really kind of weird looking queen b4 move. Let me check, but I'm pretty sure I have seen it before.
Yeah, I guess the idea behind queen b4 is just to stop queen c3. Queen e7, queen c3 might have been very annoying. White hitting g7, so.
Although,
knight d4.
You kind of have to wonder. This looks okay because knight e2 is. Although maybe something like rook e1 is. And now e3 is a threat. And I guess the point that, I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, if the end result of all of this is black is forced to play f7, f6, you would much rather that didn't happen. You would very much like for this not to happen. So yeah, you play queen b4. I guess the tactical justification is that if a3, we can, I assume, take on b3. I'm going to say no, bishop takes g7. This is very risky, right?
Bishop takes f2, and it's very shaky.
I think we probably get. Well, I don't know about get mated, but I wouldn't really want to venture here.
Maybe there's rook d1, take, queen back to d6 here, and just about holding for black. Pawn up as well. But you can also ignore it. I suppose you can also play something like queen b5 and then put the bishop on f8. I guess this is maybe the big difference, right? Because if queen c3 happens in all of these positions, we at least have access to the option of putting the bishop on f8 and just solving the pressure to the g7 pawn that way, which means that we will never ever have to consider playing f7, f6. Yeah, I like this. Suddenly white structure is a bit loose. And
yeah, and provoking a3 is very useful because as you're saying, this is now potentially a target for all kinds of counterplay on the queen side. And that actually rounds out the opening phase everywhere. So where do we go?
Oof, good question. We could check in at Rapport Caruana. There's been an unexpected move on the last turn. Rook h6, which is very clever. Escaped my attention, I must admit.
Bishop b5 did happen. GH, on the other hand, did not. So we're guessing, because Fabi is almost 5 minutes up from his starting time. This is clearly not being ad-libbed. GH must have something wrong with it, and Fabi just takes on c3. And now that c6 is hanging, rook h6 is a like somewhat weird looking, but a logical way to avoid the threats against the knight while not compromising. Like, you don't really want to be playing bishop g7 because it opens up long castles for white. And you want white to at least force you to move away with a move like f3.
Yeah, this is fascinating, I've got to say. People do anything nowadays for these Carlsbad structures. But I'm struggling to find a productive plan with white that doesn't involve f3.
Yeah.
And as you say, f3 comes with a lot of risk attached.
Yeah, if you take on g5, it feels like you've really improved black's fortunes here, because you now playing f3 will be much more difficult. Your king is still stuck in the center, and he also brought black one move closer to castling queenside. So hg, I think, is very low on the list. And yeah, f3, what are we doing? Specifically, are we going gh, or are we just moving the bishop back?
Yeah, I guess if gh, just knight e2, and I'm not sure who's that's helped. White's knight has a nice home on f4. I'm a bit reluctant here as black. Bishop d7, although you still have queen g5 coming very quickly. I mean, yeah, actually, this is far from clear. Bishop d7, knight f4, queen g5, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think I'm picking white here, but I'm not doing it very confidently. Like some queen e1, queen takes h4 ideas.
Okay. I mean, black castles queenside, I guess.
Yeah, and now a very big question is, do I have time for this or not?
Yeah, rook e8, perhaps. Well, there's some further calculation needed.
I can even maybe still do this, right? And claim that I'm a little bit better, because the knight will return to f4 and the pawn on h5 is still somewhat vulnerable to things.
Yep, maybe.
And stuffs. Things and stuffs.
Yeah, I mean, this looks at least semi-logical. I don't know what else White can try. f3, I guess, if black doesn't take on h4, maybe just bishop d7.
Yeah, but I think we can just continue saying we don't have to commit either.
Okay, and I get a similar, I mean, pretty much a transposition if I take
GH transposes, or you can look for something stronger, but I'm not sure exactly what that is. Like knight e7 hangs the pawn on g5. a6 feels like a wasted tempo because I don't think white will be very unhappy about, dropping the bishop back to d3, for instance. Queen e7 exists as a move, but after queen e7, we can maybe claim that we've won that battle of making you take on g5 in 2 moves and instead of 1. g2 I don't think is very available because, I mean, this rook probably, but it lands on g8 and it will cost black a bit. And yeah, I want to play knight f4 next move. Yeah, I'm very impressed with Fabi's, as usual, general level of preparedness. But I have to say,
You still choose white.
Yeah, if you showed me this position without the clocks and without the names, I would choose white, I think, every single time. But knowing this is specifically Fabi's prep does make you, wonder a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, white's done nothing wrong. White's played some very solid moves, so it feels like you shouldn't be too worried for report. But yeah, we'll check back in.
And we might have a board disappearing off of our screens pretty soon. I'm kind of hoping it doesn't happen, but I will point out that this is the current position in the game between Levon and Wesley. And queen a3 is a very, very clear-cut draw for because after bishop b2, the queen most likely goes back to b4.
Yeah,
and then white has the option. And you can play something like queen f4, but it gets chased around. I don't think it does very much.
It's another draw, maybe queen h4, bishop e7, queen f4, bishop d6.
Yeah, you do have queen h5 here, which is maybe a little bit playable.
Queen
Even
c5.
Though, yeah, like, are you better in this endgame? Doesn't really feel like you're much better, right?
Like puts a bishop on e6 very quickly. And
yeah, if I had time enough to sort of immediately go knight g2, knight e4, maybe I would have some claim, but knight g2 currently gives up control over the very important d4 square. I think black is sort of immediately better after bishop d4. Well, I mean, maybe better is a bit strong, but definitely not worse. And if you have to spend a tempo on e3, very difficult to imagine how black does not consolidate here and equalize quite comfortably. So yeah, always a bit sad when players of, this strength sort of just compare notes in an opening somewhere, but it does happen.
Can white keep the queens on? Maybe queen c2. I mean, queen f4 looks more active, but
yeah, one of those squares. Yeah,
at least I escape any immediate queen trades. Knight b4, maybe queen e4. Yeah, I mean, I'm also semi-expecting bishop b2 and at least a repetition of at least once, but
at least once, yeah, very possible. But this is a good thing about Wijk, and this is why I think we like this tournament so much as viewers, is that even if that repetition does end up happening, there is still so much going on in the day. The fact that this is a 14-player field more or less ensures that even a very dry kind of a theory-heavy game like this, where both players sort of know that precise solutions do equalize and perhaps decide to have a bit of a rest day and a half here, because tomorrow is a rest day, but a rest day and a half. You still have 6 games here and 7 games in the challengers to look forward to.
Yeah, and it does feel like the general kind of percentage of these uneventful draws is low in Wijk compared to other tournaments, maybe because of the length of the tournament, maybe because they have this habit of inviting the young, hungry players these days. Maybe we can check in on Giri against Carlsen, because this one still looks very theoretical. I think I've seen this position as well. d6, e5, queen d7, trying to get the queens off. And the question for Giri is, do you take the queens? The problem is queen f4 maybe.
Queen f4 is playable, right? Because d5 doesn't
rook d7
doesn't actually work, because I don't think this rook is. If all else fails, we can just take on a7. Like if it threatens to get captured, yeah.
Yeah, it's important that castle queenside, rook takes e7. There's no time for rook d1 because of rook d1.
Castle's queenside, yeah, very missable, because I think And I mean, it has been missed by a lot of people, including very strong players over the years, who sort of forget that only the king cannot pass through an attacked square. The rook passing through b8 doesn't really matter at all, and these squares aren't attacked, so you can actually legally castle here.
Yeah, it's like that Wesley So incident in the Fischer random. Can't castle when you're in check or through check. But yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't quite work for black. So if queen f4, is this where we're I think we expect.
I guess we go knight h5, right? And the queen has to go to some weird squares. You actually, yeah, it's difficult to name a good square, right? Because you would like to go to a4, but that straight up loses to knight takes e5. And you're not in time to take on e5, and then the knight disappears and it's no longer there, and you're just 2 down. Yeah, there are some games which went like this, obviously, but these types of positions, this is a bit of a hot take, but as a Grunfeld player, I'm very tempted to take black.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Peter.
Yeah, and I mean, I will absolutely claim that if you give black time to long castle here, black is like borderline winning. But of course, what you start with rook e1 check, and then with the connection between the rooks broken, I don't know if king d8 or king f8 is more precise. I'm tempted to go to g8 simply because, you know, control of the d7 square is all important. With the connection between the rooks broken, I suspect it's not horrible for white at all, but I'm still completely fine playing this with black.
Long term, you might round up the d6 pawn. I do remember a New in Chess yearbook article on this exact position, pretty much, but I don't remember the conclusions of that survey. I think black is just completely fine.
Yeah, our chat says Royce only gives king f8 there and says white is a bit better after knight c3. Also possible, like, obviously, it's very important that the king is not castled, and whichever rook you leave somewhat stranded will be somewhat stranded. We'll see if Anish goes here. Another option would be, I guess, something like queen c2, maybe. And then black will have to play very precisely, because now you cannot take on e5. I assume you go for some position like this. Question mark.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on a second. Do we have this move here?
I was about to suggest, but it feels super risky.
Yeah,
just
like
knight
c3.
c3.
What are we doing here? Yeah, this looks incredibly risky.
Yeah, bishop f6, but it's.
Can we really not take at all? Like, are we sure we cannot take?
Knight b5.
Knight b5. I want to play knight b4. This is the one that I thought I sort of calculated, but maybe I'm still losing to queen a4. I don't know. My point being that knight d6 runs into queen d6 and queen f5 check. I still have queen e6. Yeah, I think I'm doing really well here, but there are other moves here. Let's not get carried away. Let's leave them stewing here a little bit.
I was just going to say e5. It will be a bit funny if black plays knight d5 back to this.
Hang on.
I don't know if it's possible, but just a bit of chess humor.
But then after e takes d6, you have to make some weird decisions, right? Because this will not work, because I have a check from e2 suddenly.
Yeah, I don't think it's objectively correct. It's just a bit of geometry.
Yeah, would be very funny. Let's briefly check in with the challenges, because people were saying there are some very funky positions there. But I'm currently, hang on a second, I'm having a bit of an issue with the challengers boards. But I have okay, that's not as weird as I thought it might be. Somebody mentioned there is a king on f3 on move 17 in a game between Ivic and Vaishali, and I thought this will be very exciting. But this is just all theory. Somewhat shockingly maybe for some people, but these are now very heavily discussed positions in the four knights. This is the Sicilian four knights, to which I think the most objectively ambitious reply is exactly this. And then we get these types of really, really unusual looking positions where the king often goes forward and sort of continues going forward. And f3 is a pretty safe square, actually, in all of these. Have you had an occasion to look at this recently?
Not for the last 2 or 3 years. I remember looking at the four knights in general quite a lot after the Grand Swiss in 2019, because it kept coming up there. It was very highly topical. But it's simply not a main part of my repertoire. I always kind of believe in white's position somehow, that black is living life on the edge, but at least strategically. But
yeah,
it seems
absolutely.
like
I think it's very
solved.
risky. If you know what you're doing with white in particular, like getting here with your analysis sort of still ongoing is sort of required, because there's a lot of intricacies here, and black does have a lot of very unusual counterplay very often. Like you have to constantly watch out for g7, g5 breaks. The pawn on d7 often just gets given up. It's probably not in this position, but there's definitely some positions where black just goes like king f7 and just says, you can have this if you want, but I will just start piling up on the a file, and then include g5, knight g6 at some point. So yeah, this is a very, very sharp position, but still very heavily theoretical, and it looks like both of them know what they're doing. And just briefly looking through the other positions in challengers, they all look kind of normal apart from maybe this one.
I was going to say this one looks like one of my favorite openings, the C3 Sicilian, where we've had a lot of battles. But I mean, a very modern take. This we can show this h4. Yeah, I mean, I would never have dreamed of playing this my whole career. But
yeah, just h4 here is really kind of striking to me, because these days you play h4 everywhere. But two things to say about this position are the king is not on g8 and the pawn is not on g6.
Yeah. And you haven't developed anything as white, really.
Yeah, so you're doing this more or less into absolutely open air. You're saying wasting these two tempi to gain some space on the king side, and perhaps disincentivize castling king side in some distant future is a good enough investment, which is not at all obvious to me, I have to say.
I've got to say, I'm curious. I know there was a chessable course that came out just a few weeks ago on the C3 Sicilian. I haven't had time to take a look yet. Maybe this is suggested
by.
I think it was it Rustam and someone? I need to double check.
Yeah, chat will know. Yeah, if you mention this, chat will know. Yeah, will Ganguly and Rustam. Yeah,
yeah, Ganguly and Rustam. Yeah, and I heard there were some really creative ideas there. I haven't had time to look. I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of them. I mean, of course, instead of h4, bishop c4 or knight c3 are the two main moves, but yeah, those are far too boring.
Yeah, and I've had a lot of very, very harrowing experiences trying to play this position with black without ever actually preparing it. Like I think I've had this on the black side maybe 3 or 4 times, and I've always done this without spending a minute in my entire life analyzing it.
Which is one of the riskiest lines for black.
I think it's probably not the right way to do it, to be honest. Because this is extremely, extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
You really are advised to have some clue. I haven't even lost every single one of them, but they were mostly blitz games, which probably explains why I haven't lost every single one of them.
I mean, taking this on in blitz as black without knowing, wow.
Yeah.
It's another level of courage. But
yeah, I feel like all of these games are reasonably recent, and they're more or less explained by me just becoming progressively bored. Like I just feel that, you know, as I say, just to feel something, you know, like
fair enough.
You know, you do things just to feel something, and this definitely, you know, comes under the header of feeling something, because you feel like existential dread to the levels that are probably not advisable. Yeah,
not in a good way. Wow.
Yeah. So we have this position. We have some very kind of slow anti-Merans. Yilmaz Varmadam. Max plays a very solid opening after the actually what turned out to be a very exciting endgame. You know, it after move 40, I think it had every reason to be a kind of a slow and boring-ish conclusion to a game in which he struggled out of the opening against Elina Roberts. And then it became exciting again. Probably not in the way he wanted.
Yeah. He'll be glad he's not playing Elina again today.
Yeah,
in this position, for sure. But this setup also very solid.
Elina is playing white against one of the rating favorites of the tournament. I mean Tabatabai, and this is kind of curious. This is a Richter Rouser in which Amin played bishop d7, and Elina instead against this has done something which I think would have been completely unthinkable in the years when I was a semi-active player of the Richter Rouser with both colors, which was like the mid-90s. The realization that knight takes e6 is playable when bc is a move that you can make. I think people only sort of started slightly entertaining that thought maybe in those years. In particular, there was the line which I think made all of us kind of sit up and take notice. And these days, I think this is just considered to be unplayable, and people specifically choose other move orders not to allow this. The existence of this line, I think, was the very, very early warning that something that we all thought was just wrong, because nobody ever, wants to allow black to capture towards the center in the Sicilian, give black this wonderful pawn center and blah, blah. All of those things were considered to be just kind of wrong on a very fundamental level. And then people realized that white just has tremendous dark square control. Jordan's favorite idea of putting the queen on g3 is extremely strong. Castling kingside often is fraught with extreme danger. Like there are lines like bishop e2. I'm not sure if I'm not bungling the move order, but lines like this, and then suddenly the rook comes to g3 and you get mated. So people were only just starting to realize that you can actually take on c6 in a lot of these structures. And these days they do it in every single position, which is evidenced by Elina just snapping on c6 after bishop d7, where, untold generations of players would just play queen d2 without thinking, because that's what you do.
Even in the French nowadays and other Sicilians, like you say, knight takes c6 is just played on autopilot nowadays. But I'm not sure about what she's done, giving up both giving up the bishop pair here.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. This is a decision that I would not have taken lightly, but she seems to be quite confident about it. EF queen d3. I think queen d3, maybe you could have not played it immediately, but it's a move that shows good recognition, because you very much, having done all she has done, she now is very committed, I think, to not allowing f6, f5. Because, just to illustrate, like if we make some very indifferent moves here from both sides, I don't know, and we just play, I don't know, h3 here, black goes f5. If this pawn is removed and black gets to play d6, d5, black is instantly a little bit better, because this is a very stupid knight. These two pawns will control it really, really well. Black has a bishop pair. The bishop on e7 will come out to either d6 or f6. Just instantly a very comfortable, preferable position for black. So,
but has she stopped it forever? Because I'd be happy to give up a pawn with f5 a bit later.
Yes.
Bishop e7, castle. I'll play
f5. Absolutely agree with you. Even here, let's say castles, we make one more indifferent move. This is very, very playable for black. I don't know if it's the best, but it definitely is very playable, because these are extremely stupid pieces. They will have to be, rerouted and revived somehow, and it will occupy a lot of time.
Yeah, white's pawn on f5 is superfluous, really. Just bishop f6. Or I think I would take black here every day.
A question in chat, which I also was kind of pondering. What is your take? Would you automatically go EF here? Would you consider GF?
Because, well, I'm a bit biased here, Peter. I don't have too much experience in these rousers with GF. I've got to say, GF always feels a bit risky to me. I quite like it with the pawn on c6, but I'm biased because I play all these Caro-Khans with knight f6, e takes f6. I play that in a bunch of different structures, different openings. So I really I call it the bug house structure, when you have kind of two f pawns, g7, h6, because you can never ever get checkmated. So I like what Tabatabai's done. I think I would have played that automatically.
I don't disagree, but something that you made a bit of a throwaway remark there, that you do like it with the pawn on c6. It actually makes I think a significant difference, because you will play e6 next, and then obviously playing d5 immediately, white probably with the king on e8 just very happily sacrifices a knight there. But sort of long term, you have this really, really beautiful kind of long, wide center where you potentially will have a lot of mobility later on, and you're much less susceptible to, being rammed by 4 or 5 FE, because you still have control. I don't think it's unplayable, but I think I also would probably default to playing EF6 here. Even if we don't consider this, by the way, is on the board now. Even if we don't consider the F5 sacrifices, you can actually prepare it, and like G6 F5 is also not unplayable. And strategically is just going to be very, very good for black if you do manage to land that idea. One final position, I don't want to do all 7 for now, because some of the positions just look theoretical. There is a very kind of a quiet theoretical Catalan in the game between Mishra and Lamy. I'll just bring it on the board for a second, but I don't think we absolutely need to go into the details here. But this is a bit interesting to me. How much of a King's Indian aficionado are you?
From the white side, I quite enjoy it. From the black side, I've dabbled, but not with much enthusiasm or success. How about yourself?
Yeah, this is a kind of a very recognizable, from the structure, you can more or less immediately tell which line it was, and it was actually that line. This is a pure Azamish, which is a bit of a rare guest, I think, at the top level. And also, I think these days when people play the pure Azamish, very often they start with knight g2 or bishop g5, which is a bit of a kind of a somewhat more modern, newfangled way of doing the same thing. But this is the very, very old, very well-established line where after bishop b3, black just goes c5. There was a period when I tried making myself into a King's Indian player. I never really succeeded, but I wasn't a c5 player here. I was playing some random stuff. But c5 has always kind of existed. And White definitely isn't obliged to accept this pawn sacrifice, but they sometimes do. But what interests me is what happened afterwards, because I'm not sure I've ever seen black play this directly with knight g7 and bishop takes c3 before.
Yeah, I'm being told here by a producer that Satiris that this has happened in a game between Van Foreest and Gawain Jones, and I think that game rings a bell. Gawain, he loves taking on c3 whenever possible. Apparently, rook d1 is quite rare. It's debated in correspondence games, but yeah, like you say, it's committal, right, for black.
It is very committal, and also Adiban clearly. I'm guessing he knew that there was a very strong reason to suspect this will happen today, because he is still basically blitzing everything out, and Sindarov is having to think. Even knight takes c4, honestly, is not obvious to me. Like, why are we not including bishop b6 here? If I had to choose, I would very much like to take on c4 with the bishop and just, trade these guys off the board compared to what he got in the game. There must be some tactical reason, but I mean, maybe they're actually actively disliking this endgame, and now some move.
Maybe just take on c4
and king c2. But I should be okay after rook d8, right?
Oh, actually, just one.
Yeah, I should be okay here. In like, at least at first glance, I find it hard to believe we're in trouble. But yeah, White clearly is showing some kind of prep, and now after knight f4, the bishop coming to e6 has been prevented for the foreseeable. White has the bishop pair. Yes, the structure has been somewhat compromised, but black will find it a bit difficult to develop. I assume we go back. I'm guessing some sort of king c2, bishop d7, bishop b2, rook d1, something like this. Yeah, the knight can go to d5 at any point. Still doesn't really feel very disastrous for black.
Yeah, I wonder whether bishop a6 is ever annoying in these types of positions. I don't know if White can be clever about where he puts his pieces. But a knight on d5 also is going to be extremely hard to get rid of for black without creating weaknesses.
Yeah, so some position like this, even though it looks kind of harmonious for black, but exactly the point that you're making. It's just there, and you pretty much never want to play 7 a6. Eventually, maybe f3, f4 will start becoming a bit of an issue.
Yeah,
bishop h4 might start becoming an issue, and it's just kind of difficult to make moves, even if there isn't.
Bishop a6 kind of is already very annoying in many positions.
Yeah. All right, so this is us somewhat done for the moment with the challengers. Let's go back to the Masters. So the Roy's recommendation did happen in the game between Anish and Magnus. And king f8 was preferred to king d8. Yeah, I have a feeling I've looked at this. I have a feeling the file continues something like this, and then we play. But that was like 20. If I have looked at this, it was 20 years ago or thereabouts. So obviously my memory is a bit fuzzy.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember what I've looked at like 3 months ago, let alone years ago.
It's just basically some, remnants drifting up from your, very, very deep memories.
This looks at least a pleasant version for White, where
it doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, doesn't look bad at all.
Impeded.
What are the other options? Still following Carlsen Pelletier. Apparently, we're being told by chat, which went knight b4 bishop g5, knight c2, rook e7.
In
So
deal-
Magnus has some direct experience with this.
Mhm. And Magnus is thinking, so reluctant to play knight b4. Is that the game Pelletier beat Carlsen? I know he did once in Biel, quite an impressive game. A few years ago now. Need more information.
Yeah, I have no recall of that whatsoever. Let me, as usual, you can just, a very nice life hack is that you can actually Google, the syntax would be chess games and then space and then one name versus and then the second name, and that gives you the very direct results, and takes 3 seconds.
Nowadays, I just Google the name, Howell, Svidler, Chess24, and it'll come up.
No, that might give you the video series, but no, yeah, unfortunately there are no games. So hang on a second. We're looking for a Queen's Indian, which Magnus played with the white pieces somehow. Queen's Indian. Hang on a minute.
I can pull up ChessBase as well if we.
No, I think I have it. I have it. So after rook e7, no, Magnus won that game.
Okay.
After rook e7, the game continued. Bishop f3, bishop f3, bishop g5.
Magnus was on the white side of this. Okay.
Yeah, and Magnus eventually won this position. It doesn't look all that hopeless. Yeah, I think it was some kind of a really nice, really nice positional masterpiece, because Black survived. I don't know how interesting it is for our viewers to continue from here, but it's kind of a very instructive, typical, Magnus triumph, because he ended up winning a position like this: bishop b7, rook h6, d7, rook d6, bishop c8. This check happened. The rooks came off the board. There is a point why I'm doing all this. So check, king f1 back, h3, no, h4, king e7, and then eventually this was traded for this. And at that point, I think very many people would just assume that draw will, be coming within the next 5 minutes. And Magnus just quietly won that position because he has a slightly better bishop, the slightly better structure. Like if we talk about structures here, the white pawns are a lot less vulnerable. There's a very, very beautiful square for this bishop on c4. The knight is maybe, ever so slightly misplaced, but still, I think very, very many people would just immediately assume there's no way a strong grandmaster, and Yannick, of course, is a strong grandmaster, loses this with Black, but lose it he did.
Wow. So again,
night before played actually by Magnus.
Wow. So he might be banking on saving a position such as that one.
No, I think he probably knows how not to get it, because I think even if he would very confidently hold it with Black, I don't think it's anybody's dream to actually, go directly into a position like this and then hold it 50 moves.
But it does look like for the first time in the game, he has paused, slowed down. I spent a bit of time on the last few moves. So, yeah, I mean, maybe he's also kind of hoping that Anish isn't too familiar with the details. That's not 100% obvious, I guess. Bishop g5, rook e7.
Yeah, and also chat says that bishop g5 is inaccurate. I don't know what is accurate then, because it does look like a very, very logical move. If this is a way to stop Black from cashing in with knight c2, I think. And also, we should probably try to explain why Black cannot just take on e7. And I think the reason is after d7, king e8, knight b5. I don't think knight b5 f6.
But even there,
why is this not playable?
Oh wait, I was going to say rook e1 there. Whoops. Can we take
start
the
with
other
c1 at somewhere? Yeah, but I want to play f6 anyway.
And there's no reason we can take with the other bishop, or with the other piece. Bishop takes e7, maybe.
Yeah, this is what chat is telling me. That you're actually not. I was very much hoping to go for mate here until I realized f6 is a move you can play. Yeah, so you're supposed to take with the bishop, but then it's in a way even more interesting to me because you have to
rook c1, I guess.
Yeah, and then maybe something like knight e5. I
mean, knight e5, bishop h3. There's a few options, right?
Yeah, this one is very critical, probably.
Could perhaps play. Yeah, no, a3 wasn't quite working. Bishop h3 looks tempting.
Very tempting, yeah, because I was looking at a very sort of similar in spirit position, and at first I thought this is the one you were referring to. But I mean, black would be much happier to have their bishop on h3 and not the white one. And if you take on a3 and takes on d7, the bishop survives, which I think makes white's prospects of actually landing that pawn on d7 much better.
Yeah, it still looks scary for black.
Does look very scary. We'll wait for Anish to decide. In the meantime, yeah, I'm very curious. This is I have a very bad habit of calling these types of approaches Scandinavian minimalism, but neither of the players are really all that Scandinavian.
Yeah, I mean, this one is not exactly a thriller minute type of position.
Yeah, you still get a bit of a pull, I guess. You play d4, knight f7, knight c4, right? Yeah. And you ask the question. And if black is actually obliged to do this, then yes, the material balance is very, very symmetrical and very level, but you have the slightly better version of the centers, and I guess you have some ideas like this. Yeah.
Maybe black doesn't need to rush with e takes d4, maybe rook a d8 first.
Yeah, just go rook a d8.
It's unclear how white improves.
I think we probably still go for this, but then e5 is extremely well protected, and we can just do something slow. Like I will, although the more you think about it, like I wanted to just say I will play king g8 and then rook c8, but then we end somewhere here, and maybe somewhere here you start feeling that maybe you haven't completely equalized.
I'm still skeptical that white should have anything too serious.
I agree.
Maybe
I agree, but. At least there is a feeling that maybe some progress is being made. Also, maybe
d8. I'll hold that one. But b4,
something. I don't know.
You're right. It's not kind of a type of position you can relax too early.
Yeah, and honestly, I would be a complete non-believer in all of this, if not for the fact that at some point I've had an occasion to discuss this specifically with Kirill Alexeyenko, who's been playing a lot of Gioco Pianos and Gioco Pianissimos, and his understanding of these structures is like vastly superior to mine, because I'm at best an amateur player of all these structures, and for him it's the absolute main line that he employs. And he was telling me that very often it's nowhere near as harmless as they might look, all of these positions.
Okay, we'll see how Prag tries to defend it. I'm expecting knight c6 or knight f7.
And in the meantime, Anish goes knight e5.
Okay. Can black not just take this, though? It feels very slow. Knight takes c5. What's the idea
you're taking
there?
with a knight, I guess, yeah?
Yes.
Rook b7, bishop b7, rook d8. I would assume, right?
Yeah, there's also maybe an argument for rook b8, but I'm not sure whether... forcing the white bishop to e4 is a benefit or not.
Yeah,
now, now either knight d3 or rook d8. Or...
kind of a weird two-step to sort of close the file a little bit.
Yeah, but then again,
also stop the knight from coming to e4.
Yeah, that was the idea. But then again, I don't have a threat of knight c2 anymore, so maybe just rook. Oh, but rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Unless c4 works, specifically c4, try and steal to land it on d3, because if we succeed in moving it back, like if we actually get to play a3 and the knight has to go back, I feel like we might not like it very much as black here.
Yeah, tactically, there's there's no route for that knight, right? On b4, you can't go to c6 because of f4.
So what about this one?
Okay, so knight c2 still on the cards. Rook d1 again. At least there's minimum knight c2, knight d4.
Yeah, we can try doing this, right? Because knight c2, I mean, you have to calculate, but I get the feeling I won't mind all that much. And in this position, I want to play, I don't know, knight b5 or knight b5 probably.
And if I just come out again, knight c2.
I was hoping I will be able to land bishop d5, rook e7 quickly enough, but maybe I'm not in time, Or
Rook e7, I could take d6 maybe. So.
Yeah, it does feels like I want to make too many moves in a row here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And chat is saying that this is fine, supposedly.
Yeah, I'm not that surprised it's fine for black. Just white has spent a lot of tempi kind of getting the bishop pair now and messed around with his queen quite a lot. Knight e5 costs a few moves. But then again, yeah, Magnus still has maybe a couple of questions to answer. Knight takes e5, rook d8 looks very sensible.
It looks very logical. It definitely is the first thing that comes to mind. I don't think it makes any sense to take with the bishop because you do want. I mean, unless you just win the pawn on d6 straight away after something like rook b8, but sort of on general ground, it feels much less on point.
Bishop b4.
Yeah, bishop b4. Yeah, you will not like it. Like some position like this, you will hate.
Yeah, rook d1
great. And
rook
d1 might just be straight up winning. Yeah, so I think we always taking with the knight, and then looks like we probably play rook d8, and the ball is very much in white's court here as to how you want to proceed. Rook d1 does exist, sort of sidestepping all of the threats, but as you mentioned, this option exists and looks very attractive.
Knight e4 here, maybe.
True.
True. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something more accurate than knight c2. I guess we can aim for that next move. We can. What else can we do in the meantime? Knight c4, perhaps.
Knight c4, yeah, that exists. That exists because we do want to get rid of this guy.
Would love to round it up. This doesn't really look like a Grunfeld. You were right earlier. It's very much.
No, this doesn't really. Although there are some positions, like once again, it doesn't take very much to get me off on a Grunfeld related tangent, but there are some positions specifically in the this is not how we get there. C4, G6, G3, Bishop G7, Bishop G2. In these lines, occasionally you would get positions where black has like knights on b4. Like if you look at the old main lines here, which sort of still exist, you would sometimes get similar-ish type structures to what we have to what we have here, but not very similar. Somewhat similar.
Similar structure, at least. Okay. We'll come back to this. Magnus, I think, will play knight takes e5.
Yeah, we were sort of impugning the good honor of Wesley So apparently a little bit because no repetition. Let's play a game of chess. At least I was. I'm trying to kind of collective responsibilities of
smearing my name as well. No, but I'm surprised, I've got to say, because I don't think this is too promising.
No,
white. I just don't see any way that you can claim to be better. Maybe knight e1 and put the knight on d3 in some lines. That tends to be the recipe in these types of positions, but hard to believe.
Yeah, because honestly, like both structurally and also where the pieces are, like it feels like black has the more obvious way to start asking questions here. Okay, if I have this position with the black pieces, I actually am giving up the d file, perhaps, to let's make a move to keep the other rook on a8 and to start digging at the white at the white queen side.
Yeah, I think this is.
I'm not saying this wins, but it's a plan.
That's why I wanted knight e1, just to hint that bishop takes c6 might be on the cards. I'm not sure whether you ever want to change the structure like that, but in some scenarios,
I think it's not unplayable even here because of just how quickly a4 comes in, right? Maybe it's fine even here.
Okay, knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2. I'll have to drop all the way back somewhere, and you can play knight d4.
Something like this.
This is starting to look a lot more sensible for white. I like your knight e1 move a great deal.
Yeah, but
if we want to just equalize, how do we just make sure we're not worse?
rook d1, rook d8, just I mean, really cynical chess, but just for argument's sake.
He's gone knight d2, which is, I assume you didn't want to play knight d2 because it gives an additional option of bishop d5, right? And also, I mean, d3 is a nice square. Nice square, but this is a bit curious to me that he chose this one. I really liked your choice, honestly. Also, what about this?
Yeah, and I can't grab a pawn.
I guess you make an immediate draw if you want by taking, and going knight c4.
Yeah.
Maybe even from a slight position of strength, weirdly, because if this is best play for black, then you will have to allow the rook to land on d7. It's not very much, because I don't think white will be in time to attack f7, and maybe I will just go king f8, king e8, and I think this is fine. But, you know, if anyone is better, if anyone has the more active pieces, it definitely is white here.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I would have thought knight d4 is a very decent choice, because if you go, let's say, king f1, I think knight b5 is potentially very annoying.
Yeah, that looks beyond contemplating.
Bishop b5, f6, and like you start getting like this is very dangerous territory. Like occasionally this works out tactically because you have bishop takes b7.
Rook b2, rook c2, maybe your knight's trapped on b1.
Yeah, but we're definitely entering territory where you will have to find some tactical justifications for the things you're doing, because otherwise you will just be down material. Maybe I can throw in g5, bishop b3, so that the knight on d1 has additional targets, and do it here.
Yeah, knowing Wesley, he's banking on going for that slightly.
Yeah. I don't think he ever allows knight b5. Yeah, I think whatever he's planning here, it's not allowing knight b5.
Yeah, he's got to take on d4.
But then you probably snap on d4, like, because what else can you be? You don't have very many choices. So we take, and rook a d8 is such a strong. I mean, you can maybe throw in e3.
Yeah. Although here rook d6 maybe, and knight c4 is less effective.
Yeah, we take and go c6, right? But then still rook b1.
Or maybe rook b8 rather than c6.
Yeah. Rook b8 and then b6, yeah. Just very level. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, white's not going to be worse, but white is also definitely not going to be better.
That's true.
Yeah, it feels like
this probably continuation.
Yeah, this feels like it will fizzle pretty soon. Jordan is after queen d3, black played bishop d7, not bishop e7. Still fine, I guess. There's no particular reason not to. And now we're playing a kind of a normal-ish Richter-Rouser, but we have a queen on d3 instead of d2. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. It's very difficult for me to judge.
Yeah.
But I think, if anything, it probably is a good thing, because it saves us a tempo we would have to spend on f3, right?
That's true.
This is not hanging. We still have some dreams of eventually maybe landing it on g3.
Yeah, it's interesting that black took on c6 with the bishop. Maybe actually tactically it was necessary. B takes c6. We were talking about those structures earlier. Just wasn't quite playable. Rook d8. Yeah, but how does Jordan build up? This is where I kind of struggle in these open Sicilians. I never know when kind of black is staying flexible like this, whether to attack f3, g4, h4, just kind of preempt, get ready for any pawn storm.
Yeah, it feels like with the king on e8, and also black seemingly very prepared to play d6, d5 at any moment. Yeah, this is a bit too slow. Like I don't think you will have time to play all those moves and also not have something happen to your center.
But then that begs the question: what else? Do you kind of hint at breaking with e5 yourself as white? Maybe queen e3 and just stay flexible again. Rook d2.
I like queen e3. I think I just want
to play b5, knight d5 or something like this.
Yeah, I'm not sure if b5 is even very high on the agenda. It feels like
I mean that's just the trick I'm aiming for. At least.
Probably this counterplay is more on topic. I'm probably always just starting with bishop b7 to see where I stand. I'm not that worried about queen g3 here. Maybe I should be, but I'm not. Rook he1 chosen instead.
Okay.
Well, here in particular, I wanted to say here in particular we go bishop b7, but actually with the queen still on d3.
And queen g3 makes more
sense. Is it entirely unreasonable to go d5? Ah, yeah. That might be the explanation, right?
Oof. That could hurt, yeah.
Yeah, that could, yeah, because there seems to be no good way of meeting this. Okay, let's not blunder that. Let's go bishop b7.
Bishop b7, queen g3 still.
Yeah. Even d6 is hanging still, yeah.
That was the idea, but I don't know if you can ever take on e4 in favorable circumstances. I don't see a way really to defend both pawns.
Hang on a second. No, my plan was to play g5.
Okay.
I didn't actually see that d6 is hanging, but you've actually worsened the opposition a great deal by putting the rook here. Because I now have this tactic.
Oh my gosh.
Which looks like it's just winning on the spot, right? Because
okay,
there is this
detail.
Yeah, there is this. Hang on, it doesn't, yeah. Because I have queen b8.
Oh wow.
This is unplayable for black because queen b8 wins in the end. This is all kind of funny.
Now you have to bail out with queen takes d1 and take on e4. Hope.
No, I think, yeah, like in terms of bailouts, we have this, which actually might not even be all that bad. Queen b8, queen d8.
Yeah.
You have queen e5, but I'll take on c3, I'll castle. Yes, I had to play g5, but I also, as black, managed to get a lot of pieces off the board. I don't think black is really struggling here at all.
I'd be slightly concerned after a move like h4, but...
yeah, I love. Actually, yeah. I'm sort of not in time to like. It's very important that this diagonals be like. If I could play queen f6, king g7 here, or the other way around, I think I would feel entirely safe.
Yeah.
Despite the h file even being opened, because you just never get mated in those setups. But
maybe you take on h4, queen g5, queen g7, something like that. So.
Yeah, I like this. I like this very much. Yeah, queen g5, rook g8. Force you to even win it back first.
Yeah.
And then I'll play queen g7. Yeah.
Okay, so that would be a cool variation if it happens.
Yeah, and the point was that, like, if the bishop goes somewhere, first of all, e4 is hanging. And even if it's not hanging, I also have this option, right? Which probably forces the queens off. And then we get a kind of a normal Sicilian endgame where black shouldn't really be doing all that poorly. Even though,
an f4 here, maybe.
I'm blundering, yeah. I sort of oscillate between seeing some tactics and then missing some one movers, which is exactly how things should be. Yeah, I mean, not queen e5. Obviously not queen e5.
Not here, but it's an idea at some point.
Yeah, maybe we just kind of close our eyes and say we have an extra pawn here. Drop it to g6.
Yeah. Bishop d4.
Bishop d4, I actually will probably once again
E5.
close my eyes and play e5.
Yeah, queen e3. But maybe bishop c2 is.
I'm very scared. Even after that, I'm very scared.
Actually,
wait a
c2
second.
doesn't work.
So queen e3 is basically a threat against anything here, right? So even if, let's say, I don't play e5, I still have to have a reply to this. I mean, this is really. It looks like I'm castling into it a little bit, but at least here after queen e3, I could maybe entertain some ideas of positional exchange sacrifices like this.
Also, queen f5, I think, would have saved material.
Yeah, that's a good point. Queen f5 and c2 is hanging, and I even have further squares down this diagonal if I need to.
Last resort.
Yeah, it's an interesting position. It's plenty to discuss. In the meantime, just briefly, this one will very, very likely be a draw. I think rook d6 is a very sane decision, as you mentioned, just so as not even to allow white to assume any control.
Yeah. I mean, there's process of elimination. There's literally nothing white can try other than knight c4 or e4.
Rook a8 is a threat. If you go knight e4, you are immediately quite seriously worse.
Yeah.
With this coming in and the bishop pair, like this is unthinkable. Knight c4 is like strictly the only move you can even make. We take. Yeah, I think c6 is playable, but I think what you're saying is absolutely right. Just go rook a b8, put the pawn on b6. And then, like, the g-file, the bishop on e6 is there for all eternity.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they even play very far from here. they find a way to like trade all the rooks along the d file. Like in this position, you go rook d1, b6, and at some point, some sort of nudge, wink, wink happens, and the rooks get traded along the d file.
That's a good way of describing top level repetitions.
Yeah. I think it basically is what happens, right?
I know what you mean. You do make eye contact if it's a dead drawn position.
Yeah,
it's like, we'll find a way. But I don't think there's a rule, like you said yesterday, on draw offers. So maybe one of them will just kind of, take the lead. And
in the meantime, in our headliner game, this is the position on the board. So far we discussed this idea, and there's also the idea of starting with knight c4, trying to make knight c2, knight d4 stronger for the future, and perhaps even put the bishop on d4 in some positions.
Yeah. Because knight e4 is slightly annoying as a threat for Wijk here. So
yeah, I wasn't able to find anything here that satisfied me immediately. Because like we're a little bit stuck. I don't know what the threat is. Maybe something like b4 is a threat.
Knight takes f6, bishop h6.
Oh yeah. I mean, apart from the obvious, which is very relevant. I remember I tried to calculate whether this is okay. And then I kind of became discouraged for some reason. First of all, I think because knight takes f6 isn't even forced. You can start with bishop. No, knight e2 check though, yeah.
All right.
Hang on, this might be relevant now.
Okay, maybe we can check that position after knight d6 then.
Yeah, so knight f6, knight d6. You have knight h7, but I don't think I'm much worse here. Although
I think I'd still take white, although maybe knight e2 you could remove one bishop. I don't know if you can get away with.
That's a very good point.
Rook h. Oh,
you can maybe even take, right? Because
rook h6 is coming back.
Yeah, so maybe you have to even go king h1, which is a very awkward move to make, and then I think this has to be okay. Rook e6, king e7. This has to be fine. Yeah, but on the other hand, if the pair would survive, I would definitely be picking white, which maybe means that we have to investigate bishop a6.
Yeah,
to stop knight e2 check, because I don't think knight f3 check does anything. Chat says knight f6, knight d6. Where were we?
It feels like there should be
bishop g5, which I missed, but I still am not losing any material because d8 is protected. Yeah.
What's the idea here then? Just b4 at the end, or no?
I don't know. Somewhat shockingly, not everything chat says is always the first line.
We trust them too much.
Yeah, maybe before, but I mean, I'm not altogether convinced this is so great.
Wait, also isn't there knight
f3, knight g5? Yeah, hang on.
Bishop g5 can't work then, sure.
Yeah, no. I mean, there was a bishop on d7 on the previous move, but
even then, that's two pieces hanging. After knight f3, bishop f3. Oof.
Here we would just a piece up if we do this. Yeah, so no, I think bishop g5 doesn't straight up doesn't work.
After knight takes d6, I mean, I really want to kind of get a position of domination, but like rook d4 or c4,
let's
just
take
move the
look.
bishop. But bishop, some c6 maybe.
Yeah, this forces us to play king g8, right? This is the point, because by taking away the d7 square, we make sure that the king cannot go into the center, because it suddenly, well, it doesn't get mated. We have knight e4, but it costs us too much. So king g8. But the problem is
knight f5
there is no follow-up, and knight f5 is coming, right? So
if we could somehow put our bishop on d3 and then just g4,
I mean, you can still sort of discuss it, but I don't believe it. There's just going to be... We're so far away from creating an actual threat.
Yeah.
And black does have their own runners.
Yeah, not quite enough, most likely.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the person who suggested this meant b4 here, but this will be too slow, because, the knight c6 or knight e6, or the open, or even just very simply something like this. Black does have a very, very good position here.
Yeah.
because we preserve everything. We don't lose any material. Yeah, very curious position. Don't know how in depth we're supposed to go here, because I get the feeling that it's rich enough, despite, this is one of those endgames which isn't really an endgame. It's like a queenless middle game, I think, is a better way to describe it, right? It's not really an endgame yet.
Yeah.
And there's plenty here to talk about, and I think we could just ignore all the other boards and continue talking about this sort of almost ad nauseum, but...
there's still action elsewhere, luckily enough. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty to calculate here. I'm not sure what we would say is the most exciting game other than this.
We have our weird-ish, well, not quite Ragozin, in which some events have happened. The move h takes g5, which I don't think either of us were a huge fan of, did happen. Queen g5, queen c5, a6, bishop e2. So Richie is trying to castle queenside, but it's still sort of tricky because if you do castle, you have to at least contend with the fact that g2 is falling, which is not just because it costs you a pawn, but also because it gives black an outside passer on the h file, which is always very worrying. He took on g4, but then once again, this is illegal. So he's having to spend time on queen c2, and I assume queen e2. But this is still kind of sharp, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends whether black can keep the queens on or whether white does get greedy and take on h5, for example, if queen g6. Or...
Yeah, I'm looking specifically at the move queen g6, because if you, I want to play h5, h4. If you castle long, this is just going to be very, very awkward. So you do have to, by this point, bite the bullet and take on h5 with, I assume, the rook.
Yep.
And now I'm looking for a good move for black. Maybe we just play rook h8, rook h6, rook h6. But then the king on e1 is quite safe, right? We can just go rook c1, and eventually it will find a pretty good home on d2.
I could also potentially castle, but it does feel a bit risky.
Yeah, my hope was something like castle queen h7. Yeah, even here though, like b3, king b2. I was, or queen d3. I don't know why I'm being so fancy. Just queen
d3. Maybe I could take on d3 and rook h2 and regain the pawn at least.
Yeah, that's a good point. So queen e2 hasn't been played yet. I guess he is wondering if maybe queen d1 is for some reason slightly more precise, but okay, it's now on the board. Yeah, I was going to say there is no way anyone in their right mind chooses queen d1 over queen e2. And Fabi says, no, I'm not going to be playing any gambits. Let's just go rook h8. Keep the h5 pawn alive.
Yeah. So
how do we feel about the straight up endgame of the queen takes g4?
Yeah, I was going to say, if white wants to play it safe, it should be enough to just hoover everything off. King.
No, I mean, white is, I think, with a structure as healthy as this, white is never, ever worse. The question is, can we be a bit better here by, I don't know, getting the knight to f4 and then doing something Carl's buddy, But without the h-file, with black, I think, having full control over the h-file. And in terms of black structure, the only real, quote-unquote, potential weakness is this pawn on g4. But to play against it, I think you do have to have access to the h-file. And I think all the knight endgames have to be very level.
Yeah, just
takes this is not much. So then it becomes a question, can we keep the queens on and play? Because obviously this endgame is a lot less rosy for black. Yeah, maybe still playable. Maybe you can go like h4, c6, knight g6, and sort of hang on for d alive. But I don't think very many people do that to themselves.
Can black play very directly? Maybe if for example, castle queenside, rook c6 check, queen g6, and h4. Yeah.
Currently, h8 is hanging, anything, which is giving us a tempo to prepare the best square for the knight. Somehow, I don't know, queen f3. Looks a bit iffy. Looks like I'm trying to get mated somehow, but I'm not sure there is mate here.
Minimum, I play rook f6 there and repeat after queen f3.
Yeah. So it's not queen f3, it's something else. But then I'm not sure what it is, because
Knight f1, I don't think you can play. I just take.
Did White offer a draw? Asks chat. I guess, yeah. And in the meantime, Queen takes g4 is on the board, and I think we're being shown this board, and the move is not being made, which absolutely means that a draw was offered here because, yeah. And I guess Fabi said that's very interesting to me because I can't really imagine Black is better here.
Wow,
that is actually quite interesting to me because, yeah, like why are you? Hang on. Actually, I just realized that this particular endgame, maybe I'm a little bit interested. No. F3 and if G3, I have King D3 and D4.
Yeah, this is just still going to be equal after Knight H4 or something like that.
Rook H6 played. Rook C1. Yeah, this is assuming we kind of read the situation correctly there. They're also playing so quickly that maybe Fabi said, like, sometimes your opponent replies,
let's play a few more.
What are you doing, dude? There's a 30-move rule here. And then you make 30. This is also something that occasionally happens. But
yeah, Rook C1 to me, though, it looks a bit kind of wishy-washy. It doesn't really do much, right? I don't see the idea there. Black's king on D7 is a better place now. Yeah, maybe White is the one who still needs to prove a few things.
Yeah, but how do you ever generate a threat here with Black? Like, so you want to play like C6, King E6, F5, Knight C8, Knight D6, Knight E4 or something, yeah? Like
pretty much along those lines. Or maybe after F5, Knight G6, hint to F4. And I don't like what White's done with his pieces because now King D2 or King E2, you always have to at least slightly be concerned about Rook H2.
Yeah, Rook C3 played. I guess he is trying to. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like you C6 Rook B3, you are forcing Black not to play King E6, but you're also misplacing this Rook quite badly.
And when the knight comes around to D6, it will be defending E7.
Yeah,
bit odd.
Just briefly, I think I'll just show this position to the viewers, and we will just tell them when they finally agree a draw. But yeah, our English opening did follow. He actually played C6 and not Rook B8, which I guess means that Rook B1 wasn't creating enough of a threat. But yeah, this is not going to. I mean, they're doing it the very professional way by just trading everything off somehow. But this is a draw. Yeah. And, Wesley actually even went for a pawn down position here, which I think is a kind of a dramatic step, like King B4, Bishop D3, Bishop F5, and then this setup is actually like this is like if you completely check out here. I just like this is not going to happen, but if you completely check out here, like if you go into the corner,
some G6,
and then go to sleep, right? Eventually this will happen, and you will have to start thinking. Maybe you don't lose. Yeah, maybe you don't lose, but you will definitely have to start thinking about things a little bit. But yeah, which makes it kind of interesting that this is the way he chose to make a draw here. But he will make a draw, of course. He will. Anyway,
what's happening in Abdusattorov Maghsoodloo? Looks like
they've been playing very, very. At least Parham has been playing very, very slowly. He did play G6 instead of the move H6, H3, Bishop G7, Knight G3, and he pushed D6, D5 here, which is all very logical. To which Rebek replied with D3, D4, which is kind of a very concrete way of dealing with what Parham is doing, which sort of either works or it doesn't.
And
Parham, I think, thought for quite a while again and played D4. I'm assuming Knight takes E4 is the plan, because this I can't imagine working out too well for White. Like it's still playable, but it shouldn't be very much. Like Bishop B4, Rook B8, and I mean you still probably pick White, but margins are extremely slim.
B4 looks like
B4 counterplay. Even this position you generally don't lose very often.
Yeah, strong bishop pair. Yeah, I'm struggling to see what else.
And the quote from the regulations there in chat. Thank you very much by Foxuba. The direct quote is: "The sponsor and organizing committee respect it a lot when draws within 30 moves or within 3 hours of play will not be seen during the event. The players who will not respect this ethical rule might risk not being invited for future Tata Steel chess tournaments." So a kind of a gentleman's agreement there. Nothing, as in the very, very kind of old Linares tournaments, they tried actually writing this into the rules that they went sort of halfway. They said we will not be tolerating short draws and or grandmaster draws. I think that was sort of specified that they don't like those, but they also did not really try to quantify what they were, which led to some kind of funny situations where, people would make a short draw and then say, I played a novelty in the Grunfeld and my opponent reacted correctly, and it was a perpetual by move 27. And, if this feels oddly specific, it's probably because I have a specific game in mind.
I was about to say it. That sounds like
So obviously, like, if you really don't like this happening in your tournament, you put it down in sort of cast iron writing exactly what you want not to happen. The way they phrased it, I think, betrays the understanding that you can't really avoid it if players really want it to happen. But it does indicate that they would very much like if people didn't do it.
Nobody really wants to end up on the naughty list of tournament organizers. Nobody wants that reputation. But, okay.
So d4, knight takes e4, ed4 has now been played by Parham, who is also 40 minutes behind on the clock, right?
Yeah.
No, that's actually more than 40. Yeah, that's 50 almost. The big question, of course, is the move bishop g5.
Yeah, and there's a threat. Knight takes f6.
There is definitely a threat because there will be an intermediate rook takes e8 in within the captures. I'm guessing bishop e6 is the reply because nothing else really feels like it's doing very much against the generated threat. And now we just go, I don't know, c takes d4. And we claim that this is an absolutely unbreakable pin. To which black replies, unbreakable, ha.
This requires a bit of calculation. Or does it?
But then, like takes bishop e4.
Yeah.
Isn't this just kind of winning-ish for white?
Bishop d7 or...
No, but now I can take on h6, Now that I've solved the problem of knight takes d4, I can just be a greedy bastard and just take on h6 and claim that I have everything.
Greed is good. Yeah, actually. Bishop g5 then. I mean,
what is he planning here?
It's a massive threat.
And column 2007 also, I think, absolutely correctly says that, on the topic of greed being good.
Yeah.
This also looks pretty decent, I have to say. Yeah. Thank you, Column. This also looks pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice move order.
Yeah, no, I'm very worried for Parham here, unless we're missing something very simple. But I'm struggling to say what that would be. Like rook e6 is ugly beyond words, and also bishop b3 will re-ask the same question.
Rook f8 just looks too...
No, I mean, rook f8 c takes d4. Yeah, it's... No, you're just not equalizing this.
Yeah, bishop f5, but...
Yeah, bishop g5 played as well, yeah. I'm very, very curious as to what he thinks is good here. Like, no, I'm guessing it is bishop e6, but then after c takes d4, maybe he wants knight b4 first. And then having dealt with all of those pesky d5 threats, he feels he will have enough. But I don't know. I'd be absolutely terrified here with black.
Take knight d5.
It actually sort of survives, right? Because you have bishop f6 and knight f6.
I mean, it is hanging.
But even that, honestly, like takes, I go knight g5. Rook e7 maybe doesn't lose.
Knight e5.
Actually, queen d7, queen d5 is okay. Okay, I'm overselling it a little bit.
Yeah, but you don't need to rush with bishop f6. That might come next move. Maybe knight e5 exactly, or rook c1. Or
no, but this, knight e5 in particular, and now I'm threatening to take on f6 twice and just win the f7 pawn.
rookies. Something bad is going to happen here. Black for sure. Rook e6, I was going to say, but there's all sorts of knight jumps.
Yeah.
Looking very shaky for black.
Yeah, and also I gave up and briefly glanced at the evaluation, and the engine really hates it for black, and it really isn't surprising at all, because you aren't supposed to allow these pins for free. In the meantime,
money for nothing, pins for free.
Exactly. Yeah. In the Geary game, knight c4 did happen. d7, chat was telling us, was the only good move, but it's a very understandable good move. It's not difficult to fathom. Knight c2, knight d4. And now, apparently, the only good move in the position is b2, b4. But once again, I think it's findable.
Okay.
I think it's fine. I mean, depending on how difficult the solution is after rook takes d7.
Bishop a6, perhaps?
Yeah.
Just to gain a tempo.
Yeah, I mean, it allows knight f3 check, but maybe it doesn't do that. No, hang on.
No,
is this good?
Wait, knight d2, I'd missed.
Yeah, because we have knight d2. We have knight d2, and I mean, it's not
d4,
really even in trouble. I have squares.
Yeah.
This has to be fine. Like, black probably isn't better, but this has to be fine.
But definitely not worse after bishop d4.
No, bishop d4, bishop d3. I'm a little bit worried for that knight now.
Okay.
Or f3, I don't know. Some move which denies you the e4 square. I don't know which one I prefer the most.
Okay, so knight d4 and just accept equality. But okay, so knight d4, b4, rook takes d7.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, rook takes d7 apparently is so suspect that the engines don't even play that and play knight e5 instead. But this, I think, is very easy to understand. Like, the line I see on my screen right now goes something like this. But despite black being a pawn up, this is very, very clearly very nice for white. With this construction still being in place, it's going to be very difficult to complete development. c5 is weak. White can just drop the bishop back, start threatening rook b7. Yeah. This position, you show it to pretty much any kind of a competent player. They will pick white despite being a pawn down. Rook d7, on the other hand, is very, very concrete. Is it bishop d5, maybe?
Yeah, I was wondering. Bishop d5 as well.
And yeah, that's what finally somebody... because
there's no.
I think some people were trying to give us an opportunity to think, but that never lasts very long.
Thinking.
Yeah.
Don't put us through that.
Yeah,
knight e5, you just take on c5.
And then we just take on c5, yeah.
Bishop a3 is coming. Yeah. It's horrible. Wow, it can turn this quickly. Okay, b4 is very clever, and like you said, it's, I think, very findable.
Yeah, it's very findable specifically because d7 is hanging, and if you play bishop c8, it just gets immediately attacked and taken off the board by knight d6. So it's not as if it, anything else looks mightily attractive. And you do know that you need to blow this setup up if you can, because it's just like you need to play.
Yeah, it kind of helps that you've been forced to play rook b1, so it kind of opens the door for such tactics. Yeah, b4. I really don't see what else, to be honest. Bishop d5 doesn't make any sense either, really. No knight moves make too much sense after rook takes d7. Yeah. Okay, Anish Giri maybe putting some pressure on.
Yeah, in the meantime, Fabi's decision not to take a draw has been, I think, somewhat vindicated by events, because if by saying no to a draw in this position, you know you will get this one. I think most people would say no. It's not like your winning chances are huge. I think it still is very much within the margins. But there is absolutely zero risk involved, and you're definitely a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because white now has this Isolani on d4, and the king is still not really in play. Black is, in particular, if you at some point will have to, imagine this happening, and d4 is hanging, you go rook d3, black goes king e6, king d5. It starts looking extremely unpleasant for white.
Yeah, I mean, even knight endgames or rook endgames now might be very difficult.
Yeah,
I don't think white really wants to play f4 in the current position either. Just feels like the white knight's going to be sat on g3 there forever. And
Yeah,
Still
this
some
is a
holes in
very,
the
very
position.
uncomfortable move to settle on. You might have to, like, you might hate everything else more.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, maybe this.
I was about to say knight e2, just, but you are lining the black rook round the back in some positions, rook h1. And...
Yeah, king d2, rook h2 already feels like we've allowed a lot.
Yeah, knight f4.
Knight f4 maybe folds, yeah. But as you can see, we already are kind of solving it tactically.
Yeah, knight b5 might win a pawn here, actually. Just.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it just does, yeah. Rook d3, gf, and knight takes d4 and c5. And yeah, okay, maybe this knight ending is a draw, but like, dude, how confident are you in any of this?
Yeah, like you said, it's already solving it tactically and kind of guessing.
Yeah, it's really curious to me that they seem to have both somehow kind of tacitly agreed that white is a bit worse here, and there's never any time to, I don't know, play knight e2. How is, like, why are we struggling here?
I was expecting him to do this several turns ago, even maybe before, or something along those lines before rook c1, just king d2, knight e2.
On d3, I don't know. It's very strange to me that, you know, they seem to, because the draw offer by Richard also sort of indicates that he would very much like the game to be over now, which, I mean, it's not always because he like is straight up worried he might be worse, but if you feel entirely safe, you generally just like make a few more moves and find a way to trade everything off. So I think it's a bit of a hint that he's not enjoying his position all that much. And Fabi just straight up saying no here is a kind of a very clear indication that he feels there is something here to try.
What do you feel the etiquette would be? For example, Fabi clearly said something to Rapport. Maybe he said, oh, there's a 30 move rule or something along those lines. And maybe Rapport sped up because he assumed that when we reach 30, that we'd get the draw anyway. And suddenly he's under pressure.
That is a bit of a weird one, because if your reply is not no, but actually let's make 30, then what Fabi is doing here is a bit kind of weird, because he is putting some pressure on. Like after f3, like specifically the move rook h4, for instance, like just take and, I don't know, play rook h4 here, allow this rook ending and offer a draw, you know, or whatever. Like even here there are some maybe questions to be asked, but no, I get the feeling he just sort of said no, I would like to play.
Okay.
Because like if it's let's trade some more pieces off, then I think first of all, why just goes king e2 rook h1 without, you know, too much thought, because you just want to get pieces off the board. I think this is probably just a straight up refusal.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, I think king e2, king d2 or something, and rook h1. That's just the professional approach. It's not.
I also I don't quite see what's wrong with it. Let's say king d7, rook h1.
Yeah,
takes. If you allow me to come back via g3, like none of these knight endgames are ever going to be worse. And as we mentioned, knight f5, f3, gf is just absolutely equal. And if you play g3, I will play king g3, I will play e4. Yes, I will lose the g2 pawn for the g3 pawn, but once again, those are just completely equal.
Yeah,
very, very strange that this hasn't been played. And I don't think there's any reason for us to worry about like rook c6 or rook b6. We'll just cover it. And I mean, nobody gives us the h file for free.
We could even have put the king on d2 if we were worried about rook b6. Strange stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of strange to me that like you get here, we haven't really heard them. We saw there was a brief conversation on screen, and also the pause between h takes g4 very much indicates that probably a draw was offered, but your draw was declined, and then you sort of start blitzing these very non-obvious and maybe not even like forced moves. Why not just kind of stop and figure out how to make it so that your opponent, you know, goes back to being entirely uninterested?
Yeah, what's that rook doing on c3? Why did he play e4, give himself a nice Lani?
Yeah, so this is now on the board. King d2, as we've established, runs into rook h2, and you might have to start making some really uncomfortable tactical draws, because your ways to make non-tactical draws might not exist anymore, frankly. Like FG rook g2 probably just loses because you lose this guy.
Also, knight e4 check is.
Oh yeah. The immediate knight e4 check is even a bit stronger for sure. Yeah, so I think you pretty much do have to play king f2, and then black goes rook b1, and
rook c2.
I guess rook c2. Yeah, but
should still be a draw with best play.
Yeah, but yeah, we've not really made it very easy on ourselves. We could also maybe make an argument for trying to provoke a3. Yeah.
Yeah. a3 is at least
so that if we ever land the knight on c4, it lands with a much more decisive effect.
Yeah, you could certainly consider b5 at some point, knight c4.
Yeah.
Okay, he has played king f2.
Yeah, king f2 is on the board, and Fabi is thinking.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
probably if you have to bet here, you still bet on a draw. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there was absolutely nothing for black when this endgame just appeared on the board, and now it's certainly a little bit of something.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Abdusattorov has chosen a move we didn't really consider. I'm not sure whether it's super strong or just unnecessary. Bishop b3.
Yeah.
C takes d4 looked simple and threats created, of course, but bishop b3. Does black have a way to force more material off the board now?
Yeah, it's a strange one because I think it makes it easier to play h6, right?
Yeah,
because we don't have all of those tactics.
There's no d5 anymore coming. I'm wondering what.
And we also move the bishop away from the e4 square. It's a very strange decision. So we go h6, and I guess we do something like this: bishop b6. I would suspect this probably gets you mated in some fashion. Maybe not actually, because I have queen d5.
Maybe not.
Let's assume hg is bad. Yeah, let's assume that hg for some reason is bad. So we do this, this, and here we either take this guy or we take here and here. But I mean, compared to the position we were just watching, this is such a marked improvement in black's fortunes. Lots of material came off the board. We're not down anything. Like white just wins the pawn back that we sacrificed a bit earlier. This is just so much better than what it was. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Bishop b3 just feels like he's trying to be too sophisticated somehow. And maybe just hustling a bit on the clock, just giving the opponent a bunch of options.
Yeah.
I'm not sure h6 is even forced there.
It's not, but it feels like, you know, the moment you are given an opportunity to do something about that pin, you should probably be taking it.
Yeah. Trying to look for ways to kind of give up a piece and grab a bunch of pawns, but I don't think it quite works. Yeah, maybe h6 is the kind of simple approach, usually with half an hour. Yeah,
it's not
along those lines.
I mean, the position still remains very dangerous. And like what this move does is, by keeping the pawn on c3 and not moving it to g4, we're denying knight b4 altogether. We're also denying bishop g5 for forever and ever, which means that your moves are still extremely limited. So I don't know. Like h6 is not very attractive, but what would be the other choice? Like dc actually, or?
I was thinking originally, but I can't quite make it work. Knight takes f6.
Yeah, because we're actually keeping an eye on the b2 pawn, right? Yeah,
I was wondering whether you could take on b3 maybe.
Okay.
And now knight a5.
But now this is a huge threat.
Yeah, I was wondering about knight a5 originally, just to try and get out of. Oh, I don't have anything clever here, do I?
I think you're sort of trying to play yourself back into tremendous difficulty here. I think I understand h6 is not very attractive, but in all of these lines, it feels like, you know, if we don't take it here, we might never be offered an opportunity to play it, and we do want to play it.
This is true.
Yeah.
So yeah, h6. I guess we'll be left with one of those positions you mentioned, and white has to choose where he thinks he can probe.
Yeah. So we'll leave it here for a second, and Magnus did take on d7 after b4, and this apparently is quite bad, as we can see from
the evaluation bar.
Yeah, the evaluation bar is going absolutely crazy, I guess, after bishop d5. Because this is actually a worse version of what we were discussing earlier. Like if you compare this position with whatever happens here, White's play along the b file connected with also bishop a3, it all happens so much faster.
I mean, bishop a3 looks like lights out almost immediately.
It looks like you kind of resign, actually. Yeah, I don't know how to continue. Bishop b7, rook b8 wins material, d4 is hanging, c5 is hanging. You're kind of... It feels like he missed bishop d5, honestly, as I did originally. Like, that would be my only explanation, because I think once you realize this is a move that can be made, you just never, ever play rook d7. Maybe he thought he can make this work somehow, and then he kind of came to the realization that like none of the jumps actually do anything. There are all kinds of jumps here, but they all don't seem to be
95. No, wait, that's 2 pieces for a rook, right?
Yeah,
just to try and
might be the best. Yeah, might actually by this point be the best you have. And I'm also trying to figure out if I can finesse it a little bit by maybe starting with bishop a3, but yeah.
Bishop a3, maybe that was bishop e7 or something.
Yeah, but this is also like you're kind of losing by force here, I suspect. Yeah,
king g8.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not entirely by force, but like you're very likely not to not to survive the immediate kind of onslaught, because you have to make a move. I'll play knight d5.
Yeah.
Like if you imagine White being forced to trade rooks here, I mean, even this position is probably completely winning, because I win the a7 pawn straight away. But with the pair of rooks gone, you do generally have some chances. But in this position, in particular with the rook still stalemated on h8, the fact that White very simply has more pieces in play, assumes absolutely decisive importance.
Yeah, and we can see Magnus really suffering now. I think he's starting to realize bishop d5 was super strong. It's just damage limitation, but we're struggling to see a way.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you do. Yeah, so knight d6 maybe.
Yeah,
but then I mean, once again, like, what's your move in this position? c5 is just falling.
Rook c7.
Nah.
Bishop e7.
Nah, I don't know. Yeah. Or bishop e7 and then something. I don't know what.
So ugly. It feels like
something.
Even a quiet bishop move. Get knight d5 coming. Yeah.
This has to be lost. Like everything we know about chess tells you this is just straight up lost. You don't survive this. Yeah, any square like bishop g2 I like, but also not blundering that 3 check is kind of important.
I guess knight c2 is
small
threat.
So
maybe just bishop move here.
Yeah, just put it somewhere.
I'm also wondering whether you can take on d4 and play knight b5, but
then rook d7. I was maybe
bishop
c6. Yeah, you can.
I mean, something like this feels like it should be winning. But wow, Magnus on the brink.
Yeah, Magnus will I think he took this a little bit too lightly.
Yeah, I'm not even sure exactly where he went wrong, because b4 already looked very strong when it was played. And
somewhere along this sequence, there probably was something stronger. We couldn't actually refute this, right? We did not really land on anything that looked like a refutation. I don't really want to check it, too much, as one more game disappeared. What else could have disappeared there? Fabi just took a draw there.
Whoa.
This is actually kind of surprising to me, because I will just briefly show what happened. After king f2, he took on f3, which I thought was okay. Played rook g1. And in this position, I thought he was just going to go rook g2 and play. But I guess he didn't believe he was better here for some reason. And some move. Rook b3.
Rook b3 maybe, yeah. King d6, king f6.
Because you have king f6 counterplay. Maybe it's not much, yeah. But I assume this is what was going to happen, and instead he just gave this perpetual.
Yeah, it does feel like Fabi just said, let's play a few more moves and get to move 30, and maybe he felt guilty, kind of ethically. It's the right thing to do to agree a draw in that situation.
Honestly, it very much depends on what the answer was. Like, if it was no, you are not, like, there is no ethical obligation for you to make suboptimal moves. But if it actually was, let's make some more moves, then yeah, at some point you find the repetition, because nobody wants to be that guy.
Yeah, but who says no to a draw offer? Either you just play a move, or you say yes normally, right? That's
I don't know. Some people do say I would like to play on for a bit. I don't think like a polite response is out of order. In fact, I think it's a bit of a polarizing one. It's not like it's a very heavily discussed topic, but I believe I've met people who think not replying is a bit impolite.
Okay, wow. I've been rude all these years then, my whole career.
No, hang on a second. Actually, people are saying after king e4, knight e7 is -1.
Actually, knight e7 is a classy move.
Yeah, just stopping king e3. I guess you have to play rook c2, and then I don't know, just go king d6. Just go d5. Continue pressing. Yeah.
This is ugly. I think, that's the only explanation I can come up with otherwise.
Yeah, they probably, were just waiting for an opportune moment somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently Magnus looked horrified a moment ago, so he must have hallucinated or missed something.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's we'll keep an eye on this one, Peter, because this one could be, well, if Magnus doesn't find a good move here, it could be over very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, so far we haven't managed to, locate anything that continues the game very far past move 30, and this is move 24 now. Okay, everything we've seen so far is not even worse. It's very much in the losing category.
Yeah.
The question is how quickly.
I think he's realizing it's in the losing category. You can see on the camera now. And okay, meanwhile, Ding against Pragnananda has barely changed. One set of knights have come off the board there.
Yeah, there were some talking points along the way. After knight f7, Ding played king f2, king e2, which is sort of understandable. d3 is a nice square to aim it towards, and why not? And then Prag took on f3, and this is definitely something that, and Ding took some while on this decision, because creating an even larger center here with gf is definitely not out of the question. But it does generate some counterplay for black as well. And after pondering it for a bit, the Chinese player decides, no, let's play a symmetrical one. Knight f6, knight d2, king g8, rook f1, rook f8. I'm guessing we go king d3, and then we try to provoke e4, e4, and then we try to claim we're a bit better.
Rook f8 is a bit mysterious, I've got to say. But
yeah, I'm also not quite sure what this is.
Perhaps he was afraid of king d3, king c4, king b5. If, for example, he plays knight d7, if all the rooks come off, the white king is marching.
Yeah, and you never really want to play c7, c6, at least for as long as your king is not on e7, because softening up like the pawn on d6 like that will generate like genuine targets.
Yeah, maybe this is unpleasant actually. Simple.
And this is one of those endgames where it feels like it shouldn't be anything at all, but then you sort of continue playing it. You don't make a mistake of just offering a draw and just continue playing it, and it turns out that you're definitely the one who has the more options. The Abdusattorov Maksudlu game did reach this position, and Noribek is now considering where to take. There was a question in chat which I did see earlier: isn't bishop takes a6 just a blunder because of g5? I don't think so, because queen d3 I think is a very good answer, and there's no good way of meeting this threat without losing the g5 pawn. But d takes c3 is very playable.
Queen c2, king h7, I guess is.
Yeah, we have king h7 here, and although I also have knight b4, like maybe rook d1, and then try to play.
And
Queen E8, I guess, right? So the C6 is not hanging, and then I just want to take on B2.
I thought you were trying to suggest knight B4 there, which is also
I
interesting.
missed it. Yeah, Queen B3 and something. Knight D5 maybe simply. It's a good square. I like it.
But actually, wait, rook takes D8 after knight B4.
Takes.
No, this must be good for black, right?
No, this has to be very good for black. It's a bit. Yeah, we're not down enough material not to like this position.
And
after Queen B3, Knight D5, the bishop is still hanging on H6. I am now completely prepared to take on B2. This is fine.
Bishop C1, and you could argue it's very imbalanced.
Yeah. No, I mean, white probably isn't much worse, or maybe not even any worse, but black should also have, plenty of play.
Yeah.
Most of the endgames will be extremely good for black, which gives you a lot of leeway. You can return some material along the way just to get queens off the board. And we're not really getting mated very easily with a knight on G5, right?
Yeah, I guess then with all these things in mind, you'd go for the other option of just taking on F6.
I think so. But then it really is like very, very small margins. I guess you play Queen C2, Knight D4, Knight D4, Rook D4, Queen C7, but I don't know, Rook D2. Yeah, Rook D2. Feels very, very close to just like straight up equality now.
Yes.
I mean, even in that position, like with the pawn on G7, of course, black is better. With the pawn on G6, if anyone has to be careful, it's still black. But I want to say probably a draw.
I mean, yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm starting to find a move here, which is a bit annoying.
Creating a home for the black king on H6, maybe with H5. That feels very, very shaky.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate something like this. Because Rook C7, we just go back to G8, and the rook is in the way of our own threats, so to speak. And if you play Queen C7, I play Queen G7, and I don't know if you have anything tangible here with white, because I have some counterplay on the other flank, and also I want to play Rook D7 and stabilize. So maybe this holds, but yeah, you still have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, you still pick white here, Queen B6, so I don't know. Okay, so support for choice.
Yeah, this one is progressing kind of slowly. After C4, Vincent played A4 and only then played B3, which is really kind of pushing it, right? Because he's playing this with a tempo up, but now that he's played A4 into tempi, this is probably just straight up Chivanenko. with reversed, right?
With H6 in castles, maybe. I'm not sure how useful H6 is, but you're right. It can't be too bad for black now.
Yeah, and like it may seem to kind of at first glance, it may seem that black might be even slightly better, but the bishop on C8 is still inferior to the bishop on E2, because as long as white doesn't play C3, C4, it has no prospects whatsoever. So they've been kind of shuffling here. Knight DB7, Knight DB8, Knight C6 is a bit unusual, but these are good squares. So it finally sort of becomes more understandable where it's being aimed at. And once it gets to D6, I guess you really aren't that worried. Like Knight F5, I don't know, Knight D5, Knight D6, I want to play Queen E7, Rook FC8. White can play C3, C4 almost at any point, but that revives the bishop on B7.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be very much for anyone, I would guess.
I would take black very happily, though. It's just because the change in pawn structure, yeah, like you said.
No, I think this is still very, very level, right?
Are we sure?
Like, why would I be worse here with white?
Just long term, it feels a bit shaky. This pawn on A4.
Yeah, I mean, all of these semi-Tarrasch type structures, as we know from the actual semi-Tarrasch, white generally wants to play very quickly in the center and on the king side, because yes, endgames might become a bit worse. But I think as long as the queens stay on the board, you're not going to be in too much trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely, like, if you remove all the heavy pieces off the board, black is instantly a little bit better, maybe even more than a little bit. But I don't think you achieve that very easily. without much cooperation. And by the way, the position we were discussing is on the board in Fun Forest, Gukesh.
Wow. It only took them 1 hour longer than it did us. That's but,
yeah. Is bishop d2 a move, by the way?
Yeah, actually, earlier when you suggested bishop e3, I was going to say bishop d2. At least you don't have to worry about knight takes e4. Still queen e5, there's f4. But
yeah, no,
it does feel a bit clumsy.
Yeah, the reason I wasn't suggesting bishop d2 was obviously because I didn't see f4 existed.
Okay.
And I thought in case of queen e5, I would much rather have it on e3. But yeah, now that you've opened my eyes to the wondrous possibilities of playing f2, f4 in a sit-in, I feel...
groundbreaking stuff.
Yeah, I feel like a new man. How easy is this?
Yeah, it's not 100% obvious, right? Bishop
but yeah, but you still pick white, right? Bishop f3, the queen goes to h3, knight d5 will be sort of in the air. And also much of your counterplay has been eliminated. And
I mean, black has pretty much no counterplay, lots of weaknesses. Yeah. But what else after bishop d2, which has just been played? Because queen c5, we get bishop e3 for free, which is a nice bonus.
That, yeah. Queen c7 looks sad.
Yeah, but maybe necessary.
Well, there it is, yeah.
Yeah.
There it is.
Okay, do we try to play for f4 anyway? I'm not sure. f4 now, knight takes e4 is probably
yeah,
playable.
c2 is hanging, right? Which means that it's not as fast as maybe we would like.
Bishop c3 or... I was hoping for bishop c3, bishop h5 or something like this, just to try and...
Oh, yeah, that is a very good point.
I'm not sure whether it's enough, but...
Yeah, all of these positions are actually still playable because the king on e8 has no home. And I was going to say that even this, uninspiring as it is not that easy to play for black because, like, yes, you get some kind of position like this and you're not getting mated, but it's just so difficult to entirely stabilize when you don't know what you're doing with this guy. And it's not even under much threat, but like eventually the bishop drops back, white puts the rook on f1. And you keep on getting those small annoying questions which you don't entirely know how to react to. But your idea, I think, is much more ambitious. Yeah, bishop c3, rook is hanging, and then I want to land the bishop on h5 and really start putting pressure on the black structure.
Black will play d5 at some point, so it's not 100% clear. But
so I don't know, rook
g8, I guess.
Let's say this, yeah, and. Yeah, g5 is an important move though, because we also generate some important counter threats.
Queen h3, and it gets complicated.
Yeah, it gets very tricky.
Yeah, I mean, in blitz you would take white every day, but objectively, maybe Gukesh is okay.
But still, yeah, a lot to ponder there for both of them. They've not been playing as quickly as we've been analyzing, so yeah, they are on under 40 minutes by move 15. So that's about an hour and a bit spent. An hour and 7 minutes.
That's like lightning fast compared to how I play, but commentating, I'm like, why aren't they moving? It's that paradox. But,
yeah,
okay,
Magnus...
Go
on? No, go on.
No, I was going to ask, Magnus still hasn't moved, right?
Yeah, Magnus is still there, being thoroughly disgusted with what he's done to his position. Yeah, you can see on your screen there, still sitting, looking for. Yeah, I think by this point he knows he is in deep trouble, but he is desperately searching for anything that allows him to sort of not resign immediately.
Is there any action in the challenges? We haven't checked in there for a while.
Yeah, let's take a look. Mishra Lamy is actually kind of unusual because we had this kind of very normal Catalan. That was, I don't know, 40 minutes, maybe an hour ago and 8 moves ago. And these guys are now here. Like, it looks like the position is exactly the same, only white somehow teleported their pawns. And actually between here and here, white only used these 2 pawns to make moves with.
8
White's
moves.
next 7 moves are a3, b4, b5, a4, b6, and I don't know, rook fc1 as well. Sorry, yeah, that breaks the absolutely unbroken record.
This is exactly the same pawn structure, at least on the queen side, as Adiban's game yesterday, right?
Against Donchenko, yeah, exactly the same, yeah. It's a bit better for white, I guess, but black is still very solid. If the rooks come off, it's not going to be very easy to get to the b7 pawn. In the game between Elena Roberts and Tabata Bai, the pawn sacrifice that we were mentioning did happen. She played knight e2 here, which I think is a decent start, but then after a5, a4, rook b8, I think the trick here was maybe to realize that rook takes b2 is currently not a threat yet. So if you wanted to play knight g3, you can still play knight g3. Nothing really has changed very much in that respect. Because rook b2, queen, bishop b3, I think it doesn't really get out very easily. I mean, you can play f5 here, but if we would much rather be taking with the knight, first at least. She's gone bishop b3 instead, though, and this allowed Amin, of course, to go for exactly the type of a motif that we were describing earlier, and the current position looks like this, where I think it's very obvious that black has a lot of pressure. Black is still a pawn down, but the rook on b4 is very, very permanent. b2 is hanging, a4 is hanging. The question is whether, black can cash in more than just a random pawn on the queen side. If I play something like, I don't know, h3 or g3, I guess h3.
And if I try cashing in now with rook takes b2.
Yeah, actually, you just take a pawn and then return to b4. Yeah, and rook c3 is a threat as well. I thought maybe I can take on d4, but I just absolutely cannot, because this costs me.
Yeah, that's right.
This costs me a lot of material. Unfortunately, this is a check, right? Or
yeah, it took me a second to spot to realize.
This would have been mate as well, but this is a check. And the problem is, you pretty much never want to play b3 and allow rook c3. But what else can you do?
I guess you could try and get rooks off the board by playing bishop b1, but it's a bit sad.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether black even exchanges, but if he does...
Yeah, just like sort of to check out the simplest reply, what's happening here.
Yeah.
I guess now we play h3 or something. Yeah.
But it's very much one-way traffic. Black will
we're still fighting for equality here, and I'm not sure if we're succeeding. Yeah, this is going to be a difficult game for Eline, and I want to say pairings could be a bit kinder to her, because I mean, this is a very strong field, but she is still playing like specifically the very top of the player pool for the third round in a row.
Yeah, I can just take an a4 here maybe, but okay, let's see how she tries to defend. Any other big changes since we were last here? Maybe the Adiban game, the Ivic game, they've both changed a bit, at least in terms of structure.
Oh yeah, so the knight landed on d5 and was just taken off the board.
Okay.
And now it looks kind of manageable for black, honestly.
Yeah, as long as you can stabilize. So how do we do that? How does black
I would like to play b5, but I guess the rook goes to d4 then, right? Oh no, I was trying to calculate this, by the way. I was trying to work out why this doesn't work, and I so far have no answer for you.
Maybe I just move the bishop there. I'm not sure where.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, hang on. And now
f5 is in the air, maybe.
Yes, f5 before still exists as a square. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just didn't realize this covers all the squares still.
Yeah, knight b5 c4. Yeah, and with that in mind, maybe b5 looks like a sensible try. Got to be a bit wary of a4s as well, but I'm not sure whether that's useful.
A4, I would be
maybe
very
now you
tempted
take
to start calculating, right?
Okay.
Because I now have, I don't know, knight e3 king b2 though. And these types of endgames are very dangerous with this knight.
Yeah.
Still being on the rim. I mean, if all else fails, we can of course play a6.
Rook d4 maybe.
Yeah, I think the inclusion favors white. I absolutely agree with you.
It's quite nice to have threats of bishop c7 sometimes to pick up a pawn.
So I guess we go rook c8, and try to hold this shape somehow. Maybe eventually we will feel confident enough to play knight b7, but I don't really like allowing bishop takes c4, b takes c4.
Yeah.
No, this is still quite pleasant for white. You can also sort of continue trying to soften up the king side with h5 somewhere.
Yeah, feels like black is a bit stuck, at least temporarily. Okay, so maybe some pressure for Adaban. How about Ivic against Vaishali? Is Ivic going to break through in this endgame?
Hang on. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, this position we saw earlier, this 4 knights.
So Vaishali and chat told me the king f7 is indeed the topical line in this position, which I wasn't at all sure about. Instead, she took on d6, and they're now playing this really weird structure where all the light pieces came off the board, and black now has no pawn breaks basically for the rest of the game. I think a5, a4 is a pawn break, but it is just as likely to lose you the game as anything else. And the big question is, yes, whether white will eventually be able to open something somewhere. One very simple plan would be just get the king over to c3, play a3 and b4, and claim that, you know, the base of the chain is very, very deep in your camp. But, you know, if the b file opens, maybe we get to play rook b8, rook d8 in some very, very distant future and win.
Yeah, it's definitely definitely on the cards. I mean, maybe white plays f4 as well, just to completely lock down the king side.
Yeah, and Chad also says that there was a very big missed opportunity for Ivic, where in this position he could have gone rook hg1, and there's really no defense against rook g6, knight e5, knight d7.
Yeah,
which does look promising, I have to say. It's a bit of a strange miss, because I think this should be sort of very, very much on your radar. I guess he didn't like allowing e5, but that still looks mighty promising, right? ef, king f4, king g6, knight e5 check, king f6 maybe.
But then we take and come back
and go back, rook d8, whichever rook, maybe this rook. d7, rook c7. But honestly, this looks winning for white. I will eventually play knight d3 or something.
Just king g5, start grabbing.
Or king g5 f4, yeah, and then we will find something to do. So yeah, that is actually, in my attempt to get from here to the final position, I kind of breezed through a very important turning point, and thank you for chat for pointing it out. Yeah, it does look like a kind of a weird-ish miss, because it's maybe what he didn't like was the idea of rook takes e5, king e5, rook e8 check, but
surely a bit of calculation here should be enough. King d5 and
king d5
feels very close.
Yeah, it feels like, yes, black will probably pick up something, maybe even the entire king side, but all we need to do is to play king b5, c5, c6, and then the game ends pretty much, because none of your choices will be any good. Or rook e1 e7 in it even. Yeah, so I guess, maybe he just decided he will win without having to calculate at any point, but that is often not how it works out. Yilmaz versus Varmadam is still continuing sort of very much along the way of how these lines generally develop. Both sides are doing kind of weird things within their own camp, like Mustafa chose to play bishop a1 followed by queen b2 here, which is not a maneuver I've seen very often, but if it provokes something, why not? And now Max is thinking here. They will have a very, I think, enterprising time trouble in this game, considering that this is move 18 and Mustafa is below half an hour and Max is on 40 minutes. The really weird Alapin is now just mighty promising for Louis Schuppe.
Still really weird, but
looking good. So h5, black played knight c6, knight a3, a6, h6. Black decided that they will just ignore it and continue ignoring it, and then suddenly stop ignoring it and play f6. And we now have this very, very unusual structure where probably both kings will stay in the center until the rest of the game, but the king on e1 does feel like it's safer than its counterpart on e8.
Maybe black is kind of semi-threatening to castle queenside and get the king to b8.
Yeah, I think, despite it currently allowing a discovered check along the c-file, I would still be looking at every opportunity to just get it over to b8, whatever it costs. I don't like it on e8. I feel like it's just very, very unsafe on e8.
Yeah.
The engine likes it for white, but so far I haven't really established anything that sort of clearly screams at me that this is very good. So I think this is still very much in progress. Pehac against Donchenko was a kind of a very balanced, very normal position out of the opening, and has become a lot sharper since, because the structure changed from the symmetrical one to this one. And white is now sort of very actively trying to generate some attack on the king side, with bishop g5 being the current threat. If black plays h6, I'm sure the plan is to play, I don't know, queen h5, queen f5, or something like that, and try to give mate. But this, of course, gives black a lot of counterplay in the center eventually, I guess, with g5, g4 probably happening at some point. Who do you pick here if you have to pick?
That's a good question. I'd probably choose white. I think there's maybe a few more threats for black to deal with, and I don't see too much danger unless the black d pawn really gets motoring. But yeah, like you said, dynamically, it feels like black should have enough counterplay, d4, something on the long diagonal.
Are we playing bishop e4, or are we...
Queen d3 is one question.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, because I think at least one possible reply is just to do this, right?
Yeah.
And if you take, I have some queen h3 shenanigans.
Yeah, rook e4.
And I will take on g8 for now,
yeah,
I think.
Black must be...
I don't know, rook a1. Maybe it's still fine for white, actually, with this move.
Bishop b3, 6, some ideas there.
So yeah, this is, I think, deceptively sharp, but kind of hard to assess properly. We'll be keeping an eye on it, but yeah, this is a situation, and I think Shupi agrees with our assessment specifically about not allowing long castles, because after some thought, he went with knight e3. My problem with that move was I didn't really know how to reply to knight f4.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking at knight c3 as well, just to try and get the light squared bishop. Get white's bishop there.
That as well, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay, knight f4. Does he have some? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just to put this on the board, this also is a very legitimate concern, because black would like the bishop pair, and also the bishop to perhaps put on g6 to safeguard the king side a little bit.
But knight f4 as well. Interesting.
Thank you, chat.
Interesting question. Maybe knight. Knight g4 doesn't.
Yeah, knight g4 is topical. Yeah, just trying to get it to f6.
Yeah, bishop takes e4. Maybe we can. Actually, we have a couple of moves here.
Give a check and then take on f4, probably. Yeah.
Yes.
King f7, I assume, and then we take here.
Some big potential threats.
Yeah. Interesting position. Very non-standard. I don't think you see structures like this very often, with both kings on the starting squares by move 20-ish.
Yeah, I love it. Like the last two games we've looked at, 2 Alapins. It's nice to see it coming back into fashion.
Yeah, and this one continued the way we expected, and Pehac played f3 instead of bishop g5, which sort of immediately kind of screams to me, what about bishop a6? But I guess he's just not bothered, yeah? Am I bothered? I'm not bothered.
I mean, should he not be bothered?
Probably not. I think it actually gets off the board. Like we go rook e2, like bishop b4, rook e2.
There's also the question of bishop takes f3. But bishop takes f3, b4 in the current position, right? Instead of bishop a6.
Bishop f3, yeah.
But b4 is maybe the...
Deflecting it from this diagonal and then taking on f3, yeah.
I mean, this is still super sharp, I guess.
Yeah. And Nisp says the Kleine Bier never plays standard games, and that's probably the Thomas Beardson, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's his online nickname.
Because there is a person in a very different community I know called Kleinsbier, and for a second there my ears picked up, because I thought, maybe there is some sort of a intersection I did not expect, but
I can confirm that's him. He's flagged me many times on online. But okay, queen e6 was played by black instead. I guess b4
also very understandable. h3 is still a very attractive target. I guess we go either king h2 or king g2. I don't think allowing queen h3 is
Yeah. And also these tactics with bishop a6, you want to get them off your radar as quickly as
Like
possible.
absolutely, yeah. Let's get this X-ray switched off. Yeah, King G2. Like normally, you of course prefer G2 because it's sort of more compact. It keeps an eye on the F3 pawn further, but you're also very much standing in the crosshairs of the bishop on b7. So it couldn't have been a very comfortable decision, but I actually kind of like it because I don't know how to use this. Queen G4 does absolutely nothing. Like the move exists, but it does nothing. It creates no threats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what black does either, to be honest. Just rook f8 and sit both sides. Again, it feels like a standoff. I'm not sure whether white ever wants to... Maybe the reason he put his king on g2 is to play h5, rook h1 at some point and try and do something over there. But it does feel a bit optimistic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, fascinating position. We could spend a long time analyzing. Yeah, bishop d5 as well.
I guess we might be actually provoking something very ugly like b3. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or rook d1 maybe, because I don't think allowing bishop c4 and d3 is very feasible. That will probably not get you very far if you allow that. But I mean, I really hate the look of b3.
Yeah, I think white sometimes needs bishop b3 as a resource. So I really like bishop d5. And maybe even rerouting the bishop sometimes, queen c6, bishop e6, just plant it there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to favor black.
Yeah, I like bishop d5. I think bishop d5 is a decent move. Let's go back to the Masters. And Magnus finally settled on something. And what he settled on is oof is the word.
Yes.
This is very oof. So the point is he wants to go bishop c5, rook hc8, I'm pretty sure. And he is hoping he is somehow still alive here.
Tactically, this...
Is he? Let's try and figure this out. 94?
Yeah, I was going to say, worst comes to worst, there's knight e4 or knight a4 that we can...
94 looks kind of promising because everything still hangs.
Are there some tricks? I don't see any tricks.
Yeah, people are saying inserting rook e1 check first is also quite clever. I was wondering about that because you can go rook e1 forcing knight e6 and then take on c5. And I guess this improves the threat of knight e4, maybe.
But c3 is hanging, no?
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, of course. Maybe here, yeah, rook hc8. Ah, yeah, maybe this is smarter.
But then king b8 getting out the pin.
Yeah, I'm not sure where. Like, maybe in positions like this, it sometimes is, unless people provide actual, like, readable guidance, trying to follow chat's advice is confusing more than it is helpful.
Yeah.
So let's go step by step. Like, why can't we just win with bishop c5?
Yeah, rook c8 must be, as you say.
Yeah, why isn't this winning? And chat finally clarified what they mean, and what they mean is very strong, seemingly, but unsurprisingly. But let's try and figure out why the sort of the most straightforward thing isn't just straight up winning.
Looks very winning to me.
Knight e2, knight c3 is what they're saying. Okay, hang on. I still don't quite understand. Knight d6, rook, bishop d6 though? Why isn't this winning?
Maybe rook d...
They're very, very confusing.
Yeah,
this looks completely winning to me.
Yes.
This looks like utterly winning to me.
Agreed. And in that position, after knight c3, bishop d6?
Yeah, people are saying bishop c5, knight e6 is best.
Oof, okay.
But this also looks like utterly lost. Like takes, fe, bishop, knight e4, I cannot possibly believe is salvageable. So
yeah.
King takes, I want to give a check. No, king f5 and c3 is hanging. I thought I have time to play rook bd1 here and then something. Okay, so king e6 and we're actually still alive?
By a miracle, knight d5, bishop
knight d5, knight e4 maybe. Or no, knight e4,
knight f4.
Yeah. Okay,
maybe bishop e5. f4, knight e4.
No, we've like something like this. We've survived it actually, completely undeservedly, but we're alive. So I'll tell you because once it's been spoiled to me, it feels unfair not to spoil it for you. The point is, the engine goes knight a4 here.
Okay, I was actually going to suggest knight a4 after in that line with bishop c5, rook c8.
Yeah, and it just collects everything. I assume if you play bishop d4 here, we take, and we very, very sadistically even maybe include bishop c5 first. Because, yeah, the only move not to resign here, I think, is bishop f6. And then we'll find something. Yeah.
Could you also, instead of bishop takes e6, instead of cashing in that line, just knight takes c5?
Or bishop c5. Yeah, all of these things, Yeah, just have this position with the bishop on d5 still alive is even better. Yeah, of course it is.
And like you say, there must be something here.
Yeah, I mean, we can just go back and after bishop d4, we'll have rook b d1 or something. No, this is very resignable. Yeah,
Black is very resignable. Tied up.
Wow.
And surely, I mean, knight a4 is not obvious, but how big is the margin if he doesn't find rook e1 check and knight a4?
Yeah, so here, is black actually escaping, or I mean, I assume this has to still be worse. The question is
how much?
Yeah, how much? There's a number of things here which look interesting, but he played bishop c5, by the way, which the bar still feels that white is much better, but
it does depend on these
not the cleanest, not the cleanest. So yeah, there's so much here you can try. Even this, shockingly, with the intention of giving a check, you have to go forward. And
do we have to go forward?
I think so, because
d8.
No, d8.
Knight c8.
This might survive. Yeah, weird.
I mean, it's
because I can't touch this knight that's pinned. Yeah.
But maybe there's just bishop takes d7 and rook c1. Oh wait, b8 is hanging. Oh.
Rook is hanging. Yeah.
It's one of those positions. It's.
I mean, we might actually still be winning even here because a4, a5 is a kind of a strong threat, but yeah, we're not doing it the best way possible.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's actually, I will stop paying attention to anything but my screen because it feels like the moment I look up, somebody will point out how it is plus 2.5. Let's try to solve it as we would if this was our position, because if you sit there as Anish, you know you are better / winning, but somehow you still need to put the final nail in.
Okay, so let's look at the forcing moves. I mean, bishop c6 we've mentioned. We can revisit that perhaps. Bishop takes.
Yeah, so this is one option. This is another option.
Yeah,
knight e4 is not very promising because we don't have control over b7. For a second there, I was interested in this, and then I realized even if the rook leaves the 7th, rook b7 is actually not a move I can make because this is a very nice defensive knight. So I think we've given away very much by doing this. So this is not really an important thing.
And
I mean, bishop b4, I assume, preserves much of your advantage, frankly, because knight e4 is such a big threat that.
Although, rook b8 doesn't quite. Oh yeah, rook b8 just bishop d6. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you have a5, but I think I can actually take. I don't think there is much that prevents me from simply picking it up and then returning it to b4 and saying thank you.
Yeah, Anish will be looking. You're right. Anish will be looking for more, at least for now.
Yeah, but at least I think bishop b4 establishes a baseline here, right? We have this option. We are not giving up our bishop pair. Yeah. We are much better.
And that's a good way to think about this position. Most likely, just find a backup plan, and then
and then you look for something that wins by force. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
bishop,
where do we start?
Bishop e6 maybe. And
let's go here and check it again. Knight d5 was one option. Is there anything else?
I mean, giving a check first, I don't know if that helps. I don't feel it helps, but q1, king f5.
Yeah, I think we're driving black sort of exactly towards the squares.
Towards safety.
Yeah, like g6 is a very nice safe haven for the future, and yeah, I don't like what we're doing here.
Yeah, and just to check knight d5 then instead of rook e1 check.
Yeah, bishop e5 is what we're trying there.
Yeah,
and once again, it feels like we've sort of mispositioned our pieces. We don't have checks. We don't have rook e1. f4, knight e4 is just fine. Rook c8 is coming in. Knight e4 is coming in. It's not great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back. Let's go back.
In that case, maybe bishop c6. e6 was the other.
So check, check, check.
Now,
so this or this.
I assume king d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, king e8 can't work. King d8.
No, at the very least, this wins the rook on h8. So no other moves are workable. So let's try to refute something. Is king e6 refutable, or? I will look at what you're saying a bit later, guys. I can see people actually suggesting stuff on my screen, but I'm very, very kind of carefully not looking up. I'll take a look like 5 minutes later after we've come to some conclusion here with David.
Yeah, thanks. I need a bit of time here. There's so many options on every turn. There's knight f4 here. There's
knight f4 makes a draw, but we
I was wondering if there was more, but yeah, I don't think there is. Right, with rook e1, king d8. Okay, so instead of knight f4, if I just take on d7, king takes d7.
Yeah, once again, it feels like we're not really going in the right direction here.
Yeah, I don't see a direct knockout. Gotta say.
No, neither do I, no. Talking about the inclusion of rook e1 check somewhere, we had the option to play rook e1 check here.
Okay.
Which forces black, I guess, to go to d8. But I still don't see how we, like rook b8, rook c8, I'm still not sure we're winning here. At all.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it feels like we've once again undersold our initial advantage by quite a bit.
Yeah, opposite color bishops. We can win the f7 pawn in some lines, but it's not enough. 96. Oof. I mean, this must be so frustrating for Anish because, like you said, he knows how promising his position must be objectively, but how do we...
Yeah, honestly, all of this makes me think he will just play bishop b4.
Yeah.
Because I think, like, the longer you calculate the forcing lines and the longer you come to conclusions that, like, they look attractive but don't actually win you the game, the more you feel incentivized just to preserve the very, very large advantage that you do have. Black probably actually has to give up the second bishop here and, I don't know, finally put everything into play. But this is incredibly ugly.
Yeah, I mean, worst comes to worst, White takes on e6 there, takes on g7, and that game must be winning as well.
That as well, yeah. I would feel that.
I agree.
Yeah. Because the king is just sort of... Technical end games might not be... I would maybe feel that this is setting it a bit short, but we will just continue attacking. We're not doing this in order to...
to cash in, yeah.
Although after f6, I get the f7 squares. Like, I do this, I do like rook c2.
Okay.
Yeah. For me personally, I would be searching for more because I
mean, rook
maybe
rook e1 here, rook bd1.
And rook bd1, yeah, it's still very, very bad.
Unless black can grab on a2, but it's... Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe there's we should be looking more ambitiously. But bishop b4 I really like, and Magnus will struggle, I think, just play a move like bishop takes c3. Were there any other options? You mentioned a5.
a5, bishop a5 I don't think does anything at all.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so Anish just picking his poison. Oof. Yeah, I agree, Peter. I think, at least in practical terms, if Anish can't find anything in the next 5 minutes, he should play bishop b4 and force Magnus to...
Yeah. And now that we've done all of this, I decided that I will finally sort of consult the oracle. And the oracle says bishop c6 is winning, and also both of these moves are winning. And But the way they are winning, like, first of all, after bishop c6, the machine actually does not play knight takes c5, which is, like, amazing to me. I wouldn't be calculating any other move. Like,
what else is there?
It plays bishop c3 and just gives up this exchange. And well, not the exchange. Like, it goes for this position and eventually loses it, I assume, because this is not fun.
It's going to be 2 pawns.
Yeah, most likely you will lose not just a7 but also f7, and you should be losing the resulting position. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't even analyze knight takes c5 is so check. It doesn't even play king e6 here yet. Now people are providing providing lines. Okay, so king d8, that line we actually showed on the screen. At least, we've done something right. So apparently this is winning. This I can definitely buy as winning because a4, a5 comes very, very quickly. Maybe even after knight b6, we can start with a4, king c8, rook a7, and then a5. It might be even faster. Yes. This I understand, but like, how is king e6 losing? We did spend, I think, a couple of minutes, both of us, staring at this.
Unless it's something crazy, like
not really coming to any conclusions. And just to kind of round out the wins that the machine gives, in the other line, it goes rook e1 here, then it goes knight a6, and then basically it takes on f7 next one, like rook c8 or rook c3. I don't know. It just takes on f7.
Hey, that is beautiful,
once again, like it's very, very beautiful. But good luck spotting that this tactic exists from some way away, because I think it's very likely that you get here, and you realize that you've traded a lot of your pieces away. Black is one tempo away from bringing the last piece into the game. b7 is not available as an entrance square. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Yeah, the human solution.
Yeah, I was very, very certain this was coming past a certain point, because I thought those lines just don't look simple at all, and you are massively better here.
Yeah,
like there can be no debate about you being massively, massively better here. So you just go here, and you actually feel quite okay about it, I think.
Yeah, I've got to say, Peter, seeing bishop takes f7 in that line, 6 moves in advance, that is just another level. Imagine. Wow.
I sort of just nodded to myself when I saw this on my screen, because I thought, okay.
Yeah.
This is why they're good and we're not as good, but also I'm very okay with my thought process here.
Yeah.
And his.
Yeah.
And his.
I agree. It's strong. It's good enough. Magnus has almost insurmountable problems to face. And
so something like this maybe is better than what we're doing, because we're trying at least not to give up on g7. But still, like the problem is, like, all of these positions are just so bad. Like I've had a very kind of an unpleasant experience myself. I played in a round robin in China in 2017, and I lost a game with black to Ding Liren, where I was actually, I think, the better prepared player in the of us two. I got a very, very long forcing line in, and then forgot like the very last move of the variation on move like 18, which led to the immediate equality. And I ended up, after some tribulations, having to defend just 3 against 3 with no a-pawns. Rook and 2 bishops against rook and 2 knights.
Yeah.
By move 25, I think.
Was this in a Slav? I remember.
Yeah, it was a Slav. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not last until the first time control. The knights weren't very nicely placed to begin with, but I just like to illustrate how bad those positions are. One flank, no weaknesses.
Yeah.
I did not make 20 moves in that position.
Wow. That's
so yeah, you're just like so doing so poorly here.
Yeah, I mean the presence of the a-pawns as well, that's a huge boost for White's chances. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of suffering, but okay, Magnus will be thinking this is the best position he's had in
absolutely,
the last hour.
And I don't know if he has actually worked out some or all of those tactics. And yeah, somebody in chat also explained why king e6 was losing. Apparently in this position you play rook c1, and this somehow collapses now.
I mean, it crossed my mind after we kind of failed in every other line, but it's still so hard to believe.
Yeah, you just have to shrug. Whenever you see lines like this, you just shrug and you say, yeah, okay.
Knight ce4. I still f3 eventually.
Know. Yeah, I think you just go f3 somewhere. Like, I don't know, takes, and eventually something bad will happen. Like knight g5, you go rook c7 check, and if king e6, you actually finally do get mated in the center. Something like this, but no, if you just play bishop before.
Rook bc1, yeah, nobody finds that in a game.
You just play bishop before.
I guess we'll check in on Magnus suffering in that position if he plays bishop takes c3. How about elsewhere?
Also, I just realized that Today we actually went 3 hours straight without taking a single break to stretch or have a drink of water. So maybe we could do that for like, I don't know, 5, 7, 10 minutes and then come back and do another stretch. But we thought this might be a dry round. It's nothing but.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's on paper, it should end up in many decisive games. It's up to you, Peter. I'm happy.
Yeah, let's actually take a small break and be back with the time troubles and everything else.
Okay. See you soon, everyone.
Hello and welcome back to our continued coverage of round 4 of the Tata Steel Wijk Tournament 2023, and things continue being very strange in the Kiri Carlsen game because I don't really know what possessed Magnus to do what he's just done. He went a5, which, I mean, you do consider it because it feels like maybe it gives you a tempo to do something after bishop takes a5, but you don't have rook a8, rook a7 does nothing. He played rook c8, and honestly, even if the best move for white here is something like knight e2, you're still lost, I think. I don't know why you've given up the a-pawn. But after knight a4, it feels like you will now actually lose by force.
Yeah.
Because knight b6 is like such a massive threat. So, yeah, it really hasn't been his day. Mm-hmm. I don't want to take anything away from how Anish is playing this game. Anish is playing really well. It really does look like from some moment on he was on his own and finding, like this whole sequence starting with d7, finding b4, finding and realizing how strong bishop d5 is. All of those things are non-obvious, judging very simply by the fact that the world champion missed bishop d5 or misevaluated it or whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter what you call it. He was very, very clearly misunderstood. So, yeah, all credit to Anish, but I would have expected, like, when I went to get a cup of tea and just kind of refresh myself a little bit, I was very sure bishop c3 will have happened once I returned. And then a move. I'm choosing between rook c8 and knight f5 in particular. And if you spot knight f5, yes, I understand it's horrible, but I mean, this is kind of the question is whether you can survive the next 3 moves here.
Yeah, there's 2 things that are wrong. Your material down, it's a very important a-pawn, and 2 bishops. I mean, like you say, Peter, there's no chance. At least the other position, it was just the 2 bishops. It was just kind of, at least you're suffering with something on the horizon, some hope. I mean, there's some variations here I think maybe we should mention. At first I thought his idea was rook a7 Magnus, but...
Yeah, but it loses to everything. This is what I also thought, but like I think it loses to everything. Yeah. It loses, I think, to bishop b4. It also loses to knight b6. Hang on, knight b6 it doesn't lose to, yeah?
I can take.
Takes, rook b7 check, and then maybe king f8, yeah?
King d6.
Or king d6 even,
maybe.
Yeah.
I say it reluctantly.
So yeah, clearly he wanted rook a7 here, because otherwise it makes no sense whatsoever what he's doing. So what do you think this loses the easiest to?
I mean, maybe they're stronger, but very minimum bishop b4, like we said, and take on d6.
But then there's rook d4, yeah, this is what I also...
And bishop b7, maybe?
Bishop b7 wins it actually wins the full rook, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wins the full rook.
King c7, rook dc1.
So, yeah, and the problem is, like, if you could actually survive for the next few moves here, I mean, 3 against 3 is lost, but people have failed to win it in the history of chess. But you're not getting there, you're getting mated. Like, unfortunately for you here, like, there's not going to be any 3 against 3. You will just straight up get mated because of how unsafe your king is. Yeah, I think what you miss is that bishop b7 check exists. You can try knight d4, bishop c8, rook a2, maybe.
Okay, well, at least you fight on a bit here.
But once again, like, the problem is your pieces are so misplaced that you will continue shedding material, I think.
Yeah, and if he can't play rook a7, or if this is the best you can do as black, then it's...
Yeah, like, rook a7 feels like the only move you even consider in this position, because, like, how else are you going to step out of this fork?
Yeah.
There really isn't very, you can play knight c4, but then after bishop b4 check, like, it continues being torture, and also, like, it feels like you will lose material eventually. Like king e8, I don't know, rook bc1. It doesn't really feel like you will be escaping with all of your limbs intact here.
Yeah, I agree.
And again, this is very sad situation for Magnus.
Yeah, very minimal.
He might have to resort to offering a draw, says people in chat. Yeah, I don't think very many draw offers are being accepted in this position.
There's too much pride at stake. Magnus would rather lose on the board than humiliate himself by offering a draw. And knight c4, there's minimum knight b6 if you just want the 2 bishops and the extra pawn.
Yeah. I was trying to win by force, but yeah, if you want a fail safe, this is a pretty decent fail safe, I have to say. Like, it's just
push the a pawn. Don't even need to
utterly lost. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking terminal now. in this game for Magnus.
Yeah, let's take a look at some other positions. In the game between Dingliren and Pragnananda, Ding is getting a bit outplayed here.
Yeah, it's gone wrong for White. I missed the last few moves. I didn't see what happened, but
yeah, we were
suddenly the White King
here,
is
and actually
comfortable.
Prague demonstrated what he meant by his previous play. He went Rook A D8, and then he just played D6 D5. And Ding took a kind of a very interesting, to me, decision not to go DE here. Which, yes, will not promise you very much, but he just went Rook FF1.
Maybe he was afraid of Knight D7 there, and he's still maybe struggling for equality.
Yeah, I just completely missed Knight D7. Yeah, of course, yeah. Question withdrawn, yeah, this is very strong. So he's gone Rook FF1. So my guess is he just kind of misunderstood what Prague wants and just did not properly assess D5, because what he got after Rook FF1, and very simply ED4, CD4, DE, G5, Knight D5, Knight F4, Knight D4, E5, Rook F5. Rook F5 might still be enough to hold, though. It's an important move, because otherwise the threat was very simply E takes D4 and then C7, C5, forcing the rook away from the D file. And once there is no pressure along the D file, black just goes like Rook E5, Rook D8. It starts looking very, very dodgy for White. But Rook F5 might be enough to solve all of those issues.
And if I take on D4 anyway, you take with a rook. Yeah, maybe black.
No, if we want a draw, I guess we can still play C5, honestly. I don't see much wrong with this.
Does Prague want to draw? That's the question.
Yeah, after everything comes off, we have enough counterplay along. I mean, black is maybe even still slightly better, but I guess like checks along the back ranks will be enough. I thought Rook D6 is a very easy draw, but it really isn't.
Yeah,
this is quite sharp. Like maybe you make it after King D3, Rook B2, E4, and like start activating stuff, but like you're not guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, this is definitely not plan A for Ding.
Chat says C6 looks good. That actually is also a very valid point. Just go C6, Rook E6, Rook D8. Yeah, for some reason I was very, very concentrated on the idea of playing C5, but it's not even required.
Yeah, I was thinking about moving the knight, Knight D4, Knight D7 or something, but yeah, C6 looks actually quite.
No, I think if one pair of rooks comes off, White is extremely happy about it.
Should draw.
Not that to argue that White is better, but the fact that I can actually finally move this knight away and not face the pressure along the E file, I think is a huge improvement in our fortunes here for White. Which is why sort of keeping this really awkward setup where this knight on E4 is sort of standing on air and moving it away will cost you the E3 pawn, and black will just sort of continue quietly piling on the E file. It's just kind of awkward.
Yeah, maybe
the engine says it's equal, but in practical terms, I don't know how confident I would be here with White in that evaluation.
Can we do it by force? Maybe move the king somewhere and then Knight C3 next move.
Yeah,
I'm
probably
not sure.
like
King D2 or F2
or something. Yeah,
King D2 was slightly worried, but don't think black can use the pin. Or not the pin, the D file.
Rook E4 Knight E7 wins a rook. Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. You can use the D file.
Thank you. Thank you for suggesting the theme. Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at Knight F6 Rook D4, but Knight E7's stronger.
So King F2. Yeah.
Knight C3 is the idea. Yeah, I mean, we take black, right? But maybe there is no knockout. Maybe there's no.
Yeah.
Not even a knockout. Just a kind of way to keep the
I
pressure.
think once the knight gets out, we're fine. Ish. Yeah. Okay. But still, like sort of once again, a very solid performance by Prague, who, if we assume this is a draw, he'll be on a 50% by the first rest day. Arguably, actually underscoring a little bit because he definitely had a very good chance yesterday, and was also maybe arguably a bit better against Levon at some point in round 2 with black. So yeah, nicely and solidly done. A kind of a messy position on the board in the game between Notibek and Parham, where in this position we were just debating and choosing between bishop h6 and bishop f6, and Notibek demonstrates that there were also other options available. Goes queen e2, h takes g5, takes. This would have been very, very bad for black if not for the fact that this line exists, which is what Parham chooses.
B4
Like, it looks
is-
unbelievably ugly, but you get a passer. And now you have to make a move. I assume you can quite safely play. I mean, not safely, but this will not work for white. This actually gives black a full queen on the c5, c1 square. But we don't really have very much in the way of threats, apart from maybe rook b8, b6, right?
Could white? Okay, I don't think taking on g5 works now, but could white set it up like queen e4 maybe?
Yeah. So we have at least one move here to find a threat for Nadirbek.
Yeah. Queen e4, setting up knight e5 or knight g5. Looks tempting to me. Rook b8. I'm hoping I can play knight.
Yeah, let's try to
e5.
calculate though. Yeah, because like you are making very committal decisions here with white when you do things like that, right?
True.
You are declaring you will give a mate somehow.
I mean, yeah, I've gone all in, but I might regret it.
I mean, you might. It looks extremely scary for black as well. Like 95, I don't currently have a good reply. This is very funny. I can force the endgame by basically replacing the queen on d1 with the queen on c1. I'm much worse though, unfortunately for me. Like, I don't like this endgame.
Yeah, but that's clever.
It is funny though.
I thought you were busted, but
it is funny though, yeah, because from d1 I have no checks, but I can like move it one square to the left by
slide to the left.
Actually, maybe I can't. Yeah, maybe it's white can be principled.
Oh, two shots for me, Peter.
Yeah, king g7 in the meantime on the board. So Nadirbek will have these exact. Oh, and he blitzes out 95.
Wow. Okay. So going this way. So maybe queen e4 is the threat, so just a different order? Or knight d7 or knight
d4? I mean, he's sort of hinting that he probably isn't very averse to just taking the c-pawn off the board. It's currently hanging suddenly.
The big question here is whether
can we take
black takes it exactly, because if you leave it, white has a bunch of options. But I guess we take this way.
This is probably a draw, right?
d6.
Yeah, this is probably a draw because we established the spin, and if queen c3, rook e8 holds,
F4,
there's a funny move f4 here, which unpins the rook. But yeah, we should not be losing this queen ending with black. It's a bit awkward because c7 is hanging, meaning that we cannot put the queen on the absolute best square, but I don't believe we're losing this with black.
Yeah, I'd be slightly worried as white, actually. Just
Chat says now bishop takes c5 works, queen e4 was better. So you were very on point there.
I mean, I was just going very direct. Knight takes g5 was my other idea there, but
yeah,
queen e7.
And just briefly to cover the other positions, this is now the position in Keimer versus Ergaisi. So eventually, not where we were exactly where we're discussing it, but eventually c4 did happen, and some pieces were traded. And yeah, I think if white gets to play a4, a5, white is almost never in any trouble, and in fact could sometimes even have a little bit of a push, because often this is not really like, you can describe it as a passer or as a target. And I think in these structures it very often kind of leans towards being a target, but maybe you just work it out by force, because it looks like f6 is very much geared towards playing queen c4 next move.
Yeah, maybe knight d3.
Yeah, I still wanted to play queen c4.
Queen b1 just to keep the queens on.
Oh yeah, that is. I missed that square completely. Yeah. This is good. Yeah, and now maybe what, like knight c5, rook a6 or something.
Ideally, yeah, maybe knight f4 sometimes. Just go towards the king side.
And you do want to point out that like you're never altogether happy about having to play f6. It's not a move that, and even if you don't take the Ben Feingold memes into consideration, which is of course something that you absolutely have to take into consideration.
Yeah.
Just like in particular when we've already played h6, and this does this much damage to our structure, like creating all of these potential targets for pieces later in the game. Yeah.
I mean, I was wondering whether he's looking at knight g6 just on that note to come in via f4.
Yeah, just put it on f4 that way as well. Yeah, I think it's very similar because after queen c4, you probably still play queen b1. Yeah, Vincent goes to knight d3 because he is
yes,
I guess also wants to
school
keep,
of chess.
Yeah, also wants to sort of slightly keep an eye on the b pawn because, like, if we compare these positions, if we assume the knight ends on f4 anyway and never goes to e7, not giving black a chance to play b5 before is maybe worth a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's very important, but it might be worth a tiny bit of something. And Jordan is clearly better against Gukesh. Winning these positions is never easy. It's absolutely not guaranteed that he will win, but it's a very pleasant edge. One thing you just absolutely want to make sure that if black plays something like knight d7, you make sure bishop c5 doesn't actually trade this bishop. I would actually start by playing bishop c1 here, probably, just to make sure black cannot get to it, because you absolutely want to preserve the pair.
And would you say here, Peter, there's more chances of converting the advantage with queens on or off the board?
Probably off.
Probably off, yeah.
I think off, because it makes it easier to push, right?
Yeah, that's true. Although black's king doesn't feel entirely safe, so it's unclear. I was just thinking if, for example, bishop c5, queen g3, queen e5, or I mean, here maybe you take an f4.
First of all, here I think you've actually lost material somewhat.
Yes, yeah. I was just trying to find an example.
Yeah. But let's say queen d6, queen d6, and we have a choice of either taking or not taking. I think, once again, specifically here, queen h3 might be very strong. But
as an example,
I think I'm very happily playing this position with white, and then like c4, b4, and play on two flanks.
Yeah. It's a bit like the Magnus game, just endless suffering against the two bishops. But this one at least is less direct. Okay, he played knight c4 and rook bc1.
Yeah, Anish didn't even give a check from before. He went rook bc1 directly. What's the threat? Because weirdly, c4 is not hanging yet.
Yeah. Maybe the threat is just king g2 or just start threatening to take on c4 eventually.
And also, I think an appropriate reply would be, I'll tell you what the threat is if you tell me what the move is. Because I don't know what moves for black. I have no idea which piece can actually go anywhere here. Like, you can play h5, but like, apart from the pawn moves on the king side, just nominate a move here.
I kind of want to stop bishop b4, so king e8 or okay, king e8 maybe. But king g2, I really don't know what my next move is either. I just never know what it is.
Yeah, I think king g2 looks promising. Also, for a second there, I thought maybe knight b6 wins by force, but I don't like. I have this option.
Yeah.
And if you put something on d4, you actually do lose.
Yeah, so I have to play knight f8.
Yeah, so you have to play knight f8
or maybe knight c5.
Or knight c5. But then I don't see the final blow. Magnus goes bishop e5, at least giving himself the f6 square for the king.
And
yeah, there has to be something here that just ends the game.
Yep. How about bishop b4 check? Nice. Knight c5. Maybe it's just overcomplicating things. Knight c5 maybe? Just to try and pin and take c4.
F4.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just completely lost. I was also very, I was very attracted to a geometrical idea here, which is kind of funny. But I'm very sure it's wrong. Because I thought, do you actually have squares here? It might be actually quite strong, because I thought rook c6 is a move, but then knight d5 wins. Because I actually get to give you this fork on e7. But maybe rook e4 still preserves the material balance.
Maybe rook c2 as well. Or
rook
c4.
Well, yeah. No, rook c2 I win material. Rook c2 I have knight d7 and then g4 maybe.
G4.
And then bishop d2 check. Maybe.
Four.
Bishop d2, king e4, check.
King d4.
King d somewhere, d3. Yeah,
D3.
we're getting very carried away.
Yeah.
Something is winning here.
Definitely something is winning.
Yeah, something is winning here.
I see the evaluation bar shoot up. That means there's a direct win. But
something is very, very certainly winning here. We'll see what Anish picks, but I think by this point his position is so good that you know, even just offering some trades or your king g2 move is extremely unpleasant as well, just removing some checks for the future.
Yeah.
Just lining up. People are saying bishop before knight c5 is maybe the cleanest, actually. I see a lot of mentions of that in chat. So.
I mean, I guess Anthony Nish doesn't know that the evaluation shot up, so it's not obvious to go for something so direct, but it does look quite straightforward, I think. Just a little bit of calculation.
Yeah, he has 14 minutes for 9 moves here. He also is, I'm very sure, very aware that he's completely winning. The question is only whether it has to be some kind of a technical conversion with just the bishop pair and the a pawn, or maybe he can win more material right this moment, which is unclear.
That's literally my dream in any chess game: bishop pair, a pawn, and then why settle for that, right? Just looks like
in the meantime, in Prague's game, he met rook f5 with an option we did not consider, but which I quite like. He played knight b4 here. At first, I was kind of curious why he is giving White this position, because I thought if knight d3, we'll just go like king c2, king c3. But I'm pretty sure the idea is just to play king f7.
Yeah.
And weirdly, this knight is it has no squares. It takes a long, long time for this knight to get to anything that resembles a good square. This is quite unpleasant for White, I think, which is why Dingo d5.
Yeah, that looked winning for Black, to be honest. Just White's pawns were all dropping.
Yeah, and once again, like, this is not very much, but it's quite a pleasant free roll-ish type scenario for Prague, where I think he runs 0 risks and might, in some circumstances, be a bit better.
Knight c4 is a big threat, so do we have
I guess you go king c3.
Okay, king c3. Knight somewhere. f7?
Still exists.
c5. Yeah.
Still exists.
It really does. White just has to go active there and hope, maybe with king takes c4, king d5.
I wasn't laughing at what you say. Yeah, like there's a comment. There's a comment in chat by Born Unrated. Says Giri, a pro player, removes his jacket to give his sponsors maximum visibility when Magnus will resign. Yeah.
Fair point.
Yeah. You have to give credit where credit is due. Yeah.
Big day for Optiva. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe knight c4 is something you want to avoid. So in the current position, knight d2 rather than king c3. Again, I'm reluctant to say it, but at least it.
Yeah, but maybe
repels.
I didn't really want to move that knight away because it sort of gives you an option to play g6, and there's never knight f6 check. Like, maybe even specifically tactically, because I play g6, wait for your rook to go anywhere.
Rook
and then I go knight f7 and I attack both. No, it returns to e4 though. Yeah, it returns to e4. I'm talking nonsense as usual. Yeah, I like knight g2 then. I think it's a safe move. In the Abdusatorov Maksudlu game, this entire line came to pass, unsurprisingly, only via a different, slightly different direction. And I like king f8. I think king f8 is a nice touch there by Parham, saying, I don't really want to beg in that queen ending. I want a better version of it before I take the queens off the board.
It's very brave, though. I mean, rook takes g5, queen takes f4, rook g3.
I don't think it's that brave. This is not a very active rook.
True, but Black's position is still full of weaknesses.
I think it's just we need one precise move here, I think, and we'll be fine. Because your threat is sort of king g1 or king h1, and we currently have no checks on the back rank. So what I want to find here is a move which addresses this issue somehow.
I'm striking queen h8 and picking up the g6 pawn.
That as well, yeah.
Maybe queen a3, pick up the a6 pawn sometimes. Maybe rook e6.
Yeah, but then I'm actually a bit annoyed about
queen f1 is
king here.
King g1.
I'm a bit annoyed about this rook f3 idea. I mean, maybe we just play king g8 and claim it's nothing, but if you do allow rook f3, white definitely has a little bit of something because the white king is safer. Even if objectively this probably ends up being a draw.
Should still be. Though white can win a pawn here, queen takes e5, rook f6.
Yeah, but those endgames are probably just a draw, right? Like take, put the rook on the second and start pushing.
Yeah, dead draw. But yeah, okay, this has happened, and I'm less confident about the practical kind of aspect of allowing the rooks to stay on the board.
No, now that I've looked at this properly, I agree with you entirely. I thought I will, if I think for 30 seconds here, I will find a way to prevent king h1/g1 from happening comfortably, and I will just like get the queens off or ensure this is sort of permanently pinned somehow, but I can't find it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll see how this ends up. Anish still thinking. 92 played by Ding, and queen a5 instead of queen b1 chosen by Vincent, which is also a perfectly reasonable move, attacking the rook on d8, winning some time to, I guess, move the knight away. Do you choose knight c5 or knight f4 here?
That's a very good question. I think I would be drawn to knight c5 first, just because it blocks the black rook, but again, it's just on general grounds. I'd have to worry a bit about b4.
Yeah, it feels like give me one more tempo here, and we may be even much better because queen b6 is very annoying, and black just had to, I mean, maybe didn't have to, but definitely did soften his position enough that we would feel like we were very much in the game. But because a2 is constantly hanging, like you have to calculate, for instance, e6, e5 here.
Yeah.
And maybe we're sort of one tempo short because we are constantly connected to the protection of the a2 pawn.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
Yeah,
I don't see any attractive moves here for white.
And I think sort of similar things apply to this.
e5.
You once again have to calculate e5. Maybe here it works out, though. I don't know. Because we are attacking.
Yeah, maybe we flick in. But DE first. Maybe.
Yeah, I specifically didn't want to do it because I didn't want queen e6 to actually attack my knight. There was a reason why I started with knight g6 without the capture. I don't know if it's a valid reason, but it was sort of on purpose.
Yeah, I was slightly worried here about kind of attacking the knight, maybe king f4 h7, and
yeah, I was hoping this will work.
Now knight somewhere,
and now knight somewhere. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Knight b7. I'm not sure.
Knight f5 maybe even, because we really don't have good squares. And once again, this is completely untouchable. And if I have to start going back, I might like regret much of it.
Yeah, white's major pieces are really misplaced. Actually, I'm not such a fan of queen a5.
Yeah, I would also have played queen b1. Honestly, I liked queen b1 a lot more. I thought it was a more flexible choice, giving us more options for the future. Anish gave a check. The king went to f6.
And now we're expecting knight c5.
Yeah, we think knight c5 is completely winning, and there might be other things as well.
Feels like there must be many other things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not sure what, but knight c5, can black even fight on?
Well, I mean, you cannot not take, like you do need to check out that something like this doesn't work, but if all else fails, this is completely winning. Yeah, like if we really, really don't want to calculate anything, this is completely and utterly winning. So knight takes, rook c4, once again, choices between this and this. Bishop d6, you probably get mated after bishop c3 check.
Yeah.
So you go rook c7, but then after f4, you get a version of the same position, which is arguably maybe even much worse.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, like bishop b2, but like something here will win.
Yeah.
What move number are they at there? At move 32, so they have 8 to go. Poitoid.
Should be plenty of time for Anish.
Yeah, this will be move 33 is what I meant, yeah. Parham did play exactly what we were kind of expecting him to play, rook e6, king g8. Rook d3 now was chosen by Noribek, not Rook f3, but I don't think there's much difference after Queen e5. Yeah, should be a draw. There's just very, very limited material. And the king on g1, I mean, it is safer than the king on g8, but not by a huge margin, you have to say. It's still very open to those types of checks.
Yeah, I like Queen e5, just lock out the white queen.
Yeah, I guess the point is he wants to give a check on d8 and ask you, do you really want to go to f7? And if you don't, it does cost you a pawn in such a way that the remaining pawns are the same, so you can't trade them this easily. But even this endgame, like you're a better endgame player than I am. Is this winning?
I don't know about that.
It might be, right? Because the base is protected, so we can actually run towards b2.
I had something almost identical against Levon once, and I managed to hold it as black by very quickly creating counterplay. I think it was very quickly forcing like g4, getting the pawns off, getting the black king active. But yeah, you make a good point. White is quite quick to run across.
Yeah, and like with the pawns slightly progressed, where they present a bigger target, I think this is a very clear draw. But specifically with the pawn on g2, where for now it's protected by the rook on c2, you do have some legitimate winning chances. But yeah, I'm also leaning like it's probably a draw, but you do have to work for it.
Yeah, I'd say draw if I had to, but at least the game is alive. I don't know if Black can try anything else other than Queen e5, other than giving a pawn.
Rook d6 maybe.
Rook d6, Queen.
Queen c7. Yeah,
Queen
c7 works. Yeah. This is an important detail because actually this queen has no checks. Yeah, you would like to give a check to unpin yourself and then win this rook, but there are no checks.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way to really threaten any back rank checkmates.
Not really, no. You can play Queen f6.
Yeah, that should lead to similar, pretty much. Oh, but
well, I mean, and that would be my next question to you as a resident endgame specialist. As black, do you actually ever go here?
Only if you have a lot of time on your clock and you're willing to invest it all.
Yeah, I think I'm just never touching this because even if I suspect it's still a draw, which it might be.
Yeah.
Like, why would you run the risk of looking like an absolute pillock? You know, like it's just why?
You'll end up a tempo short and
yeah, like
regret your life choices. After Queen f6 as well, there was Queen takes c7 in that line, so I think it was wasn't quite possible. But okay, knight c5 on the board.
Yeah, I briefly switched to this because I think this one is about to conclude. I don't think that this game is long for this world.
Yeah.
Very difficult to imagine how Magnus survives to the time control, frankly, because it continues collapsing around him.
Yeah.
I think like something like rook c1, bishop d6, bishop c3, bishop e4. There's rook f4 here. I was going to say bishop e5, king e5, bishop f7 is sort of best case scenario for black, while also being completely and utterly lost.
Yeah.
But in fact, along the way, you just lose a full bishop to rook f4, and if you don't have bishop e5 here, then you start losing your king side without even like trading a bishop pair.
Yeah, you also have bishop a5 as well, bishop a5, bishop b6, and just pick up the
yeah, rook d7 played. f4 also very, very strong, of course. I've nothing wrong with f4, but I think rook dc1 is maybe. And the reason I'm so confidently playing rook dc1 is I think Magnus will not even try to defend some position like this because like it's just a waste of your time.
Maybe
some position like this is just like you never ever check a player like Giri in a position like this because there is nothing to check.
This one I agree, the black knight is so bad, but how about rook dc1, knight d3? Oh, okay, it's going to end up the same pretty much.
I think it's the same. I don't think you ever actually develop enough count to play against the f2 pawn.
Yeah, just bishop c3 check. And
yeah, you have bishop e5, but
yeah,
honestly, I will take. Yeah,
yeah,
I will take and win this every single time, I think. Yeah, and people continue spamming bishop a5 at us, which probably also just wins by force somehow. But bishop a5, b6 actually, gets there by force. But
yeah, why do you think it's the simple way when you can enjoy the pleasure of winning bishop and knight, bishop versus knight?
Yeah. Books are Nice says most people would not feel like a pillock if they played that line because they wouldn't know what the word means. Which is, I suppose, a fair point.
You can explain that one, or they can check out the Urban Dictionary. Wow, Magzulu's played c5 in that game. Maybe we can stick here. I think.
I don't know. Yeah, let's stick with Geary because I really do think this is not going to last very long from here.
Yeah, Magnus, what can he even try here? Just guaranteed to lose a knight now or lose the exchange.
How? Like rook, let's say d7, bishop b6, bishop. We just continue very, very simply going after the c file. Yeah, it's just not even very sophisticated or anything. We're just winning the knight on c5.
Yeah, I mean, this is good enough. Also, bishop f3 in that last position, just threatening bishop takes c5, bishop g4, everything.
Whoa, that is very cultured. I like this.
I don't know, just keep control, defend things. And
that is very cultured.
Defending d1 just in case. Yeah, no hope now. And the jacket comes back on, so the sponsors have had enough visibility.
No, I think he borrowed that move from Gary. I think Gary used to it wasn't the jacket though, right? It was the watch.
It was the watch.
It was the watch. Yeah, Gary would put the watch back on.
That would be so sadistic, Peter, to take the jacket off just to put it back on later.
Yeah.
And Magnus looking at the score sheet, he's ready to offer his hand.
Yeah, I think he is sort of looking back, trying to figure out if there was a way to play better. I mean, I'm sure he knows there was a way to play better, but from already a very problematic position. Yeah, I think he just resigns here.
Yeah.
He realizes bishop b6 is coming, so yeah, that is not fun for him because I think their sort of internal dynamic is, he very much enjoyed the recent supremacy he had in his head-to-head against Anish, and
that
losing in this fashion will not, like, losing in any fashion is never, it's never fun, but getting completely blown apart like this is going to be quite annoying to him.
Yeah, it'll be traumatic. And no matter how the rest of the tournament goes for Anish, I mean, he always does well in Wijk, but I'm pretty sure he'll be happy. Just beating Magnus alone is enough for a good tournament.
Absolutely, and so far, like, his wide games here have been
impressive,
very impressive. Yeah, that win against Gukesh showing a. Yeah, and there we have it. Magnus just putting stuff in the center, and probably saying, "I just forgot bishop d5" or whatever. Yeah. That gesture towards the forehead was, like, what have I done there?
Yeah, and just one move and it was pretty much gone beyond saving. But it was quite difficult before that, we've got to say. Anish certainly won the opening battle. Okay, wow, big result. All the standings.
Yeah, Anish kind of taking an early lead here, right? Because of the people on +1, he might be the only one winning today. Ding is unlikely to win, and Noribek maybe is slightly better. Let's go there actually, because Parham is defending this in a very kind of a modern chess fashion. He just went c5. Rook d8, rook d7, king f7, king e8, which is really the only way not to either get mated or lose material. But it's a very kind of a committal way to defend it. And now he might still have to play queen e3 check. I have to say, I'm not in love with this.
I think he really has to, because otherwise queen h8 looks like a killer threat.
Yeah,
we might be heading for that endgame you mentioned, Peter, and.
But then you would much rather have the king on f6, right? Like he's going to have exactly the same endgame. Only we were having this one, and he will have this one, which is like straight to tempi down.
That's a very relevant point,
and it's not irrelevant at all. Because once the king gets over to the other side, maybe it starts. Although, come to think of it, like just. If we're to show sample lines, so okay, you play king b2, but like, what do you do from here?
Yeah, maybe
Rook c6, maybe.
Could a tempo be important? Maybe rook c6 here, but also as soon as the black king gets to the 4th rank, a rook c4 check.
Rook c4, g4, yeah. Rook c4. No, but rook c4, I always go back.
King back.
Right? I always go back and I force rook c2.
I'm one tempo away. I thought the king was on c1 here, and then king b2.
Yeah, that would be that. But also, this shows how important it is for the king to be close. And like, queen f6 was forcing that, right?
Yeah, did look that way.
Or queen e5. No, queen e5 was forcing that. Queen e5 was just straight up forcing that.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm so surprised at the choice.
You mentioned the modern chess as well. I noticed the young generation, they do prefer to defend actively. I mean, the fact that he's even hesitating on queen e3 check right now really shows that he's unsure about this endgame. But I think needs must here, queen e3. Otherwise, you're just getting mated or...
Yeah, queen e8 is a massive, massive threat, as you're correctly pointing out. And yeah, your other options are just sort of the same but worse.
Yeah.
Like you can try playing queen f6, but then most likely even the queens don't come off. Like you will just get, unless you know, here we maybe give mate ourselves. Yeah. So queen f6 might still be giving you the same endgame.
Queen f6 white doesn't.
Oh no, but this is worse because the rook doesn't get to a3.
Even better.
Oh, this is actually lost probably.
Yeah.
This looks
at least very close for sure.
Yeah. This looks straight up lost to me.
Okay, queen e3. He's got to do it.
Yeah.
And maybe just in time.
2 minutes and counting.
And looking elsewhere, it does look like has Prague creating anything?
This is still kind of shuffling. The end game, I mean, white is going to be better until the game ends, but no progress made so far. And they actually agreed to draw here. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay, I mean, this is a bit unexpected, I have to say.
I'm surprised, Jordan. This is, I mean, this is a dream for white, no? Just try and get active.
Yeah,
queen,
I do not endorse. Yeah, I don't think this is...
Even just queen d2 if you want to play risk-free.
There's no harm in continuing. Like, I don't know why. Yeah. Day before the rest day, just do this, put the bishop on e3, start pushing, ask a question. It's not like you will not be able to trade the bishop on d2 for the knight on c5 at any point in this endgame if you so please. Like it's not like you're running a massive risk continuing here. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this, I have to say.
Okay, we do not approve of this.
Whoa.
Okay, this is another level of crazy. Queen h4. Okay, he does go against the threat.
He found a way to stop this and create some threats.
Say I play rook d1 to stop rook e1 check. What's your next move as black?
I have no idea. I don't like this one bit.
I'm terrified you don't get the queens off now and you just either lose
I
a pawn or
don't
get
like
mated.
this one bit. I think we're playing with fire to it. I mean, maybe now queen h5, queen e5 isn't time. I don't know. It's just like miraculously move by move. Maybe we can hold it. But like, we look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
just look at this. Like we're running so much risk.
So many
Rook d1 played. Yeah, rook d1 played.
This will be very much self-inflicted as well if he ends up losing in the next 2 or 3 moves. It's nearly move 40. He's got 1 minute. Don't know how narrow the margin is now, but it feels very, very close to being dead lost. Queen e7 doesn't work. Queen h8 comes. Peter, I think,
I think chat says king. I think chat mentioned the move king f7 here just to play a queen ending after queen c5 rook e1, which might be a draw, frankly. But people continue doing really strange things to themselves in this tournament.
Yeah.
Like, why would you ever prefer this to a rook ending, which I'm pretty sure you must feel is a draw?
Especially earlier. I mean, this rook ending wasn't 100% clear, but especially the ending.
Rook e2 was suggested in chat, but then queen takes c5 actually solves the tactical issue while continuing the attack. I think rook e2 you've lost.
Yeah.
By this point, I don't think you can hold the game anymore.
The king is
He's played c4. Yeah, like now he probably loses to something. I don't know. The engine weirdly doesn't scream at this as much as I expected it to scream. It's really, really strange to me.
Maybe he's a genius. He's just
no, I mean he is, but like that is that is not in dispute. I like the very, very quiet rook f1, just kind of stopping. Like this is no longer a check, giving us an additional tempo. We're also cutting off the king running in this direction. And once again, just make a move, sir. Please continue making moves. Yeah. This is such an ugly position to have move 40.
Wijk can even play king h1 next move and just improve the queen at will. Okay, we could see a lot of blood in this round.
Yeah. So far, only one decisive game, but there is some potential elsewhere. And
how's okay? We can maybe stay here just for Mike Zulu's next move. He's down to a few seconds. It's move 40. Yeah. But then
he's a very strong blitz player, so it's not like he knows how to play on literal seconds. But it's about to. Okay, I guess we missed it. Yeah. So he played king d7. I was wondering if he's just going to start running. Because, I mean, what else do you do? Like, it's not like you like this choice, but what else do you do?
I guess he's committed now to playing with the heavy pieces. He might as well play the most ambitious moves, king d7.
Apparently best move, according to chat.
Oh, impressive.
Yeah, just going towards c6. Like a very cool person. Yeah.
I mean, I'd still be terrified after queen b2, or I don't know.
b2 or d2?
Oh, maybe b2, just to...
This, I mean, I think the issue is you can't play rook b1 because this is a check again.
Actually, wait, yeah, that is annoying. Queen b... Yeah, but as soon as the black queen centralizes, it's less easy.
And you will be very gratified to learn that now the top engine move is, drumroll, king h1.
Okay.
Just as you foretold, the best move in this position is actually king h1.
I should have trusted my instincts. That's such a blitz or bullet move as well. You don't want to calculate, you don't want to commit, just kind of pre-move king h1 and then calculate later. But
yeah, this is very cool. This is very, very, very cool. I like this.
Maybe black continues king c6 or I don't know actually.
But now you can maybe
queen a5.
Queen a5 is maybe very annoying suddenly.
Yeah. Actually, I love the king on h1 because often I was worried about queen d4 check, queen b6 and back. But
yeah, I think once you realize there's nothing direct, it's a very makeable move. Just, step away from the checks, make your position slightly safer, slightly easier to pilot, deny some options to your opponent. I think you get there. In the meantime, move 40 has not been reached yet in the game between Ding and Prague. This is becoming sharper than I expected because, for instance, there is an option of playing rook d7 check now and meeting, let's say, king g6 with knight c4. Ah, no, actually, we have always have knight a6, knight c5. So Prague is still actually keeping everything firmly in control. Is he a bit better?
I mean, I think I'd take black just because the white king as well isn't entirely safe. There's ideas of c5, c4 later in some positions, like a6, knight c5, as you mentioned. I would be a bit worried for whites.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what else other than rook d7. You could potentially calculate rook c4, but it feels like
exactly.
King is...
You can also initiate sort of the same kind of race by this, but you are so far away from attacking c7, and like you're about to lose the pawn on g5.
Yeah, that's true.
Like some position like this, I would be very, very unsure about entering it.
Here you have to just play knight d4 and hope, or king d4.
Or this, maybe. Oh, actually, knight d4. Yeah, I missed knight d4.
But already king g5, king h4.
Yeah. And go.
The race. Yeah.
And go. So, we'll see. And then we also have the end game in the game between Vincent Keimer and Arjun Erigaisi. Now that it's an end game and the black king is completely safe, you're back to thinking, I guess, at least I am, that really only black can be better, but it's probably not very much, right?
Yeah.
Just f3 and then start attacking the pawn on e6.
Black's position feels so loose that I don't think white can ever be in trouble. If the rooks were off, I'd pick black.
Oh
for
yeah,
sure,
that would be a different story for sure.
Never going to happen.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the challengers for a second. Elin Roberts is defending very solidly against Tabatabai to the extent that I don't think she is really even much worse anymore. And very weirdly, we left it here, and Amin made a move in this position which I would not have guessed if you gave me many tries.
Wow.
Like, this looks so natural, and then just kind of play. I guess he didn't see how to improve, but like even something very slow like bishop 6, bishop d5, White really has no moves here.
Just king h8, just ask the question, what's your next move?
I mean, I guess rook e1, but even after that, I'm not sure what the next move is. But bishop c6, bishop d5, bishop takes b3 is, just very difficult to stop. And even if you have to allow rook e8 check, even this I think is just entirely safe, because like, how are you going to get the second piece to the wraith or move the queen away from f6 to give some kind of a check? But now I think she is just completely fine, because yes, this is a bit weak, but this construction seems to, like, how do you extricate the rook from before?
Yeah. Now that the bishops are off, White had that horrible passive bishop. It just feels like complete safety, as you say.
Yeah.
Even in queen endgames here, rook endgames, all of them.
Yeah, I think it's just fine. Yeah. Velimir Ivic is probably just completely winning against Vaishali. I assume this is some kind of mate.
Okay.
I don't quite see exactly, like, it feels like this should just win, but you still have to explain how after this.
Can we not just take on d7, say rook e takes, or
this? Yeah,
rook b7. Rook b7.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and just simplify into this and win this position quite comfortably. Yeah, it feels a bit sad not to win by force, but like, it's a really kind of stupid hang up to have. You don't have to win everything by giving mate. It's also okay to just queen all your pawns eventually.
Yeah,
nothing much wrong with that. So yeah, Vaishali probably losing this game, even though some hope was at some point given. I think the King's Indian eventually ended in a draw in a game between Sindarov and Adiban. Adiban actually played knight b6 here, a move we somehow discounted. I personally at least thought that c4 is playable, but now that I look at this,
rook c8
f5, I don't know, f5, rook d4, knight c6 actually loses to dc and cb. So, but rook c8 maybe just wins material. Yeah,
rook c8,
attacking both c4 and d5. So he played rook knight b6, d6, e5, and then eventually rounded up and won the pawn on d6. Wijk generated enough counterplay on the king's side to not be much worse, but was a draw. A kind of a really disastrous tournament continues for Yergos Pehac. We left it here. Bishop d5 was played, and it kind of went downhill from there, I guess, for Yergos. He played b3, and then black kind of invaded along the c file. And yeah, looks like black had to make a backwards move, but now that the blockade on the d3 square got removed, the position just collapses, and here he resigned, I guess, in disgust.
So what's the knockout after queen b4?
I think we just take.
Okay. Yeah.
And queen e4, rook e5 is not very attractive, and honestly, fe4, queen e5 is not very attractive either.
Yeah.
I don't think this is unreasonable. Supi against the small beer ended in a draw in a position which the engine suggests is completely winning for black, but I don't know if I would be very confident of that evaluation if this were my game. How did we get here? So after knight e3, Thomas played rook g8, White played knight h2, knight f4, and knight eg4, which is kind of similar to what we were discussing earlier, but with the inclusion of rook g8 and knight h2, which probably favors black. Everything is hanging. Looks like black should resign, right? d7 is hanging, g8 is hanging, e4 is hanging, and all of that is adequately protected by the move knight d5, which is quite beautiful. Yeah. And this is now a mess, because we've not really landed any kind of a killing blow. The king is still on e1. And yeah, I don't know. Here it still feels like maybe white is better. In particular, here it feels like white is better. But then things have gone sort of out of control, I guess.
White's queenside just disappeared somehow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Step by step, yeah. It still looks very unclear, but nothing actually happened on the queen side, weirdly. Like knight e4 looks interesting here, but I guess maybe rook d8 holds or something. Instead, rook h7 was played. Rook d8. King h3 is a bit of an abstract move here. And yeah, he gave up on a2 and didn't give any mate. So final position, I guess the machine just counts pawns and says black has 3, white has 2. I like it. But the king on b8 is still not very safe. And also, like, this is a very, very solid plan.
Yeah.
So
I think I would still take white, actually, in practical terms. But
and also, I guess a very nicely timed draw for here, because this is move 40. I assume nobody had any time for the last 15 moves. So, like, you go knight gf6 and you just offer a draw against, like, 33 seconds.
Yeah.
And it gets accepted because it gets accepted. Mishra is in trouble against Irvin because this setup is extremely solid and black has more pawns. I don't know how easy it actually is to win this, but black is, of course, very much to choose. And Yilmaz is just 2 pawns up against Max Warmerdam somehow. Something has gone off the rails. Okay, so they had this very kind of a typical position in which not very much was going on, and then he played king f8, and after b5, with horror, realized that he cannot take, meaning that you have to give up your entire queen side, which is very unfortunate. Why can't you go bishop b7, bishop c8?
Bishop. Yeah.
I guess something like bishop b2 and then bishop f3. And...
Well, this is less clear, right?
Yeah, I wonder why you would choose the other one. This looks like you're resigning a bit less here than you are in the other one. Yeah. A bit mystifying, but...
Very mystifying.
So really only 2 games still running. No, 3 games still running. Actually, 4 games still running. I can't count. But some of them aren't really running all that much. Like, we don't really count this one as being particularly intriguing.
Yeah.
Elena is still playing this position, but I think she holds it very, very comfortably. Yeah, we'll briefly check in with the Masters, and probably actually that would be a kind of a weird spot to take a break. I don't know. In the Masters, Prague did, after knight c4, play king g6, and they have finally reached move 40. I mean, definitely black for choice here.
Yeah. I mean, white's struggling to hold the pawns together. I guess you could play h4 and just sit, but it's going to be unpleasant. Black will exactly reroute the knight at some point. Maybe put the king on h5, just tie down the white rook.
Yeah, I very much like starting with king h5 just to... Although it it makes rook d7 more attractive.
Maybe knight a6 and then king h5 because the knight c5 will stop any intrusions.
Yeah, this is going to be very annoying for Ding to hold, because you have to, like, move after move, you have to solve those small problems. Here, maybe knight e5, knight d3 is not that horrible, but like even then, like, might go to h5 actually, not f5 as I originally thought, and after knight d3, just brute force the h4 pawn.
And knight f4, maybe.
I thought I could take.
Yeah,
somewhat weirdly, maybe the way to make a draw here, or at least to like set up a trap to make a draw, would be to make a waiting move and go knight f4 here. And then you do have a perpetual.
And then it's perpetual.
Yeah, and then you do have a perpetual.
Maybe king c4 is a more useful waiting move.
Oh yeah, or king c4, exactly. Good point. Yeah. Of course it is, yeah. Just creating an actual threat.
Yeah. No, very clever stuff, but that's what he might need, Ding.
Yeah. And queen d4 played in Abdusattorov versus Parham. did not play the move king h1, so now I assume central control is once again very much the name of the game. I would just immediately start by doing this, and then thinking, and then probably playing king c6.
Yeah.
Sort of stabilizing, taking away some of the checks.
Still
no longer
very
looks
scary.
that horrible, yeah. Looks scary, but no longer looks that horrible if I'm on. Yeah, but still.
Queen a4 check, rook b1.
Yeah, like where do we put this guy? b7, a7, b6, a7 maybe.
Yeah, but then rook b1, queen b4.
Yeah. I have rook b6.
Ah. Okay, I thought queen e7 check there won, but it doesn't, right?
Maybe it does, yeah. But does it?
Yeah.
Rook f1. No, I'm still scared, but
rook f1 is terrifying.
Yeah,
maybe you're clinging on. Rook b7 then.
Yeah, queen d4, queen d5 looks safer, says chat, which is probably true. Yeah, actually, not giving up as much control. Although, like for me,
rook f7.
Yeah, like allowing rook f7. And by this point, I very much recognize this particular chatter, and he or she is very rarely wrong, and I think I know why. but yeah, for me as a purely carbon base, chess player form, I am stopping rook f7 check. I am not allowing rook f7 check.
The only way to defend here might be king c6, king c5.
King c5, yeah, exactly. Like you have to go in with whatever this is, like rook c7, king d4, and we run. And actually, I can't find a way to punish it. Maybe it's completely fine, but I mean, are you very certain of that? If that's actually your position?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to burn a huge amount of time before committing to anything even close to this. Oh, Peter, is it the time for Joyce?
I think he is either going to get his walk or already has come back from the walk, so he is kind of happy and needs further encouragement. Hello, Beastie.
I wonder what Joyce would play in this position. Okay, queen d4.
Queen d4, yeah. I think Joyce very confidently plays queen d4 and then also starts thinking after king h1.
Yeah, I do not envy Magzulu here. It's going to be a long, unpleasant defense. What do you think, Peter? Is this time for a break? As
now that I seem to have devolved to canine content, maybe we do take a bit of a break and come back. Thanks everybody for sticking around with us. Yeah, I'll go play with the Beastie for a bit, and we'll be back.
See you soon.
eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sing for your skin. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later.
welcome back to, I'm guessing, the conclusion of round 4 of the 2023 Tata Steel Wijk tournament. And the story of the day, of course, even though we still have 2 reasonably exciting games in progress, the story of the day is, of course, Anish Giri's victory over the reigning world champion for 3 months yet, Magnus Carlsen. And I was just told by David that apparently this is his first classical victory over Magnus since Wijk 2011 on this day. 12 years on to the day, which is quite remarkable, I have to say. And yeah, a very, very good day for the Dutchman. Played a very nice game, capitalized on, I think, a bit of a laissez-faire attitude by Magnus out of the opening there. I think Magnus just sort of didn't believe he was in trouble until he really, really was in trouble. And from that moment on, it was very, very difficult to come back. And the move a6, a5. And yeah, I mean, now that we're actually sort of actively discussing only one game, perhaps we can go through it a little bit.
Yeah.
A theoretical battle in the Queen's Indian, which is also full credit once again to Team Giri after Anish's win in round 2 in Ragozin. Today he came also very well prepared, I feel, to meet a very non-obvious choice by Magnus. Magnus is not a very habitual Queen's Indian player. And Anish still came fully booked up in an old, very sharp line with his d5 pawn sacrifice. And this endgame is still reasonably well known. In fact, Magnus himself had this with white some time ago. And here, this is where the game deviated. Magnus played bishop g5. Anish chose knight e5. And so how do we feel about this, David? Like, are we blaming this on sort of specifically lack of sort of recent reacquaintance with the line for Magnus, or did he maybe, I don't know, misevaluate the position, misjudge just how ambitious Anish's approach was? Like, how do we describe this in story terms?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that Magnus's opening preparation could have been better, especially if you're playing this line with bishop a6. You need to know your stuff. This is White's most kind of direct, most ambitious approach against your setup. Also, if Magnus has had this before from the white side, maybe we'd expect him to know a bit more. After that, okay, Magnus clearly didn't have a good day at the office, but I think you're right, Peter. There's a certain amount of kind of underestimation of Giri here. It feels like he thought he could get away with anything. Maybe a miss here with knight d4 after b4, taking on d7. But already it's difficult. We've got to say already he's played himself into, in practical terms, a really difficult situation. And
yeah, and also it's very, very unfortunate, and it will not happen very often that a move which seems as obvious and as like must play as rook d8 takes d7 here, taking the very, very dangerous passer off the board, attacking the bishop on b7, winning a tempo, and it basically loses compared to the move knight e5, which after a sample line would be, I think what we were showing during the broadcast was something like in some order king f1, knight d7, and bishop g2, or something along those lines, with the intention of getting the rook to b7. Even this is legitimately very dangerous for black. But as you will see in a moment, this is an absolute picnic compared to what Magnus actually got in the game, because after rook d7, he clearly missed bishop d5, because after bishop d5, he just sank into very, very deep thought and realized that really there's no way back. Suddenly, b takes e5 happens sort of faster and with much more devastating effect, because you also constantly have to watch out for rook b8 checks. He ended up settling on this. And here Anish chose a very human decision. I think you and we gave a very clear demonstration here of how this looks completely winning, while also being very difficult to actually win as efficiently as the engines win it.
How to mess it up as a human.
Yeah, because the cleanest solution, according to the engines, was rook e1, knight e6, which I'm sure Anish considered, and then a move knight c3, a4. which your mind, I think, sort of refuses to process a little bit because you're moving the knight away from the center and it just doesn't feel very critical. But in fact, knight takes c5 is such a massive threat that the black position just straight up collapses. Instead, Anish played bishop c5, knight e6. And here, once again, we just sat here for 5 minutes. We can, in marked difference to Anish, we could actually move the pieces around. And we spent, I think, 5 minutes kicking things around here and came to the conclusion that bishop b4 is good.
Yeah.
When, in fact, both bishop c6 and knight e4 are stronger according to the engines. But yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Also, nobody makes those moves, I think, considering why they're winning.
Yeah.
And this is where the game really ended. Because Magnus clearly sort of very, very disgusted with how this is going, went for the line a5, bishop a5, rook c8. I still don't really understand what the intention was against, let's say, knight e2. I'm very mystified by this choice because, I will put the bishop back on b4. Eventually, this knight will go somewhere, and why this was the choice, I don't know. But knight a4 is just much stronger, and the game didn't really last very long from here.
Yeah.
So what else can we add to this? What's your most abiding impression from this game?
Firstly, that Giri's in great form, but also we got to mention, Magnus just maybe not fully focused, maybe making some kind of flippant choices about the opening. Something was up in this game, and the tilt, as you mentioned, there were plenty of ways to put up sterner resistance, but you didn't really put up any of a fight. Even as you say, giving up the bishop pair. At least he could have fought on a bit longer.
Yeah, in this position, this is the line that was suggested by Dane. I think it's possible to miss that the knight f5 move even exists. And without it, I think it probably does look very lost. But if you spot that this exists, the evaluation here is plus 1.5, which I guess means there's absolutely no forced win, because the engines love the bishop pair in an open position so much that generally this is a low evaluation for this position, honestly.
Yeah.
I would have expected more, and it means that there's still a fight going on. Of course, you feel very pessimistic with black. You know that it's one of those, at some point I stumbled upon a way to describe positions like this, which I feel is somewhat instructive. It's a position you can draw, but you can never equalize. There's just eventually, maybe if white misplays it enough material comes off that you will still be worse even in the final position, but there will just not be enough material left. But there's just no way to actually get to equality from here, because the bishop pair will always be massively stronger than the pair of knights on an open board. But yeah, you do make draws in positions like this.
And Magnus had time to at least look for this, find something like this, and playing a5, it's like you said earlier, you're giving away a pawn, yet you're still suffering. You're always going to lose long term. It's moves like that make me kind of think he underestimated Giri. Maybe he thought he could play for a trick that Giri wouldn't find a knockout, but he didn't need one here. And yes, he found a really nice way to finish off knight a4, bishop b4, etc. But
yeah, rook bc1 first, even, which is quite cute, keeping everything completely tied up, and then that final maneuver. And here, many things win, but I very much like bishop a5 with the intention of playing bishop b6 and just using the pin along the c file to absolutely decisive effect. Very, very nice win by Giri. Nothing we say about Magnus's play. I kind of stand by every word, but none of that distracts from how well Anish played once an opportunity was presented to him. He will be leading the tournament outright because Nodibek... hang on a second. No, Nodibek is also on +1, isn't he?
Who has he beaten?
So if Nodibek wins his game, there will be a tie for first between Anish and Nodibek. But Parham is actually... We'll get to that in a moment. We still have 2 games running. They both could potentially feature somebody who ties with Anish at the top. But in a very, very kind of a breaking news event, Dingliren is now straight up losing to Pragnananda if Pragg plays precisely from here. It's not immediately obvious why, if I'm entirely honest with. Although after rook e4, I think it is kind of obvious why, I guess, because maybe you just don't survive knight a6.
And knight d3.
I think this pawn ending might be lost.
Yeah, so...
I mean, we actually have to show this because it's not obvious it's lost.
Mm-hmm.
Your king is very, very sidelined. Like you play king f5 here and you start running. I would be actually a bit worried to go into this.
Who's winning?
Yeah, who's winning and why?
I guess king g3 you can run with the h pawn as black, but do you really want to risk this?
And in fact, knight a6 might actually be a mistake, but you can just go after the h pawn. Now that you've sidetracked the rook and there's no rook d7 available, you can just go rook h1 here and just start picking up material.
Makes a lot of sense. Knight f3, rook h3.
Yeah, and White managed to misplace, his pieces to such an extent that like this just doesn't look like it holds. You still have to be a bit precise, I suppose. But no, knight d3, king g4. It's just very, very comfortable because there are no checks. Like in some position like this, the knight has to go back, and then we start collecting everything. This, everything is hanging.
Yeah.
So Ding, for the entire game, we were describing his approach as very, very minimalist. But honestly, not for a second would I dream of him being in trouble in this game from here. So this is a very, very important potential milestone for Pragg, because beating players of Ding's strength from such positions is, I think, something that gives you an unbelievable, first of all, an unbelievable boost of confidence, and also kind of marks you as, it shows you've progressed past a certain point. Because I think we all know that these young kids, they calculate incredibly well. They are generally all incredibly well booked up in openings. The breadth of knowledge is fantastic. But beating very well established, very classically trained, very strong positional players from boring, dry positions is where you start thinking this is something very special. And he still hasn't won. I don't really want to jinx him. It's very possible not to beat Ding out from this position. But this is something quite special in progress for the young man. And we have one more position in progress, which is this very messy heavy piece endgame between Noribek and Parham. We left it here, and
he found queen d5.
Yeah, I was saying that no human person plays queen d5 here happily. Maybe he didn't do it happily, but he did do it. And after some thought, Noribek realized rook f7 check does not actually win the game and has gone for queen f8. Remains a very difficult position to play for both, I guess.
But especially for black, right? The stakes are much higher. You might get checkmated. You might lose your queen. I'm not sure it's exactly the type of position you would say that it might be equal, but you never equalize. But
no, this one you can imagine how you equal. Just things get traded away, and like c4 gets traded for a2 somehow, and
or the queens come off.
No, but like if the queens come off here and nothing changes in the position, black probably wins. Because the king is in the center and the c pawn is very far progressed. So like you need more than one condition here for this to become equality.
But it is misleading, the evaluation bar saying it's equal, because black needs a move now, right? Rook f7 monster threat.
And the difference is, just to show why rook f7 wasn't winning in the previous position, we go king c6, and we start running forward. Like after queen b7, we just run forward. Queen a7, I assume, continue running forward. Very importantly in this position, the e3 square is covered by the rook on a6, so the queen on a7, rook on b7 are both completely misplaced. In fact, I think this is how you occasionally lose with white. Because you drive the king towards some square like c2, and then suddenly you have no more checks, and the black pieces sort of form a protective box around the king, and all of this mass of pieces just starts pushing the c-pawn forward. And suddenly you just realize that I want to drag shogi into this conversation, but I really am not a shogi player, so I feel like
I know precisely zero about shogi.
Yeah, but this is the one thing that Peter Heine Nielsen, who is a huge shogi enthusiast, sort of impressed upon me. Basically, this is a very legitimate defensive strategy in shogi, because in shogi nothing can attack backwards.
Wow. Okay.
So if the king actually manages to get through the attacking enemy lines and get behind, it's entirely safe, because they just don't move. They don't move backwards. They don't attack backwards. Wow. So this is a bit of a kind of a shogi type situation where we've driven it all the way here, and now it's safe, and we regret it very much, because now all the endgames are definitely lost with the king as active as this, with the pawn next to it on c4. So what is the difference? If, let's say, after queen f8 I play, I don't know, g5, which is a move that will never ever be played in the history of moves not being played, rook f7, king c6.
That's a good question. What is the difference, actually? Originally I thought queen a8, but it's the same. Queen c8.
Yeah, I'm still running forward, right?
Yeah.
What is the difference?
At first
Maybe
I thought
queen c8,
king b5,
and then
king a4.
I don't. Yeah, like it's very safe on a4 as well. What is the threat? Like, can it be that queen f8 actually doesn't generate a threat anyway? We have sort of protected against c3, right? Because we will just very simply go queen c8 and then take on c3 quite happily and play a pawn-up position.
Black has no effective checks there?
No, not really. Yeah, as long as we stop rook e1 check as the first check, we're never in trouble.
Yeah.
But is it possible there is no threat? Is it possible that I can start running immediately?
Yeah, queen c8 here.
No, but yeah, rook b1 check is probably a bit worrying. Yeah,
I mean, that one, at least there's no checks, no counterplay, so White would have a timeout now to play queen b8.
Queen b8 or something. Yeah, this looks very, very dodgy. Yeah.
Or queen f8 again. Yeah,
it's very important that the rook stays back on the first rank and there's never any counterplay. Can you talk about Mustafa Yilmaz's game? I'm trying not to be honest, because it's a very dry endgame, which I assume he will eventually win. But actually, I can bring it up for a second there, because I think right now he has an immediate victory with queen c2, right? Because queen a3 loses the queen to queen c8, queen f8, bishop h7. And if the queens come off and we're still 2 pawns up, I assume we will find a way to win it somehow. Like, it's very difficult to imagine the bishop ending 2 pawns down can be held.
Yeah,
so yeah, now I don't really mind talking about this game, because it's a very short conversation. Just get the queens off, Black probably resigns, I would assume.
Looks clinical.
Yeah, going back to this, yeah, king 6 is risky. And okay, Mazetas in chat says the threat is actually queen f2.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, with some queen a7 hints. I don't know. Yeah, like this is.
I'll promise everyone that that's not his intention. When he played queen f8, his intention was not queen f2.
He definitely did not play it with the intention of playing queen f2. Yeah, we know this much. But yeah, this is just very difficult to play, because first off, you have to convince yourself as Parham that you just have a tempo here to do something, because none of the checks are doing anything still. And then a comment I can actually get behind by Nizahe there, and this I understand at least. The best move for White, if White is to move, is a4, and this I very much understand at least finally, because taking away the b5 square from the king will be relevant in a lot of these positions. So thank you for that, Niz.
Yeah. So, for example, if Black waits to move with g5, as we were saying,
yeah, we can just go a4 and continue sort of improving slowly. And now maybe in some variations, the king will not actually get past the wall.
It already looks like a massive threat of rook f7, queen c8, and
then some and queen c7,
and then queen c7 mates.
Yeah, exactly. Like so now if you continue pushing, suddenly inability to go king b5 just instantly decides the game.
It's very clever.
Yeah.
So how does Black defend this?
Yeah, you can. And the issue is, like, you can name moves here, but they don't.
How do you make the conditions for a king march? Maybe you have to clear the queen out the way so the king can march through the center, but I would be reluctant to touch anything here as black. I'd be scared it would
like
drop off.
rook d6, but I would be scared I'm actually worsening my setup by abandoning the e file.
Yeah.
We know we can't play c3. We are not really liking king c6. Like I would be very tempted to play king 6 just to, I would know it's risky, but I'm sort of clarifying things a little bit, by getting it all the way to a4 and then hopefully not blundering any mate. But yeah, like you're not very confident about any of this if you're black here.
Yeah.
Why does something barbaric like rook e2 fail? I have a feeling that without the rook to cover the 6th, some of these checks will suddenly win. No, maybe not. Actually,
Queen a8.
And now rook. It still doesn't win. We run
C7,
this direction.
Yeah, king d4.
Amazing. Even this is. So hang on a sec. No. Rook c7, king d4, queen a7, and probably the only move is king c3, but it's not difficult. Because king d3 does run into the skewer from behind. Yeah. So rook e2 is maybe playable. Maybe he just loses the g6 pawn with check and you don't like it.
We're too busy looking at the
it's as good as explanation as any, no?
Yeah. And actually, the g6 pawn is quite important because black's king can't run forward again. There might be some rook f5s in that position. Oof. Yeah, it feels almost like a Zugzwang type of position for black. Any move might worsen your position. You're hesitant to touch anything.
Yeah, it's a torture to settle on something here. Like there are some moves you would make if they were playable. Like for instance, you very much like to play c3, c2 just to give white, something to worry about. But it just instantly loses the pawn. He's gone with rook e7, which is another very understandable choice. Just stopping all of those checks from happening. But it also makes all the king runs less efficient.
Yeah, and queen f6 instantly played by Abdusattorov.
I guess he was sort of expecting that. We can go back to e6 now. Yeah, this is maybe a kind of an easy move to settle on.
Maybe he could have been playing a4 or queen f2, those threats we mentioned.
Yeah.
a4 looks quite tempting.
A4 looks okay, yeah.
Although maybe that
unless c3 suddenly becomes playable. Yeah,
Okay, so
people are saying that queen f2 was actually still strong after rook e7, but yeah, we're just going to be ignoring the queen f2 comments because
it's too classy for us.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much.
Prag has played rook h1, so it looks like he's at least getting ready to pick off some pawns. I don't even see how Ding defends, to be honest. How does he try to begin defending? Does he go active, rook f4, rook f7?
Yeah, but then rook e4 kind of wins-ish, no?
Knight c4.
So, white to move first, yeah. So rook h4. Also, I will mention that there is this move, but it maybe isn't an improvement because white generally just wants to play knight c4 anyway. So rook h4, rook f7. I assume we start with rook e4. It's hard to... actually, no. Actually, no. We do this, right?
This is clever, yeah.
And this doesn't blunder anything. Yeah. If this doesn't actually blunder the rook.
Yeah.
And also doesn't blunder the g7 pawn. And we don't really care about the c7 pawn. We want both of those to survive. We don't really care about our queen side all that much.
Yeah.
Rook c7, rook e4, this looks kind of gone. Because I don't know, knight c4, I'll just play king f6 and I'll start running. Yeah. This looks bad.
Yeah.
Queen f6, rook h7 played.
Wow. At least there's a threat. Not very subtle.
Yeah, and the engines finally start screaming.
Okay.
Or screaming-ish anyway.
How do we prevent rook takes h3 check?
And yeah, here I want to quote my first ever coach, but I don't know if it's a very applicable quote here. The quote goes, before protecting something that's under attack, check if it needs protecting. I'm very tempted to find some move which allows rook h3 and still wins, but maybe let's not do that.
Queen f2 again.
Queen f2 again or some, yeah.
Queen f2 makes more sense than others because if we put the king on g1, there won't be any checks at least. But
if we are looking for a move which allows rook h3, I think queen f2 is very strong. But we probably aren't. We probably are looking for queen b6 maybe.
This way as well. So for argument's sake, I'll take that silly thing on h3, and then I'll put my rook on
a
b3.
good square of some sort, yeah.
Somewhat protected.
Check. And we run, I assume.
e8 maybe, just to avoid
because you have this very annoying threat of getting the queens off, and I only really have checks from very limited squares. Yeah,
maybe rook e1.
This holds. Rook e1. Yeah, sorry, rook e1, of course. Rook e1, and then we run in, I assume,
one of the two directions. I assume
this direction, but it looks iffy.
I mean, the whole position looks iffy. So.
Yeah, it looks very iffy. We probably have lost the queen to rook e5 somewhere.
King a5, rook e5.
Yeah.
Okay, so some setups work running away, but
yeah, and also there was a mention in chat of a move I actually considered but didn't believe in, rook f4. And the reason I didn't believe in it is that I thought there will be some check from d1, which makes sense, but
queen d1, rook f1.
Rook f1, and there's nothing there, yeah. And also, very importantly, queen c5 is now met by a check. Yeah. Or actually, queen d4 is maybe even stronger. Very, very, just getting the queens off as well, just straight away.
Simplify down.
Yeah, just immediately simplifying to a very, very winning position.
And where's the killer if rook d3 again, just to stop your threat of rook d4?
Yeah, I actually would prefer the other one, because now it runs towards b5 again.
Yeah.
Now
but queen takes g6
again, and
queen takes g6 and rook f5.
And rook f. This is now going to be a constant recurring theme, I guess.
Yeah,
just skewering via the fifth. Yeah.
I guess that's the only way to beat the centralized queen, to skewer her somehow when the running happens.
Yeah, and Chad is also saying h4 is quite strong, which I sort of believe, but I think it's a difficult move to play.
It's a move you play very reluctantly.
I think your brain kind of refuses to process softening up your king side, because like it kind of ties your pieces to the protection of that pawn on h3. You feel a bit safer.
I was wondering about king g1 as well, just to get out of any rook takes h3 and then just block with a rook. But I don't really want to paralyze my rook like this.
I think there's a very I go rook e7 here. I immediately feel a lot safer because now there is legitimate counterplay. And
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so wow, rook f4, I would be super impressed if he plays it.
Why not king h2? There's a question in chat. We definitely do not want to be trading queens, even if it loses black the pawn on g6, even if it loses black both g6 and a6, he will be a very, very strong passer. Rook f4 finally played, yeah. They are on point, yeah.
Just incredible, this young generation, how they calculate, and they don't make assumptions ever in any position. It's impressive.
Yeah, and apparently king g1 and rook f4 were the only two moves which kept the advantage. And I think king g1 keeps the advantage because after queen c5 we just go back to h1 and then we play rook f4. I think this is one of those where it just allows a favorable repetition.
What type of advantage is it? That's the question. Is it immediately winning? Because in that line we couldn't see any way to make rook takes h3 work. And if you can't play rook takes h3,
at least not immediately. Yeah. I mean, the bar doesn't I think if this were just game over, we would see it much more clearly.
Rook d4 is
on the bar, but yeah, I'm struggling to find a move now. Maybe queen d1, queen d6. This is actually this was my problem with rook f4. But I think we very happily just play this rook ending, right?
Okay,
this is winning. Yeah,
100 times more favorable than the other endings.
No, yeah, because the question whose rook is active on the a file is fantastically important here.
Yeah, I mean,
this is just dead.
Black's going to be tied down with a rook on a7.
Yeah, king c7 only move, says Nizar here.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, just sidestepping rook d4. And if rook d4 anyway, maybe we go queen c5. Oof. And we're somehow not dead. Yeah, queen d8, king b7, we continue running. Oof.
Yeah, maybe rook d4 drive. Actually, wait, so rook f4, king f7. King c7, sorry. Maybe rook d4 drives the queen where it wants to be. I guess black wants a queen on c5 and a king on a7 now to be safe.
Yeah, so we're also being told rook d4, queen c5 is dead, but you do have rook f7.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance we're seeing that at this after.
No,
after
I
6
think
rounds.
I think honestly at this point Parham might get there simply by refuting everything else.
Yeah.
I think it is possible to play king c7 because you just straight up refute everything else.
Mhm.
And after king c7, rook d4, I think rook f7 is actually findable line.
Yeah.
I feel it's not an impossible move. You do want to play such counter punches.
And rook
I think it's
f7,
fine.
queen h8. Does it continue?
Yeah. Let's try and figure it out.
Still terrifying for black. I'm gonna say rook f8.
No, rook f8 is a bad rook ending, like rook d5,
Yeah.
rook c5, rook c4. So queen e6 maybe? Weirdly.
Yeah.
Queen g8, king b7, and we're still sort of
Wijk goes rook d1 and starts all over
yeah,
again.
yeah. No, it's not fun. None of this is fun, but maybe we're kind of still alive here. I don't know.
Mhm. Put the king on a7 somehow and pray. Yeah, it's not fun at all.
And now that my friends are here to provide amusing content, I'll give you 3 guesses to find the best move in this position.
And I'm assuming that the best move is far from obvious. Is it king h2?
Yeah. I actually thought I can give you one and you'll get it because it's sort of very, very much thematic to in a way we've been discussing this endgame. But it's kind of funny that the best move is just very quietly to remove the threat of rook takes h3 and go from there.
Yeah. But I mean, it's been off the radar for so long, king h2, because of all these queen d6s, and now it's the one moment. We can do it with the rook on f4. Wow, okay.
Yeah, I wonder why not queen c3, by the way, which was also mentioned in chat, because it looks like very logical to just pick the pawn on c4 up and go from there.
b7, can you take the pawn? Because rook takes h3 is...
Yeah, we're not actually threatening it. Because black will have rook takes h3 against both captures, which I didn't immediately realize. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Also not immediately obvious if Magsudlu is calculating king c7, he might be worried about queen c3.
Yeah, down to 25 minutes, they have, 15 minutes for Nodebek and 16 minutes for Parham from here until more time gets added. In our second game, knight d7 was chosen over rook f4. I assume we just take rook e7. Yeah, I think I saw this briefly. I think the engine, for whatever reason, prefers g6 here. I don't know why it doesn't like this enough.
Yeah,
this also looks horrendous for white, but maybe e4. Maybe it's because of this. Yeah.
Okay. And
because it doesn't really like simplifying to the one side. Yeah.
No matter where you go. Yeah. King e6 also rook h7.
Yeah. I'd be a bit scared I will lose this as well because I'm not sure the knight actually comes out. Like if I get the knight to some good squares, I might be able to. Like knight a6. Are we sure we make a draw here?
King c4.
Yeah, knight c5. Or maybe even c6 first, honestly.
Yeah.
c6 first.
Knight f8.
Knight. You probably
maybe
make
b4
with a well-timed before, yeah. And you before king before, and you have the a5 threats. Yeah. Okay. King c7 in the meantime found by Parham. These are, I just want to restate, these are not bad players.
Yeah, this is
some of the decisions that have been made recently. Machine probably disagrees with, but I just want to say this is quite awesome. Frankly, the level of play, considering how like mind-blowing these types of endgames are, is kind of high.
He could retrain Parham as a tightrope walker, just the way he's been playing this game.
Yeah, this is not bad.
I think most mere mortals would have blundered. I mean, even most grandmasters would have blundered. I know I would have done at some point with the black king out like that, but yeah, king c7, nice find. Imagine if king h2 happens as well.
Yeah, if he actually just blitzes out king h2 here, it's
he's played more difficult moves more quickly than that. But
what's the line after king h2 g5? I guess now maybe rook d4 improved.
Rook f7. And
now queen h8.
Maybe now queen h8.
Maybe we've gained something. I don't know what though, but maybe we've gained something.
You also have to calculate, I guess, rook takes d5, rook f6, rook takes g5 there, but
No,
I
but
don't really.
No, we never do that. No,
no.
We
rook e5.
Yeah, I don't think we ever do that.
Yeah, actually, king d6, black comes to king.
Yeah.
Oh no, king d6.
You're lucky if you have a draw here with white. I mean, here we actually missed rook e3 and we lost, but not lost, but we've given
probably
up.
Lost.
We've given up a lot of time, and now we're definitely not winning at this.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
But yeah, the point is that we don't even calculate this because
yeah,
we might as well keep the queens on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can cash in for more later.
Rook c5 forks the pawn, but it doesn't though, Joe.
Yeah.
Doesn't. This actually loses the game because now the c pawn legitimately wins if you take on g5.
Yeah, so king h2 would be very nice. Yeah, it does feel like
g5. Whoa, this is so painful.
Okay. Queen.
And it actually doesn't end there because there's also this.
Peter, I retire from chess. This is
Queen
d4 bang.
Yeah, this is exactly the feeling you get when you analyze positions like this with an engine.
Yeah. I mean, it's not unfindable because we've been looking for ways to try and win that c-pawn the whole time. But yeah, to suddenly switch from checkmating mode to grinding out the endgame mode, that would show versatility. King c7. Yeah, actually, what else other than king h2? Queen c3, king b7. We found nothing.
Well, we do have the rook d4 queen h8 line.
Yeah,
which
that looked.
Yeah, I mean it's it doesn't win. We know it doesn't win for some reason, but it's not bad. It's very playable.
Yeah,
but I guess black sort of just stabilizes with something like queen c6, and then if you play rook d1, I will actually sort of crawl into a corner and start playing rook b7 and claiming,
d4 maybe. Yeah, I mean it's.
No, I think here we actually do survive. Yeah. Because on a7 it will be it should be possible to control the checks enough. White doesn't really have that many attackers after all.
Yeah, true. Queen d4, king a8. At least you're finally in one of the corners. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know how big the advantage is after king h2, but it certainly looks almost unstoppable there.
And Prague did play king takes g5 instead of the move g6, which I wonder if it's he's still better, but
how much? Rook takes g7?
Yeah, but maybe not as much as he was better. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like white does get after this and this white rook f7 check is maybe even a cleverer way to get the exact same position anyway, because as we mentioned, whichever square you choose, rook takes h7 becomes playable.
Yeah.
So it's the same endgame, but also with the pawn on e3 alive. And if you go king h6, I guess you just go rook, maybe even f7.
Yeah.
And start threatening knight f8 and.
You make an argument for rook g3 as well, maybe just to cut the king. King h6.
Yeah. That as well.
Okay, well, if Ding saves, this is going to go down as a missed opportunity for Prague, but g5 is so natural.
Absolutely.
G6 visually very, very difficult. Also in knight endings, it makes sense to want to keep the h-pawn, but should have been possible to calculate this these knight forks maybe.
Let's briefly check out what's happening in the challenge. There's only 2 games left in the challenger, so I assume the Yilmaz game actually did end after white found queen c2. Yeah, queen c2 resigned as expected, and Velimir Ivic, he created an additional threat here, and the game also ended. We also had. Yeah, and we have 2 games running, which are this endgame, which I honestly expect Erwin to eventually convert, but white is by no means helpless here. The fact that you constantly have to pay attention to rook takes c6, like the same endgame, but the pawn on b6 is on b4. Yeah. You take Irvin to win every single time. And there are some very, very famous examples. Like there's, I keep on forgetting who Nimzovich was playing against in all those games, but there's like a very famous endgame in my system, I think, where the structure on the king side is, I think, a5, b4, and c5 instead of a6, against a6, b7, and the bishop on c6, and white has a dark square bishop, and black has 4 against 3 on the king side. And even that endgame was very, very slowly ground out by Nimzovich. And here we even have an extra pawn. But because the pawn is on b6, and we constantly have to make sure we are not blundering some sort of rook takes c6 shenanigans, the conversion is trickier. Still feels like it should be possible to win. And the other game running is this one, where Amin is understandably reluctant to accept a threefold. There was a number of threefolds already offered, and he's playing on. But it's also very difficult to figure out how he will ever win this game.
Yeah, you've got to be slightly careful as black. Your king is not exactly safe. I don't think we'll see a repeat of yesterday with Alina's opponent just trying to overpress at all costs.
Yeah,
like, I mean,
and weirdly, despite the queens being on board today versus rook and bishop versus rook and knight yesterday, I think Amin even has much fewer even potential for shenanigans. Like none of his pieces really go anywhere. Max Warmerdam was actually finding ways to like for things to continue going on, whereas here you're so tied down to the protection of the pawn on d4 that it's just very, very difficult to nominate a plan. I think this ends in a draw pretty quickly, like king g6, queen c2, king h6, queen c5. White also doesn't really have, like, you can try playing a 4 in some positions, but I don't know if that does very much. And I don't think she is as interested in continuing the game as she was yesterday. Yesterday, she was better for the whole game. Today, she was probably worse for most of it. So I think she'll be very okay with just drawing it.
Yeah, queen b8 here is my only question, but then the f pawn I'm a bit worried about. Rook takes b3. Rook takes d4, rook b3.
Good point. There has to be a way to be completely fine even here, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
like if I want to be boring, I think I'm not going to lose even this position.
Yeah,
like rook b1, queen c2.
But there I can maybe take. Oh no, queen h2, queen f3.
Yeah, like yes, you are sort of like you could claim some sort of moral advantage here because your queen is more active, but it's not going to amount for very much. Yeah. So let's go back to the Masters where Prague played king h6, and now I think rook f7 is pretty. I mean, rook e7 is also not bad, but I think rook f7 is very, very logical because I don't think you want to give black additional tempi to play something like knight d5, even if knight d5 is not very strong. Why? Just very simply, why give options when none exist?
Just and what is your answer to rook h3 here? Just knight f8 and ignore.
Yeah, I think we go knight f8, rook e3, king c4, and now both are hanging, and the king is about to break out of the cage. Even this kind of looks a bit scary, but I guess we go knight d7, and we're just in time to generate some counterplay, and we're not actually getting mated. The king is somewhat safe on those two squares.
Yep, agreed. And I mean, I have a feeling.
All of this happened.
Okay, wow.
All of this happened. Rook d4, rook f7 was instantly found by Parham. Queen h8 was played by Noribek also quite quickly. So he clearly didn't blunder rook f7. He just didn't see anything stronger. And what do we do here?
We were suggesting queen e6, I guess queen c5.
Yeah, I think I played queen e6. Like queen c6 might also be playable-ish.
Queen c6, queen e5 check.
Yeah,
king b7.
Yeah, you have to just answer this question to like, are you worried about giving up control over this square, or are you just kind of generally okay with? I think you're just okay with this setup, right? Put the king on a7, queen c6, queen c5. We're not really wars anymore.
Yeah, rook d6, queen c5. Yeah, I think you're just holding. Okay, so maybe this is actually helping black quite significantly, getting the king over.
Yeah, I think those are actually now that the the very fun ideas of getting it over to c2 have been kind of overruled. The dream square is a7.
Yeah. Yeah, so queen e6, queen c6, we haven't found a refutation against either of them. Wait, so queen c6, queen h4?
Ah. Nice.
Well, I don't know if it's nice. I mean, maybe
nice.
king b7. Is White even threatening to take on c4?
That is a that is a very good point. Yeah, the answer is just a very firm no. The answer is a very, very firm no. This is not a threat.
In that case, it does definitely feel like Magsulu's over the worst, over the hump.
Yeah, we haven't reviewed queen e6 either, which is a more active move because it really kind of keeps the idea of queen e1, queen e5 back in the position.
Yeah.
So if that is playable, maybe this is actually preferable.
I'm wondering about
the difference being that I guess in this position, rook d1 is a bit stronger because rook c7 is not the move. Or at least it's a much riskier move when it's unprotected.
But king a7...
Yeah, but king a7 is probably still okay. Yeah, I think we even had this. Yeah, I had a very similar position, queen d4, king a8, and it looks loose, but it like as long as the 7th is covered, it can't really be punished as far as we can see. Okay.
Yeah, I'd still be scared after queen c5 or something, but it should be fine. Actually, although queen c5 maybe.
Rook d6 as well, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest rook b7 still hold, but rook d6 is very painful.
Yeah, I stopped all your checks.
Yeah, this is a very, very nice square. Yeah, this looks suboptimal.
I'm now heading towards queen c6 just as a safer option.
Yeah, I think we probably choose queen c6 here. At least my current understanding is queen g8 is nothing? Question mark, question mark. Yeah.
Maybe now queen e6.
But we didn't like it for that. Like this is this
is
exactly what we had. Yeah.
Yeah. Merry-go-round.
Yeah. No, this is still an absolute. Yeah.
At least there's light at the end of the tunnel, though, for black. King a7, e7, and solid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you had queen f5, people say. So we can do this, and in this position, we can just sort of very calmly deny you the b1 square.
No checks at all.
Yeah.
But
and then we want to play rook c7, and then we want to start pushing.
He's found some cool moves, but queen f5. I mean, that's
chess is
cold-blooded.
Chess is a difficult game.
Yeah, understatement of the century.
Chess is a bit of a difficult game. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
as we know, not as difficult as Polytopia, but still a pretty difficult game.
Or shogi, or go, or
no, specifically Polytopia. Very specifically Polytopia.
Yeah. I don't know about you, Peter, but I generally struggle in these types of positions when it's kind of such high stakes and it's kind of such narrow margins, especially from the black side. I just mind-boggling.
Yeah, if you're in good shape and you're generally playing well, you sort of trust your hand and you put pieces on good squares and hope that it works out. Because I don't think, like in particular, like, they're nearing 6 hours of play.
Yeah,
and at some point you have to start just trusting in your instincts, because there is no way you can calculate everything out from here. It still is way too complicated.
Yeah. Do you think the clock issue will play a part, Magsulu, around 15 minutes to make, what is it?
11 moves, 12 moves. No, it's actually not much. No, it's much more. It's 14 moves.
Yeah, 14 moves now. Could be a factor. 1 minute.
It could be. Yeah. Because decisions are still immensely tricky.
I mean, it's cost him 45 minutes to play the last 7. So,
yeah,
or last 6 moves even.
And we have the other one sort of on the back burner, but my claim that Ding probably has this now under some sort of control compared to what it was is apparently being refuted by Sese, who says that this is still winning with precise play. But precise play now, once again, like looking at what it says, it basically wins some 3 against 2s because of how awkward the pieces are. Like the main line on my screen right now looks like this. King f5 here, rook f7, king e4. It doesn't take on h7, which to me indicates that actually the knight gets caught somehow.
Wow.
There's no way we're not going for this if this is just a knight ending. Like it clearly indicates that somehow in this position we're in time to corral and win this knight.
We struggle to win.
I have no idea how. I have no idea how.
We put the knight on c5 and then
this is what we tried.
King g7.
This is what we tried, but we were not getting there in time.
Can we go immediately knight d3 maybe? Or knight?
Knight d3 exactly, yeah. So knight f8.
Now knight c5 check.
Knight c5, king c4.
King f. Oh, do I take on a4?
Yeah, maybe you include knight a4, right? I was kind of hoping I will hold this, but maybe I don't.
We weren't winning earlier with, I think White's e-pawn wasn't even on the board in the earlier one, but somehow.
So, yeah, like judging that this is winning, if you're not
but isn't this
a 1000 core, you know, like how confident I am.
Is this quite simple? A takes b4, knight c5, king f6, king g7, b5.
Yeah.
I said quite simple. I mean,
quite simple. Yeah,
calculating while I said it.
Those are exactly the words. Yeah, you nailed it in one, David. Extremely simple, impossible to miss. Yeah. So and because this is not a draw, Sese in this position goes like knight f6, king takes e3, forces you to go back to e5, and then takes on h7 here. But then your pieces are still so crappy that you actually lose the 3 against 2 because at some point, like the knight gets repositioned to c5 and you lose the a4 pawn. But this is Sese making no mistakes. And I don't know how realistic any of this is.
And also Prague won't have calculated that whole line, won't have foreseen it. Otherwise he would have gone king f5 last move.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He clearly did not believe that was winning because he would have you generally don't play king h6 unless you think the other move is a mistake because the king clearly belongs somewhere there. You don't want it on the side of the board. Rook e7 played, and he needs basically to go back to those positions.
So knight d5
nothing else wins here. Yeah, you have to go back to g5. I think it's extremely unlikely because just for the reasons you just stated. Yeah, he's been there. He's done the calc. He does not believe the knight on h7 dies. So if he sees anything else, he will choose anything else, basically, I guess. Yeah. And engine says if you choose anything else, you're no longer winning. Meanwhile, Parham played queen b5.
Queen b5.
Which the engine isn't in love with, but who knows why.
Centralization.
No. I was about to blunder mate in 3.
Oops.
Let's not blunder mate in 3.
Yeah. How about king h2 again? Just
is Sese just one guy? I think it's 0 guys.
I think guys.
I think it's automatically scrapes the PGNs from the top tournaments, and once they set it up, I don't think anybody's even monitoring it, as far as I know. It's just an auto scrape for tournaments which Magnus plays in.
Yeah, so here I'm wondering, Joyce, we need some help. We need some inspiration.
We absolutely need some help, yeah.
Yeah, queen d8, king b7, a4. Oh no, wait, still rook f1. Or maybe we could do it the other move order, a4.
Yeah, throwing in a4 here is kind of a bit of a...
Unless we lose that pawn in a rook endgame later to king b6, king a5.
Yeah, I guess we can play queen c6 here. We were playing queen c6 anyway, so...
Yeah.
From that, purely from that standpoint, if we assume queen c6 was pretty decent,
we shouldn't play
forcing
A4.
Farham to actually find it is maybe not how we should be. He's played A4 actually, and the engine doesn't hate it at all. Yeah, engine still thinks we're much better.
Yeah, we should mention queen takes A4, queen D8, and queen D5 check wins a rook.
And apparently, I was entirely wrong, because Sese is a nickname of a person who set up the website, so it is one guy. Yeah, today I learned, as they say.
We've learned many things today.
Today I learned.
Yeah. So queen takes A4, not on the cards. Queen C6 or queen C5.
Yeah, there is absolutely no way we're including rook F1, because that just weakens our defense to queen G8, rook D7. So it is either one of those two moves, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still no closer to understanding what the difference is, queen C6, queen C5, or even what White's plan is. I guess at some point you have to play rook D1 and go back around, just because rook F1 is so annoying. But feels like black is so close to the corner.
Yeah. So why is it suddenly so nice for White after queen C6?
What were we doing earlier?
We had nothing against rook C6 specifically. Rook 6, no, I was playing queen G8.
Queen G8.
I was playing queen G8, yeah, and forcing you to actually move it back to E6.
Yeah. I pretty much have to go to E6, right?
No. People are saying that it was actually crucial for black to have in this position to have
queen B5.
To have queen B5. So if you play queen C6 now,
okay, you might lose immediately.
This actually is very strong, according to our all-seeing chat. I still don't understand, because I think I can play queen C7, and like, why is my position so bad? Check, I go to A7. Check, I go to B7. Yeah, A5 is something you would be interested in, but I don't know if it's...
do I allow myself to get pinned? That's the...
Yeah, I don't know. It's very awkward, actually. A5, like rook F1, rook B1. Get it over to B5, start playing for a win. I don't know.
24 check.
Yeah, okay. I'm kidding about the playing for a win part.
But yeah, you're not. You're not completely joking.
Just king G1 here, says chat. Very simple.
Obviously.
Very simple. Yeah.
How did we not spot that?
And I guess now we threaten queen G5, rook C6. Now that we've taken away the rook F1 check.
Yeah, I mean, actually, as soon as you say king G1, it's obvious, but
yeah,
C3 is too slow.
No, this is quite amazing.
C3.
No, I think I'm not joking actually about this.
King B, and C2.
C2.
This is my idea, but I was skeptical.
Check.
King B7.
Check. King B8. I'm not getting there, am I? I'm trying to calculate this. Yeah, like queen.
Oh wait, just rook takes C2 after C2 maybe. But this is not an easy endgame though.
No,
G6 is protected.
yeah. Like this, I think this is a draw. Honestly, I don't know. Hang on, unless queen F2 is winning.
Queen F2. But how about if king goes back?
I don't
B8.
like. Yeah.
Maybe it's winning. Maybe White just puts a queen on F4 and starts pushing.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is quite stunning, honestly.
I mean, it's actually really fun, I must say. It's really refreshing to get to analyze all these lines, but it's equally befuddling.
Yeah. In the meantime, Amin actually found a way to gamble. Let's just briefly show this. I don't quite understand what the gamble is. Is he actually claiming he will be playing this position for a win? Maybe he is.
F3.
I don't think he is winning it though.
Hard to
king
believe.
G1,
right?
king G5, king. I mean,
to come in via the C file.
But we're in time, right?
King D2.
Or even king G1 and maybe eventually try to get behind. King C5, B4, maybe. That's an interesting gamble. That's a very interesting gamble by Amin.
Yeah,
do we have other choices now? I guess he has actually. One thing he did succeed in is absolutely forcing this because like if you go back here, maybe the rook frees itself up. So f3 happens. Is there any way to? No, I think we go for this, right? We go for this.
I mean, that final position was completely unfair. Right?
Is there e4 is not really a winning attempt, right? Like this. Honestly, I think black is not worse, but you're also f3. Never ever winning this as well. Yeah, like, and then maybe I actually start pushing. Maybe you are worse.
Yeah, I'd be worried.
Yeah. So
I mean,
it's always rook
g8,
b8. But... It's always rook b8. It's always rook. No, maybe king c5 here.
Does black start with rook b8 earlier before the white king comes? I don't know. But then the white pawns push if you.
Yeah, but then I start pushing. She's gone queen d5 check. This is very clever. Is it? I mean, queen e6 is the same, right? She's just winning.
Rook
d4.
d4.
Whoa. well played, Alina. Yeah, no gamble for you. I mean, no gamble for you. Just.
I mean, it's a bigger gamble now if the king's on g7.
Yeah. I guess queen d7 check and. No, like black will have to even defend some ending without the a5 pawn. It's very easily drawn, but it's nicely done by Alina. Just no nonsense. Don't want to play those weird rook endings with a very passive rook. Yeah, don't try to confuse me, sir. Very nicely done. I'm enjoying this more and more every day.
I mean, she's so impressive. Gotta say.
Yeah, just confidently holding her own against like 2680s.
Yeah. It's not as if she's giving any chances at all, really.
And in the meantime, Ding actually did not believe in rook g7 check himself. He changed up to knight f8 and is now apparently completely lost.
I mean, either they've both done some incredible calculation, that long line, 10, 15 moves deep, or, I mean, what's knight f8? This h pawn looks like a killer.
I don't really understand this choice at all. Because like the young man, I understand he probably realized something was wrong with rook g7 check, but you have already not been shown the solution there, and the solution really doesn't look very obvious. And this really does look lost. Like if the h pawn survives, like all of these positions, they just look absolutely lost.
The knight is terrible on f8 as well.
Even on a good square, it would be very dangerous for white, and it's on f8.
Yeah.
They look like they will never give you a single chance. So yeah, very, very odd decision by Ding here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that line we showed was correct, but if it is, or if it's close to correct, I mean, he should have still tried it with white. It was
Queen c5 was chosen in our ending, and now white played rook d1, rook b1. We're not going to try and determine if this is correct or not, because we don't have the brain power.
It looks
but the engine is sort of screaming that this is very good for white now.
So there is a threat if c3 just rook c. Ooh.
I don't know. He played rook g8. Let's really operate from the position on the board. Yeah. I think we're about to lose our mind anyway. So but now I'm guessing we can pick up the pawn on g6 and just go from there, right?
Yeah.
And the big question by this point, the big question is whether black can actually start active counterplay with c3. And my fear for Parham here is that something like rook c1 might just win this pawn with checks.
Yeah.
Or maybe queen g3 first and then rook c1 or something. Yeah, this looks strong.
Yeah.
Queen g3.
Rook d6 maybe?
Rook d6 I still haven't refuted actually, yeah.
Just to stop any side checks. Or...
Yeah.
Rook c1, c2. Queen b3.
Yeah, and weirdly there is no way
rook
to...
d2.
Yeah, queen b3, rook d2, and yeah, I don't really like, unless it immediately wins the c2 pawn, I really don't like establishing the setup because black will be very happy about that.
Yeah, we need our queen on e2 if we want to allow c2. Rook d8.
Yeah, still very, like, I want to say all three results are even possible. I think it's still possible to slightly overextend and for the c pawn to become an actual factor.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so natural to pick up the g6 pawn. I don't know what else you could consider. Queen b2,
queen b2,
maybe. Yeah,
queen b2 would be the other option. I'm pretty sure. But I really don't like the idea of allowing queen c6. I don't know why we would ever allow queen c6.
I guess Parham hasn't put his queen there, like multiple opportunities.
Yeah, so check happened. I assume, like, once you give that check, I assume you... I mean, maybe there is some argument for including this and then taking, maybe in some positions. Yeah, actually, this is clever, right? Because c3, now I can take on a6. And with the rook on d7, I think black can play c2. But now this is a mate in 2 threat.
This is true.
So maybe queen g8 is actually kind of smart here. Question mark, question mark.
So what's the threat with queen
I still
g8?
don't know, yeah.
C3.
I still don't know. Check. Check.
Maybe queen...
No, now I can start picking up stuff.
Oh wait, queen e6 there as well. Queen e6
and rook b6, yeah.
I think
that as well, yeah.
Oof. Okay, so there's a huge threat. Yeah, queen g8.
Yes, I actually like putting the rook on d8 before collecting the g6 pawn. Feels like it's relevant, potentially.
Yeah. I agree. Looks like he... Well, I want to say close to winning now at Pisatora, but still, of course, plenty of twists and turns ahead. Prague, yeah, king f5 on the last move in his game.
Yeah, king f5 is still fine. I mean, I think
should be.
Both king f5 and king f6 were okay. King h6 wasn't.
Oof. We need to put that on the board.
Yeah,
just to show.
not that it's very relevant. King h6 wasn't as good.
Never too late to go wrong.
As good? No. Yeah.
Yeah, still looks good. Rook e4 next. It's pretty automatic. That knight is totally dominated. Knight and f8. Okay, queen b2 by Abdusatorov.
Okay. Just completely ignoring the very, very healthy snack on g6. But yeah, now he has the same threat as before. Yeah, queen b8, queen c8. Which is very annoying to meet, right?
Actually, yeah. How do we do we have to run the other way? King, but king d8 feels like we're going to get mated somehow.
Yeah. Indeed, queen h8, I think, just sort of feels like it ends the game.
Yeah. Okay, that's nice geometry. Just triangulate and come around to b8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paham sort of lost his way a little bit, but this is such a difficult endgame to play well.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to happen at some point that a mistake was made. How about king c6?
I guess we just go in.
In.
And it's just such a threat.
Yeah. I mean, I'm reluctant to even try and defend this one, to be honest. It just looks so hard. I'll have to even find a move.
Yeah, it just becomes borderline impossible to make a move because we've allowed some kind of a setup where threats continue coming and there's no, like, we can't get to where we want to be. In fact, like, it's hugely important that the king is cut off along the b file. Yeah.
Queen d4, maybe you just start collecting things. Queen c8, queen takes a6.
Yeah. There might not be anything stronger, but this does look like, you know, we're really enjoying ourselves here. Like, we win a6. Eventually, we can even just take on g6 and continue from there if we don't find anything stronger.
Yeah. No. I mean, it feels like it's almost mate anyway, but...
So yeah, now we have to sort of come back to that moment where you are being once again proven absolutely correct, right? This specific spot. Because you could have had this, which I understand is not immediately a draw after, I guess, e6 check. Although, honestly, like king e8...
Queen d6 is annoying, no?
Yeah, we need to calculate this, right? Because...
Actually, yeah, this is very, very relevant.
Yeah, I thought d5 was clever, but actually after d5, we go king g4, d4, king f3.
Back, yeah.
Yeah. And if you cannot go into that pawn ending, you are in some trouble.
C5?
Question mark, question mark.
c5.
Maybe just
c4.
g4 first and then go queen d6.
It's a bit similar to that Aronian game yesterday. Just throw in g4 when in doubt.
I don't know. This is difficult.
I mean, it's not just here, Peter, but also a bit later on. He
queens
off.
Yeah, I think maybe the actual very important turning point was not choosing something like queen e5 here. Rook d8, king g7. Maybe he was worried about rook d7, but yeah, just go king h6.
Yeah.
We don't really need to be on f6. We just want not to be on e8, which basically forces White to go into this endgame. And yeah, I think you should be reasonably confident in not losing this.
Yeah. Black is so quick. King g5, king f4.
You just get in here and you generate so much counterplay against the king side that I think you should trust in your ability not to lose this.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Magnus would have gone into this endgame. He would have understood he could draw, and it would have been quite straightforward. Instead, Parham, I mean, he's done so well to even survive this long, but yeah.
Yeah, Elina has drawn by this point, so we are, I think, effectively done with the challengers. I think Erwin Lemy now is more or less completely winning as far as like my endgame understanding is, because yeah, like when you succeed in trading the whatever it was, the h pawn for the f pawns here, like fg hg happened at some point. Yeah. When black gets a clear kind of mass of pawns in the center, you have to start wondering if maybe even this is winning. I mean, nobody ever does that, but you have to start asking yourself if maybe even this is just winning.
Looks winning, to be honest.
Yeah, it could very, very easily just be winning, honestly. Just d5, f5, f4, king f5, and start pushing. Because with the presence of the queen side still, the way people don't lose these endgames, like 2 against 0 is generally a draw with precise defense, because you can set up a situation where you can't push them past a certain point without giving up both for the bishop. But this never gets removed from the board.
Yeah.
So all of those positions are lost. Yeah, Erwin, I think, will win. So we only really have to discuss our last two positions in the Masters. This is Prague's position, which is still winning for black with precise play. And this is the Noribek versus Parham, which now the engine just gives like plus whatever this is, 8. It has calculated to the game ending basically after queen d8 quite clearly.
Yeah, that's it. It's just so close, but one tiny imperceptible slip, and yeah, this is. Yeah, I can't see a defense here either, Peter. It's just.
Yeah, you just can't move anything. Currently, the very simple threat is queen c8, queen e6, rook b6. And the king, of course, cannot step to the d file because rook d1 check will win the absolute house. And if you touch anything, like your stuff starts dropping off even faster, like queen d4, as we were describing. Queen d4 might be the way not to lose like a queen immediately, but you just know you're dead lost in a position like this because white will continue attacking while also continuing to win material.
Yeah,
it's just not feasible.
How easy is it to convert, for example, if black plays c3 in the current position?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. That might actually be, a quote unquote best choice, just to go for this, right?
Yeah.
Rook b6, king b6, king b6, king b7. The queen does get to c2, I'm pretty sure, with checks. I think I can find a way to get it to c2.
Queen d5 looks like you get back quickly.
Queen d5, let's say, yeah, king a7, d4, b8.
Queen b6.
I'm trying to
Queen
make
b6, we take some pawns, maybe.
Yeah, but yeah, now we can even remove the a6 pawn with check. Yeah, that's not great. So you have to allow the queen to get to c2. And then I think, yeah, like you go king a5, you go king b4, you try to play rook d8, rook c2, but it never ever holds.
But
you kind of know it never ever holds. Yeah,
white pawns are going.
He's gone with rook d3, which I assume now allows, like the bar says it's mate basically.
Okay, let's play the game. Spot the mate.
Yeah. Let's play it fairly and not move the pieces now.
Yeah, and no, we won't look at the chat yet. No computer suggestions. How does white convert? Queen c8, e8, a8, b7. Too many choices.
Yeah, Noribek already spotted it, I guess, because queen b7 is played. Yeah, I was also starting here, but I got kind of Like, I really don't want to start allowing all these kinds of shenanigans again.
Maybe just queen takes a6.
Yeah, maybe just take on a6 and go from there. Just be
b5.
Somewhat. Oh, yeah. This is just very, very easy. You can't go to the 5th, so you have to go back. I think what I do here is I just take on g6, honestly.
Rook b7 is such a killer threat anyway.
Yeah, because rook b7 is a threat. I've stopped c3. If you go rook b3, I will go rook f1. Like, this is just done. Yeah. We don't actually need to give mate. If we can find, just takes on a6. It's a very practical decision.
Yeah.
It's a very practical decision. Yeah, king e7 played, and I don't think we even want to calculate anything else. I just snap on g6.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Queen takes g6, queen d5. You can play rook b7 anyway. And, just to finish it immediately. Yeah,
pretty sure this is what he will play. There is absolutely no need to calculate anything else. Like, you don't need rook e1 check. You don't want the king to suddenly, hide on h6 again. The game restarts. Yeah, there we have it. There we have it. Yeah. So we will have 2 leaders. Now I think I feel very confident pronouncing this game over. And we will have a triumvirate, if that's how you pronounce that word.
I think so, roughly.
Roughly, yeah. I mean, roughly, I know roughly like this, but like, yeah. As someone who introduced me to the world of Last Kingdom, I feel like you are, one of the people who probably actually know how these words are pronounced.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use them day to day, unfortunately, in the spoken word at least. So,
yep.
Yeah.
This is just done. I don't know if Parham even continues from here. It's just completely lost. So let's look at the other one.
Okay.
This is still move 50, by the way. They're playing very, very slowly.
For me, this is still pretty speedy.
Yeah. Tom Lieb says, first was Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, and now Anish and Nuremberg. Which is a market improvement, obviously.
Yeah. I've got to say, Anish, it's impressive, waiting 12 years worth the wait, beating Magnus, and Abdusattorov, just looking really composed. He nearly never blunders. That's the thing about him, right? Just a fighter who, he took his chances in that game when they came. And now Prag's turn. To be honest, it looks pretty hopeless to me. Knight
g6 looks like maybe the best chance, because rook g4 and rook e7 check may be a bit awkward. Maybe, I don't know.
5, knight f4s. Rook e7 check, king f5 maybe?
Yeah, I don't know why. You can also go rook h3. And after rook e7 check. Yeah, like the way the machine converts this is just so machine-like. It actually goes king f3 here. Rook takes c7, it goes rook g3.
Wow.
And suddenly, you with white, I guess you suddenly find that none of your pieces have good squares, and like e3 will get picked up and the h-pawn continues running. But I don't know anybody who would actually play those 2 moves in a row.
Yeah,
they legit seem completely unplayable to me. Like rook h3 is still sort of maybe, but in this position we go, I don't know, anywhere else. King takes on c7, and now seemingly the only thing that wins smoothly is the move king takes e3, which is good news for Prag, because this is what you play.
I mean, it's taking a pawn for free.
Yeah, this is what you play.
Rook c4 is a threat, I guess, so you kind of want to get out of that.
Rook c4 is a threat. Rook e7 check is also a threat to keep the pawn on e3 alive. So well, this is a good situation where your absolute best move is also the move you make in a blitz game without too much deliberation.
Actually, once you take on e3 as well, you've got this threat of rerouting the knight to c5 and just picking off all the other pawns.
Yeah, no, this does look very, very winning.
Yeah. Wow. Great result for Prag, potentially. Well, I was thinking, it's a rest day tomorrow. Maybe the players will take a chill. It's been another impressive.
Well, some players
session.
have. Some players have, but not all. And and this is the thing about Wijk, right? This is what we've been coming back to. The field is so large that you always get exciting sort of proper games of chess. And I mean, I feel you. I also wouldn't have minded a shorter day today, but I'm tired, but I'm still very much enjoying this.
Yeah. I actually really enjoy it. I mean, just analyzing this Abdus Torov game alone, it's been fascinating.
Yeah, and I guess Parham is still thinking. He's played King D7. He found a way to somehow not resign immediately, but yeah, not very promising, I would say.
How to do this in the most professional way?
I don't know. A5.
Literally. Yeah, I was about to say literally any move wins, including A5.
A5. Because if you take now, Rook B7 is actually mate because I have Queen C6. There is sort of a point to it even.
King D8, okay, and then you Rook B8 and you do it the professional. Don't even know what that mating pattern is called, but you do it that way.
It must have a name, but I also don't know.
Kind of a lawnmower, kind of. A5. I guess
he does play A5 as well, yeah. Yeah, and for a change, like all of us agreeing with the machine's first line is very understandable. Like you check that there is like you spend, I don't know, 30 seconds checking that like maybe you have mate in 3 with very obvious checks. You realize you don't. And then you just like start pushing your passers towards the queening square.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, Queen D5 played, and now
there's a trap on the board. Rook takes H3. But
yeah,
I mean,
well, I guess you play Queen G7 and you start sort of coming, or Queen H7. And Rook D1 also is a bit of a threat. I was about to suggest like Queen H7, King C8, A6, but we do not want to allow this.
Yeah. Even if that might still be promising. Okay.
Queen G4 and then A6.
Oh, yeah.
Queen G4 and then actually continue pushing. Yeah, I
no
like
checks for you.
Yeah. Just take away all of the checking squares and just continue pushing.
That's so sadistic. It's
let's see what he chooses here. Let's see what it chooses here.
I guess he could also just give a bunch of checks. Can't hurt. Queen G7, Queen F6.
Yeah, he could get to move. Yeah, there. I like this. Yeah, I have a feeling next move is A6 as well.
Yeah, pre-move A6.
Yeah, just
pretty much.
Well, pre-moving A6 against Queen E6, it might not be.
Against Queen E6, against any king move.
Yeah. In the meantime, the engine doesn't agree with Prague's choice here. Says after knight G6, there were better options,
including Rook G4, Rook E4. I'm not sure which. Rook G4 looks a bit tempting just to gain a tempo.
Yeah, just Rook G4 and yeah. Well, it did seem very logical. And after knight E5, you can go
actually anywhere now, right?
Yeah.
Slightly tempted by Rook G3.
Although once again, the way it does here is just like so unfair. It goes Rook G3, provokes King C4, and then goes back to G5. And cuts
knight C4 check for you.
Yeah, cuts off some more squares. Like it's just so unfair to watch engines just make absolute clowns out of us in these technical positions.
I mean, it's unfair. It's instructive as well. Actually,
it's both unfair and instructive. Yeah,
but it's always in hindsight. It's so obvious. It's so clear what the plan is. Like King C4 takes away a square, but no human would ever consider losing the moves, losing time.
Yeah.
So why is this a mistake? So Rook
after Rook H7, it becomes a bit awkward. For some reason, I still don't really understand why. Like Rook D5 looks like the H pawn survives, but. It feels like maybe we've let it's not like it's a draw. It still is probably winning, but it was sort of more winning earlier.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I can see how Rook D5, maybe the white knight starts to create some trouble.
And also, I think we sort of we get stymied ourselves a little bit. Like our setup after King C4 is
Rook C5
not as fluid. Oh yeah, sorry, not that. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I still don't know why I'm supposed to dislike this, to be honest. Yeah, Rook H7 played, and in the other one, I think we're nearing the end because A6, C3, Rook B6 check happened. You can only go backwards because King C5 now, because the pawn vacated the post on C4. King C5 allows for a very beautiful mate, so you have to go back. And then you probably get, yeah, at the very least you lose the queen here. Yeah, the game is done. It's been done for a while, but I think here you're... Yeah, he's gone king e5, which is...
No, rook b5, maybe.
Yeah. I think queen g5 is maybe faster.
King d4, queen f4, yeah.
Yeah, and if you go here, I can actually go into this. Hang on. Oh, yeah, I can do it this way, right? No. Whoa. I mean, not this, but like I thought I can take on g4, on g5, and then go
a with check.
But you will take with the queen on d4, and then it's not a check. So how do I win this?
This is more calculation than is needed.
Yeah, we don't need this. Is move 60, so he can actually take a breath here. Actually, I think it's not a mistake just to play a7. Just go a7. There are no checks.
c2.
Yeah, I want to go queen e2, queen c2. I want to be a really, really unpleasant person.
That is another level of unpleasantness. King f5,
and it's a pin, so you have no check.
Oh, rook h3. I can't play. How about?
Yeah, he's gone queen g5. He clearly has calculated something against king e4. I don't know what it is. Something, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not obvious to go queen g4 and and then a7.
Because like the other thing you can blunder here is that the rook is unpinned. So if you go a7,
check,
you may have made a very, very large mistake.
Who's better suddenly?
I mean, probably nobody.
A draw.
But yeah, I think it's a draw because you go like king c4 and then you go c2, king d3, and white has to give a perpetual. So let's see what he sees here, because yeah, I don't currently understand what was so exciting to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it either, to be honest. Queen somewhere. Queen e7, maybe?
Yeah. Queen e7.
Actually, that looks
yeah, because we're driving it in this direction, right?
Yeah.
Because king d4, rook b4 is not great.
Yeah, and queen e5.
Hang on, queen e5. Invite
wait.
6.
That
would be one for the books, eh?
Oh my gosh.
That would be one for the books. Queen e7 played.
Queen e5 don't.
Yeah, queen e5. No, I guess rook b4 just kind of... Hang on, rook b4, rook d4. Hello, boya.
He's really making life more difficult than it should be.
Hello, boya.
Queen... Now there's a mate threat. Yeah, it's not... not clear.
Yeah, I found a... No, actually, what I found isn't such a clean way to... Yeah, queen h4 is by far the best move now. Yeah, it really did feel like it, that you had to kind of reorient yourself a little bit and switch back.
Yeah, but what next? Queen h4, king e3, I guess? Oh, wait, king e3. Oh, I mean, there's too many options, too many checks.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe king e3, queen e1 check wins. Yeah, I think it does. Oof. Yeah, queen h4 looks like it does end the game, but not 100% obvious. There's also queen h7, rook b4. Joyce, help us.
Yeah.
Oof. Getting his treats? Or?
Yeah, he always is. Yeah, he realized he's being fed here, so I don't think this is ever stopping now. Like I will never be able to play video games in peace anymore because he realized that.
I can't imagine you ever saying no to Joyce with the treats.
It's very difficult. You know, he starts very aggressively, like giving you the paw and like looking at you very expressively, like food now. Look at me, I am good boy. Give food now. Yeah, I think queen h4 is actually very efficient.
Yeah, queen h4 wins
because if you go to g5, of course, there's rook b5, and if you go to e1, I think this just wins quite. And now something. I thought rook b4 was actually now something is not an evaluation. Yeah, I still have to make moves in this position.
Rook b4 should win.
Rook b4, king f5,
queen f1.
Queen f1 picks up the rook. Yeah, that is good enough. That is. And if you go rook d4, at the very
Could
least
take
we have
c3.
this. Yeah, at the very least we have this.
No funky stalemates, luckily.
Yeah.
The king in the center. Okay, he's played queen h4. We shouldn't have doubted him. And
Yeah,
king f5.
King f5. Yeah, okay. King f5 is maybe Parham also being bored with the game a little bit. Not bored, but like understanding where it's headed.
Yeah, well played, Abdusatorov. Impressive game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, Parham fought well as well, so credit to both of them.
Absolutely. And in the other one, this is now the position. How did we get there?
Looks like
still okay. Still okay for black, obviously, and not that easy to completely spoil as long as you don't blunder like the pawn on h5, which he absolutely hasn't done, but yeah.
But rook h7, I guess just king g3 and start marching.
Yeah, rook h7. Yeah, I think g3 is a very nice square, and then just rook g5 and start going.
Yeah, king g3 dominates the white knight on g6.
Yeah, Prague hasn't left himself very much time, but he will have increment, and move 60 is not very far away. So, how much time at move 60? They will get an additional 15 minutes each.
Plus 30 seconds?
Yeah, plus 30 seconds since move 1, so that remains constant, yeah.
To be honest, I'm surprised the evaluation bar isn't the whole way in black's favor, because
it goes rook b7 and does manage to generate some kind of weirdness. I don't quite I guess because rook g5, rook b6, and my question would have been why not rook d6 here, but I guess it finds some counterplay. I still don't really understand what that counterplay is now.
Knight h4, maybe.
Yeah, maybe actually knight h4, but then I thought we can play like rook f6, rook h7. Yeah, we've managed to no.
Rook f4 checkers.
Yeah. So rook f6 we maybe just lose, right? Because king b5, king g3, the knight is actually gone, and there's no way this race this race cannot possibly. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah, I can even just go king g3 here.
Yeah.
And just queen stopping the pawn on a7 as is well established.
Rook d6.
So rook b7 played, and somehow, it hates rook d6 and says now after rook f7 check king g3 knight f4. This is tricky. Absolutely beyond me why. And Prague instantly goes rook d6. Yeah.
So natural for a human.
Yeah, and this is now supposedly maybe a draw. Absolutely beyond me why that would be the case. Like I would make exactly the same moves, and I would be sure I'm making the right ones.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. It was 2.5, and it's now like 0.6. This position is 0.6. Why? How?
If you ask me to guess, I'd say 2, 3 maybe.
Yeah, like it's a healthy outside passer with decent pieces, no pawn weaknesses. What on earth?
Is it maybe that black's king is in a bit of a pickle? h4, knight e2 check, and where do we go?
Yeah, I have no idea. It doesn't even go h4 here. It goes king g4, which implies that there's something wrong with this. But yeah, what?
It looks like black's got the perfect setup actually.
Yeah, like it looks very harmonious. It's just very, very confusing and honestly upsetting by this point. Like, why isn't this good? I guess maybe knight e2, king g4, rook g7 check. And if you go towards the f and e files, this is a good square.
Yeah,
this is legitimately a good square, and the checks do become a bit annoying.
Yeah, rook h7 coming next.
Yeah, and this you can maybe buy. And somebody asked what was the winning line. The machine was doing something incredibly strange. It was playing, I think,
rook c5 check,
rook c5, and then knight c6, and then something. Yeah, it was doing some really weird dance.
Rook g5, maybe.
Yeah, you can maybe find it. And generally, this is not my favorite genre, but it goes rook c5. Here it goes, like rook c5, king g4, knight c6, king g3, Rook d5. For some reason, it no longer goes to c4. I guess Rook g5 is very strong. Maybe now, because Rook takes b6 has been protected against. For crying out loud. So we put the knight on c6 to be able to play Rook g5, and Rook takes b6 no longer connects to the knight.
Yeah.
So now the king has to go in this direction, and once the king goes in this direction, we actually start pushing and we win, because we also will collect the queen side eventually.
That is crazy. Rook takes b6. I mean, it's so far from obvious.
No, yeah, I don't know. Rook d6 maybe. I mean, now that we're here, I am capable of spotting some of these tactics because I know they exist, because it was guiding me to this position. But no, I mean,
no chance.
If I were to have a conversation with a young man after the game, I would tell him, do not worry about playing Rook d6 here.
Yeah.
People, the bar will tell you made a horrible mistake. Do not worry about it.
Yeah, I agree completely. This is fantastical, these variations. Just never going to happen.
Yeah. Specifically removing the knight from a very, very safe position on b4, putting it on a square where it might get attacked. Just to interrupt the connection between the rook on b6 and the knight on g6. Yeah, I don't know. It's just very, very difficult.
Yeah, so how difficult is White's defense now? Rook f7.
Yeah, Ding is also down to a minute and a half now.
Yeah, to play four moves. Rook f7 looks pretty much forced. You don't want to commit with a knight. Like you said, knight h4. Rook f6 looks deadly.
Yeah.
The knight's trapped.
Some more absolutely fantastical lines on my screen. For instance, in this position, after rook h7, it just very quietly goes king f3. I mean, this is more understandable, but still, all of these really, really important small tactics which it spots instantly.
Yeah. I mean, a human, you need 10 minutes on the clock, and you need kind of nerves of steel, you need energy, and you'll find these maybe, or at least that last one. But
yeah,
knight f4 therefore fails. Rook f7 check is just by elimination the only way. Should we check in on the challenges game, Peter?
I briefly scrolled down there, and honestly, I can barely believe what I see. This is extremely confusing to me.
Yeah.
Where did my structure go?
Maybe we can backtrack to the position we left.
Yeah, so he played rook h3 here, bishop d6, bishop c6. So far, so good. King d2, e5, rook c4, and you've played yourself into this spot where rook takes 6 is a threat, and then he chose the squares which allowed this bishop sacrifice.
Ouch. Yeah.
And then he went gh, rook bishop c7, and I guess maybe he thought he was still winning, and now he realized this actually wins the g4 because g2 rook takes h3.
Yeah, and g1 rook g3.
Yeah, and this is now probably just not winning at all anymore. You can still try forever because probably the h4 pawn drops off, but yeah, I mean, this is very, very little now.
I just don't understand back on move 51 why he didn't trade off those rooks. It looks
honestly, or here, just somewhere, go gh here. It's even an improvement. You've driven the king back a little bit, so you can do this even faster. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, really bizarre.
Yeah. In the meantime, Ding did not play rook f7, and he played knight f4, h4, rook g7 here, king f3, knight h3.
But this
I assume this is winning now. Yeah, I assume this is back to being. Yeah. Okay.
This knight is so bad now on h3.
Yeah, this doesn't look right.
I guess
because our queen side is so safe, we can even start offering knight trades in all of these positions. I don't know if it's the fastest way to our goal, but we can definitely consider starting for some plans like this.
I guess the idea is knight g1, knight h3, knight g1, knight h3, just to kick the black king away. If we start with knight d3, for example.
Yeah, I think it's the right way to go. Yeah, knight g1, we can
maybe king e3.
Yeah, we can just go king e3 and just go in that direction maybe a little bit.
Yeah, rook h7.
We have rook d4 check. We have rook d4 check, and then we just pick up the entire queen side and go from there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone knight c6 instead, which is also understandable. Knight d3 was stronger according to the engine, but this doesn't really spoil very much.
Yeah, still rook d4 on the cards. I mean, this is just so horrible to defend.
Move 59 though, so at least, you know, one final panicky move on seconds, and then you get some more time.
And then you breathe. It's got to be knight g1, surely. You can't move the rook. Or knight g5, like he's
he's got knight g5. They're very similar,
yeah. I guess king e3 again, just to avoid any checks.
Or that for some reason, yeah.
Ah, okay.
For some reason, the engine actually doesn't hate putting the knight back on a good square and then kind of moving away from a passer, which is
rook d4 still coming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the idea of parking it on a6 and just being generally annoying.
Knight somewhere, knight f3, rook e7 is annoying. Okay, Prag's doing the professional thing though. He'll just repeat once maybe, and then start to think when he's got a bit more time on the clock.
Yeah, this is move 61 now. Yeah, he will probably, because these days I assume the clocks, there are two settings on the clock as you would well know, but maybe some of our viewers aren't aware.
Yeah,
I've given this speech before, and I will ask for your opinion after I describe the two options, because I've had disagreements with pros about this. You can set up the electronic clocks in two ways. One way would be, it obviously counts the number of moves. It knows if you made the time control or not. So you can set it up in a way that the moment both players make move 40, it just gives both players the additional time from the next time control. Or it can wait for the time to run out and then either tell you you've lost or give you your next 15 or 50 or whatever it is minutes. And I'm actually in favor of the second, because I feel like the first one gives you information which you aren't supposed to have. Like, you have a score sheet for a reason. I understand this is very antiquated thinking, but like, the reason you keep the score sheet is because, you know, you have your time allotment for moves allotted, and you're supposed to pay attention to it and know if you made it or not. And I have had like, not violent disagreements, but like strong disagreements with people, because people feel that like it introduces an additional source of stress in an already stressful game.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm mostly inclined to be on your side as someone who's in habitual time trouble and who's had many incidents with kind of, for example, just in the Olympiad last year, one of my opponents blitzed out on move 41 because he wasn't 100% sure he'd made the time control, and it turned out it was quite a significant mistake. And
no, but then you should be against me, no? Because I'm arguing for not giving the time.
Yeah, but then I've been in his situation plenty of times myself, so I don't know. I'm on the same page as you. Like, I think a player should take pride in their score sheet, should be accurate. I mean, you've got to be in control of your own time. I don't really mind either way.
It feels
but
like if we are professional chess players, we should not be given sort of additional crutches, even as perhaps insignificant as this one. But yeah, I know that I'm definitely not necessarily in a vast majority. I suspect I might be in the majority, but it's not as well defined as I thought. And I know not everybody agrees.
Yeah, I mean, there are famous incidents, right, of Magnus Carlsen not playing his 60th move because I think he maybe misunderstood the time control, but also he got the count wrong. Yeah.
No, I think there it was just simply that he thought he would get more time and didn't realize that there was no third time control.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a very famous. I think it was first round of the Stavanger tournament. I will
against
not be able to
Topalov.
remember the year. Yeah, against Veselin. The game he was bossing from move 1 and was completely winning in the final position. And he just continued thinking past his time running out, because he was absolutely certain that the moment it runs out, he will get an additional 15 minutes, and he didn't.
He's too used to playing Wijk, clearly, Magnus.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if the clock does automatically give extra time, it would say 2 time controls is the little number there, and you get that information as you say. Yeah, but a player, it's their responsibility to read the rules. It's their responsibility to handle the clock. And yeah, I guess 15 minutes isn't too much extra time here.
Yeah.
Shoot for Ding defending this one.
Yeah, RD Born says, less stupid non-chess related reasons for losing chess games is surely a good thing, which probably is an argument against what I'm saying. I would argue that this is not entirely non-chess related.
Yeah.
I would argue that this is why this is sort of exactly my argument, that this is part of the game of chess, time management, and also, keeping track of not just how much time you have left, but also whether you have made the time or not. I tend to sort of I've read a little bit on the topic recently, because it was obviously not from a chess angle, but from a more general angle about conservatism and traditions, and whether those two are synonymous, and whether if they are, it's a good thing or a bad thing. And you do have to sort of check this kind of thinking, because it's not enough that this has always been done like this. This is not good enough reason to continue doing things the way they've been done for forever and ever. In itself, it's not good enough. But I do think that it's more about sort of personal responsibility.
Yeah.
It is your game of chess. You are supposed to keep track of it. And the clock is only there to keep time. It is not your second who will wave a flag and tell you, like, desperately will signal you that you've made 40. It's not its job.
I mean, that's an impressive leap, I've got to say, going from reading about conservatism, traditional traditions, and then thinking about the clock situation. I mean, there must be other things. I think
there is some connection there. I think
there must be other branches of chess that's very relevant there as well, right? Just, I mean, how the World Championship is.
Absolutely. That would be another discussion where this very much becomes, I think, part of the conversation. If we want the conversation to, range as widely as it can, it will definitely be part of the conversation that, we are very attached to the idea of the World Championship being a match, being a classical match, being a long match, and all that. But I happen to like it.
Yeah,
I don't actually think it needs to be changed. But simply saying it's always been done this way, and therefore it must never change to anything else, is not good enough. You have to be open to the idea of doing it differently if you feel that the system has outlived itself, which I'm sure is a lot of people's opinion, maybe including Magnus's.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, if we want to see it as a sport, then we have to make tweaks according to what suits the players, suits the audience, suits everyone. And okay, King E3 has been played here. Computer's top move.
We've finally gotten here, and people were asking just briefly. I honestly, if this game ends and this game still continues, I think we will actually wrap up today. I don't feel like following the challengers to its bitter end every day is strictly necessary. We were, at least I was. I don't know. I keep on using the sort of the we, where I definitely know this to be true about myself. I was very emotionally invested from a certain moment on in Elina's games yesterday.
Yeah.
Less invested today. Don't really care over much about this endgame anymore. So if this is the last game running, you will have to just be content with watching it unfold as a picture with no words. But we are waiting to see if Ding saves this one.
Yeah, I'm a big Mishra fan, big Lamy fan, but I'm disappointed after Lamy's kind of that was a slightly dubious technique. And I do feel that one is going to end in a draw. I think Mishra's found a nice way to kind of check white from behind, check black from behind, and should hold. So this one, this is the key game for the round for the Masters. Knight H3 from Ding, and what is the most efficient way now? Knight E5.
The engine really likes Knight D4 because it allows you to lock out the king away from the pawn. So the setup it likes is to go Knight D4, which also has the added benefit of stopping Rook E7 by Rook E6.
Nice. Yeah.
And then if you make a move of something like Rook G1, it goes Rook C6, Rook C5, drives the king away, from the good squares, and actually starts going after the pawns.
Yeah,
sort of combining, keeping an eye on the h4 pawn, because it will be difficult to attack with the rook on c4 now, with just picking up more stuff on the other side of the board. So I think if Pragg finds this setup, it becomes very, very manageable, since there really isn't. The one question I would need to answer before I went 94 would be, does this change anything or not? But I guess, I guess like in this position, there is still not a single, although here king d5 is a bit annoying, right?
Potentially, maybe we...
Rook h4 wasn't hanging. But
yeah, maybe we start with knight f somewhere, knight f5, knight f3. I kind of like the idea of knight f3, actually.
Yeah, I think knight f3 is more solid.
Box in that white knight.
Yeah. And then just go for like rook c2, rook h2 or something.
Exactly. Or just
94 on the board. Yeah, 94 on the board. We've been heaping a lot of praise on Nodibek and Parham and sort of other players, but I will continue repeating that this is hugely impressive from the young man. You don't win very many against Ding like this.
Yeah.
And if you do, it's to be treasured.
Yeah, 94 is such a clever move. I mean, again, it's one of those computer lines that makes so much sense, so much logic once you see it. But to find it is another matter. And it does feel a bit loose temporarily, but like you said, it's just all works out. It's all very concrete. Rook c6. I like the idea of playing king e4 and rook c6 checkmate in some lines as well.
Oh yeah, that is. I
couldn't find a way to make it work, but
rook g2, but you still have knight g5, unfortunately. Yeah.
Otherwise, rook c6 wins in many positions. But yeah, either way, it looks like he's close.
It looks very nice, yeah. And after rook g4, perhaps an even cleaner solution here is you go knight f3, and you actually go rook d4. And I assume the thing for white is very often even these positions just are completely lost, because it doesn't cost you a knight. This is often will be a full queen.
Maybe knight b3 to hold up white.
Yeah, knight b3, and then we go there and we win. It's very possible that this is actually the right way to do it. Like king b5, king f3.
Yeah.
King c4, we go maybe king g3 for now. And after, let's say, knight g5, we go knight g2, knight f3. And this just wins now, very possibly.
Yeah,
wouldn't be shocking to me if this actually worked out, because knight e4, king g2, this setup is extremely sturdy, and the knight is actually not where it should be to stop the pawn running. And these positions never hold, because there is always very simply just knight g1, knight h3.
Yeah, at least something along these lines is always going to work, right? Just it's not even a question of tempi anymore. It's just finding the moment. And knight d4. Yeah, rook e7, rook e6. Yeah, there's no good square there for white.
No, and then we just kind of return to the same idea of c5, c6, c5, c4, and attacking the queen side while also supporting our. So hang on, rook h7 here.
Yeah, maybe either the same or just rook e4. I'm not sure.
Yeah, or knight f3 even, right?
Knight f3 as well. Yeah.
I like rook e4 actually to provoke king d5, because I do like the idea of driving a king away from the b5 square. So like king d5, and now we go in with knight f3 and start just winning the other side of the board as well.
Yeah, this one is just over if it gets to this.
Yeah, does feel like that.
Is there any way of even putting up resistance? We're struggling here once the knight gets to f3, especially.
Yeah, in particular against me, because I'm reading Sesse.
Yeah,
I am pretty much unbeatable right now.
Would you be able to defend this with Sesse against me? That probably would.
Don't think so. No. I think no. Like I wasn't at all joking when I rate you as an in-game player much higher than I rate myself. I don't think I hold this against you with or without Sesse, but.
I mean, if I get this far, then I'd be quite confident. But yeah, earlier, I still think Pragg did very well to create those practical problems. Yeah, I mean, here, how does white prevent this setup?
Yeah, I don't even know what you play. Yeah, I don't like it's difficult to Yeah, he's gone rook g4. I think you do settle on rook g4 because at least it asks a concrete question.
Yeah. I would have played king c3 and ended my suffering. King c3, rook c6, and just
sort of as a kind of a nice symmetry with the end of the Satorov game. Both games ending with a mate on the board. It would be a kind of a nice
way to end the round.
Nice way to end. Yeah,
knight f3.
It actually does go knight f3, king b5, rook g4. So that line does win.
Yeah,
I don't know how. Like, you have 8 minutes. You can calculate. Like, you can probably tell yourself it wins, right? But you probably choose almost anything else that doesn't involve a kind of a straight up race where one miscalculation probably costs you the win.
Yeah, you would say that, but then again, the kids of the age of teenagers.
The kids are different. Yeah, the kids are built different.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not the only thing that wins. Like, I'm pretty sure in this position you can win in a different fashion as well somehow.
Come round with rook d.
Actually, it's kind of tricky, actually, because you need to get to this guy. You need to get to this guy, and in order to do that, like, this setup is not getting any nearer. Playing rook g2 and giving up those two while the rook is still alive is also far from obvious.
I'm wondering what White's next move is if I play like rook f6 or something, but I don't know what my threat is either. So.
I might be interested. Before knight d4 check, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting to see. I don't know.
King a6, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's a good waiting move. And eventually I'll be forced to come around rook d6, rook d4 anyway. And similar idea.
Yeah, apparently we are not exciting people enough with our talk of this endgame because there have been dog requests.
Bring him on.
He's left. I'm not gonna specifically force him to come here and gorge himself on treats.
Maybe we need more dog puns. That got the juices flowing yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's plenty more room for exploration there.
Yeah, and since one of the people involved in naming the dog is now here, I will tell him that chat suggested yesterday that the dog should have been named Fyodor Dostoevsky. This got a very frowny face. Frowny face emoji.
I'm trying to think of... Yeah, I'm not good on the top of my head with these puns. Rook c6.
Yeah.
This makes sense as well, right? Rook c5 and then...
Yeah, no, we like that setup. Just driving the king away from the h-pawn, just going, I don't know, rook knight f3, I guess. You would like to play rook c4 here, but king d5 is very annoying. I don't think we want that.
Is this still winning, maybe?
Well, we can go back to c5, yeah.
Okay.
We haven't really thrown anything because we can go back, but I suspect this now might be the only thing that wins because, I'm not getting involved with this position.
Okay. I thought your idea was rook e4 check, actually.
Also rook e4, also rook e4 check, yeah.
Yeah, but also that.
But I think, maybe now we're actually in time to take on d4 and not lose, right? Because the knight will be okay against the h-pawn.
Yeah, takes care of itself.
Are we winning with white? No, we're not because we are never cashing in the h-pawn. We're just chasing the knight forever.
Yeah. Okay, so knight f3 we're expecting.
Yeah, we'll go knight f3.
b4.
Yeah, exactly. He's gone knight f5. We were not in love with that, actually. Yeah, it's still good, but we were not.
Yeah,
we were not entirely in love with that.
Just feels like a flimsier square on f5. But yeah,
I guess he wants king f3, and weirdly after king f4 exists. Yeah, I was about to, but then king g3. So he wants wherever the king goes. We can drive the rook away from the fourth, and then perhaps go back to our setup with the knight on d4 and the rook on c4. This is clever. This actually works out, I think.
Could I be really sneaky and go maybe king d7 instead of king e6?
What does that gain?
Just so you don't check me if I go rook g5, for example.
Yeah.
And now
I can see
knight e3, maybe I have some knight g1, knight h3. I mean, it feels like it should be losing after knight e3 anyway, but...
Yeah, I think I'll just go to, in this position, I'll go to e4.
And...
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like it's lost long-term nevertheless, but...
It does, yeah. It does feel like you're still not saving it, but... Annoyingly, I'm now calculating this and struggling to find... a way to win this immediately and convincingly. King d7 on the board, by the way.
c4, maybe?
c4, I thought, but then you go after the b2 pawn, right? You're in time. And yeah, I mean, this will win, yeah.
I think so. I'm not counting, but it looks that way.
Yeah, this will win. Because we can also at some point introduce the idea of knight c7. Like some line like this, like a5, c3, a6, knight d5.
Yeah.
And then the two runners will win.
Yeah. What do they call those? The trousers when there's
they call the trousers in Russian, but probably not in any other language, are they? Because I've never gotten any support for it from anybody else from other countries.
I've heard like the devil's horns when it's like one on each side, but yeah, let's not go there. The trousers is a nice way of talking about two pass pawns like this. Okay, king d7 has been played.
Yeah. How much Elo is Dean going to lose from this? 6 points ish? No, maybe even 7. Yeah, maybe even 7.
Yeah,
because it's what, 130 points? Yeah, 7. Yeah, 7.
Yeah, it's hard for those top guys gaining. I mean, Magnus is also going to lose 7, right?
Yeah, it's a bit harsh. Yeah, you lose to Geary with black, which is not something that is impossible to happen. Let's put it like this. It just costs you. It just costs you 7 points.
I mean, just to maintain his rating, he has to pretty much score like 75% if he wants to gain against Geary.
Yeah.
Like 1 win for every draw, which is not easy at all at this level. King d7. Yeah, king f3 looks automatic here. Maybe not rook g5, maybe rook g8 or somewhere.
No, but you're kind of really
pushing you to win the pawns.
Rook c4, yeah. Maybe rook f8 is annoying.
That's my hope.
It's not really, right?
It's really not.
Yeah, because none of these are really difficult. If anything simplifies here, it becomes very trivial.
Yeah. It's difficult to get optimistic about White's saving resources.
Yeah. The one good thing is 13 against 5 on the clock, but 5 is still comfortable-ish enough.
Yeah, Prag is super fast when he needs to be. And yeah, what else? Yeah, don't see it. No way. I mean, if we could keep the rook on the 4th rank, go b4 somehow, then
yeah, then maybe it would have become a bit more complicated. But yeah, there is no way we're getting that.
Yeah,
not anymore.
How's the other game going? I hesitate to ask, but
it's still going. They're still playing pretty much the same position, and it's actually improved for Erwin, seemingly quite dramatically. F4 rook c6, but maybe we can finagle it somehow. He's gone bishop e4. And after king e3, I assume he has some clever tactics somewhere. Because you would like to play f4 if you can, but I don't really see how.
Maybe just
h1, maybe or something.
I was about to suggest the same. Just go long and f4 next.
Yeah.
No matter what, pretty much.
Go long. Life is peaceful there.
Rook c1, maybe.
Yeah. How peaceful is it though?
Bishop g2.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll win the a pawn. Maybe next move. Rook c2.
Can you go back to the bishop sacrifice? It was a hallucination by both players. Yeah, okay. So I assume by that comment,
maybe
this was just winning somehow.
Bishop f.
Why is this winning? I mean, first off, maybe this is not a draw, possibly. But yeah, explain yourself. Yeah, bishop f5. I mean, g4. Now we go back, I guess, and this this is not stable enough. Like bishop d7, rook g5, king f6. And if I guess maybe he was worried about rook e7, but
now rook. Yeah, rook g3, hg5.
Rook d3, d7, yeah.
Rook d3, d7. Okay, there we go.
And rook b7, gh, I guess, is never fast enough because the rook gets to b3. Yeah, okay. Fair.
Yeah, this was just before move 60, I guess. Decent practical gamble from Mishra, at least confusing Levy.
Yeah, everything else looks worse, I guess, because like
Still feels like you shouldn't be able to hold this somehow.
Yeah, because you have bishop b7. Otherwise, I would be resigning, but you have bishop b7, so
yeah.
And then back to d6 if f5 happens. Who knows? Yeah. Not emotionally involved enough.
Yeah, I wish more commentators were honest like that. King f3, yeah, I mean, it's hard to stay too positive here for Ding. I just don't see any saving grace at all.
Yeah.
Anywhere. Rook.
Because there have been complaints that you can only really see a black cloud. Let me try something slightly different while we're waiting for a move here.
Come on, Joyce. Don't let us down.
Stop.
Still looks like a black cloud to me. We see some color in the eyes. Either you're making me think about dinner, giving those snacks, giving those treats.
He got fed and immediately departed this plane. Very, very practical dog, I have to say.
And yeah,
very practical dog. just insta left. Insta left. Onsta, as the word actually is pronounced.
Onsta.
Onsta. With a very nice, sexy French accent. Yeah. Onsta. Onsta left.
Right, put us out of our misery. Convert this endgame.
Yeah, please.
And the other one, okay, and the other one, Lamy has got f4 in.
Yeah, once you cross that barrier, it feels like you're probably just lost because you combined these threats with the threats to the king, and also now actually you would very much like the pawn to be back on b4 to not have to worry about the a5 pawn in every single position.
Yeah.
So yeah, this will be a very, very annoying feeling for Mishra because I've lost games like this myself more than once, and they just sting so much when you know that you've defended a very poor position for a very, very long time. You got very close. You probably had a draw at some point, and then you lost it all over again for like the second or the third time in one game. In particular, I remember I lost a game to Boris like this in the Hanti Grand Prix one year, where I mixed something up very, very badly in a Grunfeld, or nothing. Maybe it was an anti-Grunfeld. Blundered a tactic which I think I actually had on file, and just straight up forgot. You normally, like, I'm trying to win myself off of using the word forgot, when what I mean is missed or blundered. But that was an actual case of me forgetting something which I'm pretty sure was in the file.
Yeah.
And kind of forced myself not to resign on move 20. The position was that bad. And by move like 45, it's more or less a clear draw. And then I lost it all over again in like 6.5 hours. And you get up from the board and you think, like, why didn't I resign on move 20? It would have saved so much time. It would have been less heartbreaking as well. Like, why?
Yeah. I mean, that's why rest days come in, right? That's Mishra, he'll get it out of the system, hopefully, on the rest day. But I share your pain. I mean, that's the story of every chess player's life, right? There's multiple instances of missed opportunities. And I like the fact that you're weaning yourself off forgetting. That used to be one of my pet peeves. Lots of players would pretend they forgot when they clearly blundered.
Yeah, it's a you just shouldn't use that word in almost any circle. Like there are rare circumstances when it's true, but very rare.
Yeah,
and
now rook a2 looks very scary.
Yeah, rook a2, you still, like, the bishop hangs for a move, and I don't know if it's the cleanest. It still looks fine, but you could also just play bishop d5 here and like take on a5 next move and just go from there.
This is true. Yeah, I don't think white has any way.
Yeah, like rook g7, king f5, you give one check, but then like I will be able to put my king back. The bishop on d5 just cuts off, and this is what Erwin plays, because white is just so completely out of moves here. G8 is unavailable, f7 is unavailable. You can't even generate a single threat. So
Yeah, I like it. Bishop d5, keep control.
Yeah, okay, we'll return to this if something changes, but from this moment onwards, it really does feel like Erwin will convert. Rook g6 chosen by Ding after very prolonged thought. And now, yeah, as we've well established, the idea is just to hang on. b6 is hanging. So, yeah, machine still goes rook c4. And actually, only really rook c4 is being liked by the machine here.
Okay, interesting. Rook c4, rook takes b6.
He's gone rook d5 check instead, which is kind of a strange choice. I assume he's just trying to gain time, because after king e6, I think he will have to play. I don't know, maybe he goes knight e3.
Knight e3, are there some awkward checks for rook f6? No, it's not awkward at all.
Weirdly, the engine doesn't go king e6 at all. It just prefers king c7, but it does go rook c5 back.
Okay. So that was the cleanest. What was happening there? Maybe we can check it out.
Rook c4. I think rook g6. It was actually just picking that pawn up and maybe including king g3, and then just taking on a4. Sorry, not this, of course. Yeah, taking on a4 and saying, I will combine threats against the knight on g1 with just like a safe queenside.
Yeah, king g3, rook b3 check. Maybe I'm not sure if that helped.
Yeah.
Maybe king g2
blundered that, but I'm not sure if it helps. Yeah,
maybe it doesn't.
You're kind of running out of squares here a little bit.
So stuck. Yeah, rook g4, knight g3 traps the white knight. Yeah. Okay, so maybe Pragg will be forced to go back for this. We've seen that before, repeating once and then finding a better idea. d5. So what happens after king c7?
It goes b5.
Wow. Okay,
which is a kind of a similar concept. I was surprised it didn't like it on a previous move. I guess it's slightly better with the rook on d5 for some reason, because I guess the difference between b5, knight g5 check here and there is that we never have to worry about like all of those.
Yeah.
So we actually prefer the rook on a light square here, because after b5, knight g5 check, we can quite safely use some squares which wouldn't have been as comfortable, because we would have to be worried about forks. Like, I don't know, maybe even this.
Yeah,
and then
safe.
And just very, very safe. h4 fully protected. A, rook b5, b2 is hanging, and then once again we can switch back to playing against the knight on h3 at any point.
Yeah,
this is still somewhat up in the air though, because if you have to play b5, and let's say we talk about some position like this,
okay,
or I don't know.
Yeah. Black will never take on b2. That's the thing.
Of course not. But I mean, time is getting very low, and margins, like, things are disappearing off the board, which is not in Prague's favor. Because if the entire queenside disappears off the board, you really need to be absolutely winning on the king side by that point, because rook and knight is not winning against rook. So you can still mess this up. He is what is good for him actually now ahead on the clock as well, because Ding burned what felt like 10 minutes on the rook g6 move.
Yeah, instinctively b5 is actually quite difficult to force yourself to play, probably for those reasons. Just you kind of want to keep stuff on the board, but okay,
but I mean, it's hanging. You kind of you force yourself into it as well, because like, giving up on b6 is even less logical, I would feel.
Yeah, you're right. In this position, b5 makes
you don't really have very many options. But Ding goes king e6, against which the engine vastly, not vastly, I wouldn't say vastly prefers rook c5 to everything else, but no, knight e3 is also winning.
Yeah,
that's what he does.
Still b5 on the cards, still rook d2.
No, I think we want rook d4. So the question is, can we once again sort of re-attack the pawn on b6?
But b5, is this not a better version for black, or at least
I think it is. And also maybe we can do something fancy with like isolating knight on h3. Like, is this anything?
And if I take on b6,
I was kind of hoping I will be able to kind of catch it. You have rook b3 check. Yeah, I keep on forgetting about that. And here I think it's possible to use that word, because you told me 1 minute ago.
You've seen the idea.
You told me 1 minute ago. I should be able to remember that this resource exists. Yeah,
You might still be winning after king h2 though.
you
but-
might be. You might be.
but who knows?
Because it still has no moves because rook f5 check exists. So you play something like king e6 and
But rook e5.
yeah, maybe there is a way to like
Rook
very
e3
slowly
feels-
get closer to the knight. Yeah, like rook e5, rook e4,
Mhm.
continue denying its. I don't know. This by this point, this feels like it might be a draw.
Yeah, why bother calculating this? We don't need to give up that b pawn. So
There's an important tactical problem though with king f7 specifically because knight c4 is possible. Not only attacking the b2 pawn, but
e5.
also the fork on e5 is very painful.
Yes. Okay, so king f7, king e7 maybe. It feels like an awkward square, but
Yeah, but now the rook can go somewhere, and this is not hanging, right?
okay, yeah.
This is a different problem.
Tactics
Knight
like this,
g1
that's-
check chosen. Yeah.
But now king e.
King e4 looks very natural if we have a good
E4,
reply to
rook
rook h6, and I think we do have a good reply
Knight
to rook h6
f5.
because we can just go knight f5 and then continue driving the king back,
Actually, this pretty
away
much-
from our stuff.
Yeah, looks like it almost wins on the spot.
Mhm.
Knight f5.
Yeah, rook h6 is not a great move, but I don't know if white has a great move now. Feels like it's probably bad. Knight e2 maybe trying to create some uncertainty, but honestly, even just rook d2, knight d3, king c3, king d3, and take on b2 next move, and then
switch
put it on
focus.
b4. Yeah, king e4 played. Yeah, Prague is. I like the tempo.
Yeah.
In particular, because he's been on 5 minutes for the past, I don't know, 7 moves, I think.
Mhm.
Very confidently just thinking on Ding's time.
Yeah.
Knight h3 back, and yeah, now we can reestablish this setup. Just rook b4, rook d4, rook b4, and everything is protected, and we can just very safely just win on the other flank. We no longer really even very much care about the h4 pawn as long as it stays on the board.
Yeah.
We don't need to move it. We just like pick up the entire queen side.
I mean, everything looks pretty strong, to be honest. Rook d2 as well, just rook e5
Yeah.
check, a few others. Yeah, I'm quite attracted to rook e5 and then rook f5 just to try and keep some control. But yeah, rook d4 looks like the easiest. Rook d4, is there rook f6? Just try and set a trap.
Yeah, but we just go towards c2, right?
Yeah. I was just hoping for some knight f2.
Yeah.
Sheepos.
Yeah, that actually is quite like what move to make here to
Even rook a4, rook takes a4, knight f2.
It's not made though. Like
Okay.
you can do it immediately. I was looking
yeah.
This is a
B5.
beautiful construction, yeah. This is a beautiful construction. The problem is any move that is not b5 breaks it.
Yeah.
This is what was kind of breaking my heart a little bit. I was trying to find a move that makes some sense but still allows knight f2 mate. But yeah, apart from b5 there's nothing because everything else gives you a square.
Oh, this is true.
Yeah,
Oh.
rook d4 played. Yeah, I think, once you establish the setup, it just becomes very, very difficult to not win.
Mhm.
Because, your plan is simply this here, pick up this one, pick up this one.
Yeah.
Continue tearing everything apart. And white still has to, pay some attention to the outside passer on the other side of the board.
Yeah, rook h6, king d3, and resigns pretty much. I think final few moves now.
Probably,
Ding,
yeah.
Ding 1 minute.
Yeah, also down to a minute, yeah.
Yeah.
Also down to a minute.
How about king? Oh, you're just playing rook b4.
We're just playing rook b4, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't really need
Resigns.
to calculate anything, yeah. Just place everything on the squares which cannot be attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another kind of a stupid story from my childhood, but I remember there was some kind of an Olympic camp when we were all kids and we were playing blitz games. I was playing as Wrublewski and I blundered something, but I still had some superficial activity for like a few next moves. And then for the next, 5 moves, he very, very consciously like brought everything back and then put pieces of good squares. And then he sort of pointed at the board and said, see, now you cannot attack any of my stuff. And I just instantly resigned. I thought, yeah, that is true. There is no play left. Let's just go. Yeah. Game is over. So this like concept of, absolutely showing to your opponent that, no, you can no longer attack any of my stuff. with a rook on b4, it very much applies here. You really cannot attack any of my stuff.
That's a good lesson for younger players. They sometimes forget that you don't have to win by checkmate or by kind of grabbing material and simplifying down. You can sometimes just sit on your opponent. Rook b4.
Yeah, just make sure that there is no hope, nothing to look forward to. Yeah, rook b4, king d3, king c2. It liked king d3 slightly. For some reason, it was claiming king d3 immediately was a bit faster, but we don't care.
It's like Peter Lecco says, cemento, rook b4.
Yeah. Rook f6, and now we go in. Now we go in.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there are any traps, even if
I think we probably win if we take. Yeah, I think we win if we take, but there's absolutely no reason to allow something like this, and then rook takes h4 and having to calculate more variations. Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, maybe take an h4 first because of king e2, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I assume this is winning.
Yeah.
I just assume this is winning, but
everything is.
Yeah, like eventually, like you can play knight f4 check, but even if I have to go do something like this, I mean, I assume this is still winning.
Yep. Hard to disagree.
But
D3
he's doing the right thing by not even allowing any of that. Yeah, somewhere around here, there was a kind of a funny exchange in chat, which shows that some people really have not seen me talk about chess very much, because I in that story, I think against Gelfand, I mentioned my strong desire to resign after I blundered that thing in the opening. And somebody said, Peter's love for early resignations, heart emoji, heart emoji. And somebody said, Peter, ban him. And I thought, that is very wrong, because that is obviously why I told the story in part.
Yeah.
Like, I know this about myself. And it looks like the PGN parse error, which comes before the resignation. Yeah, there they are on your screen, ending the game. Yeah, a difficult defeat for Ding, who, played about as safely in the opening as you can imagine. In a Gioco Piano, this is about as uneventful as you can get. And in part, you normally do this with white to absolutely not minimize, but like remove the risk of ever losing this game. Did not pan out that way today.
Yeah, it looked like it was going so well for Ding, at least in terms of minimal risk, applying a little bit of pressure. But Prag just outplayed him, turned it around in the run up to the move 40 and took his chances.
I think a very critical sequence was somewhere around here where it's very difficult to imagine how this can be better for black. And then Ding made a couple of, I'm guessing, slightly relaxed moves, like rook f3, rook a8, g4, allowing g5. And suddenly you kind of have to solve some questions, because as you correctly pointed out, g5 97 is actually kind of awkward. You might not be doing all that poorly, but you're definitely trying to equalize all of a sudden. And what he's done, which was rook ff1, ed4, cd4, de4. Yes, you do win that pawn back, but black gets a bit of a free ride. I think the mistakes happened very close to move 40. I think engines were still holding it here.
But already you need to be very precise.
Yeah, you have to play well, but the engines were still holding it here. And they were definitely claiming that this perhaps already is insurmountable. So somewhere in that very small space between move 39 and move 42, moves that Ding made, which really don't look that horrific. Like knight c4 is maybe a bit off topic, considering this is aimed towards h5 and you're not really helping protect those two pawns with knight on c4, but looks fine. And then suddenly this is -3.
Yeah.
And there were some adventures in the conversion phase for Prag, but he did get there. Very, very well played by the young man. Congratulations to him. It's a very, very big scalp. Beating Ding with black is absolutely something to be extremely proud of. You don't do this very often. And all in all, we have two leaders.
Yeah,
Anish who has beaten Magnus here. I think we spoke enough about that game early in the show. Don't really know what to add. Very good sort of targeted opening prep, I guess. And then very nice conversion once Magnus misunderstood the position a bit. putting it mildly. And today we've had some results, right? We had 3 decisive results, Pragg winning this very long game, and also Abdusatorov beating Makhloudlou in a very sharp fight where, Makhloudlou created a lot of problems for himself out of the opening and then pretty much solved them. And then got outplayed again after a decision I originally praised and you didn't. And you were absolutely right. A decision not to play a technical endgame, a pawn down, and try to defend an equal material position with a weaker king, which I thought was tolerable and probably was if you're a computer, but we're not computers. And eventually going down. Famous last words?
Oh, it's been a long day for the fun day. I've really enjoyed analyzing those. Actually, some of those games you mentioned, Abdusatorov and this Pragg game especially. But also want to say congrats to Anish. He doesn't get enough love for the wins he gets. So congrats. 12 years of waiting against Magnus. All worth it. And I think the players are appreciating a rest day. I know we will, and I'm sure the fans will too. But we'll be back, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. Today they do something fun. Sometimes there's a football match on the rest day. Sometimes there are some other activities organized. Not sure what is planned for this year. Not much is planned here. I don't know about you, but I'm just trying to be taking care of the voice and just feeding the dog as usual. Feeding the dog is very important. He clearly doesn't get enough food in this household, judging by how he begs all the time. Anyway, see you all hopefully on Thursday with round 5 of both the Masters and the Challengers. Thanks very much, David, and see you guys.
Cheers, Peter. Bye, everyone.